All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Team Jacked podcast. I am your host, Raymond McNeil, aka the Celtic Phoenix, and joining me, as always, is the wonderful Twilight Guardian.
Hello, I should be getting my computer today, perhaps on stream,
And
but it's
Awesome.
not here yet, so I'm still cardboard.
the updated Kaiser Shonen with his own new laptop.
Hell yeah. Although I'm not on it like right now while I'm, here with you guys. It's just that for some reason on the new laptop, there's some weird I don't know what it is. Every time I try a stream on there, the audio is just weird on my end. There might be some
Weird.
internal thing going on with that. So I'm using the old one for this time around.
Fair enough.
Am I
fair
coming
enough.
through all right?
Yeah, you're coming through fine. At
Yeah.
least you should be. I checked my audio settings and hey, my microphone is a little low in Streamlabs, and sure enough, it did that thing where it disconnected all of them. And it said, "Hey, we're gonna set all these to default," and I'm like, "Why are you doing that?" So I really don't know why it does that, and it really frustrates the hell out of me. And so I always worry now that things are not going to be right.
So yeah.
Mhm.
Also, Chad, if any of you guys have any recommendations about like this sound problem with the new laptop, I will be welcome to take it because it's been weirding me out for a while. I can record like I can record for new videos, like something I've been planning on doing on there, and it'd be fine. But when
God,
it comes to like streaming live, it's just weird.
don't remind me about recording. I am in the I'm not even at the dead center of my Silent Hill F script, and it's already pushing like 60 pages.
Oh damn.
Jesus.
I am only 2/3 of the way through the first playthrough of the game.
That's pushing the length of my first Digimon video, I'm pretty sure.
I was talking to Noel about it because, of course, I told her the rabbit hole I fell down to with the Japanese imperial family because God knows they were fucking invoked in this game without me realizing it. But
Yeah.
I was seeing her and she's like, Celtic, this is going to be a 12-hour long video, and I'm like, no, I have told you, I fully expect this video to be like longer than any video on my channel to date.
Hmm.
It is going to drive me insane. I am so glad I took the time to go through and categorize all of my footage, because that is at very least going to make things so much easier in the editing bay. But my brain is already straining from all the connections I need to make between just historical figures. And it's like, there is nothing on the surface of this
Christ.
game that indicates that any of these people would be important, but now I'm like deep diving into like 1800s Japanese feudal society.
That's how it goes.
So what you're saying is all of that we should blame Japan for all of this.
Yes.
Well, I
What-
mean, it's a
is that-
Japanese game.
is that from I'll never forgive the Japanese?
Yes.
From the Street Fighter movie, is that right? Or is that Tekken?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the Street Fighter movie.
Yeah, the animated one, or one of the animated ones. Robert Glendini, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Congratulations to everyone that got caught in that blast, except Dedarex.
Also, we already got some Daigato.
Already?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he doesn't mess around.
Oh, I forgot to pop up
Uh-oh.
Klecky. I gotta do that. When you have to review another CD, Cal. Oh, no. Okay. Klecky. So I can put this up.
Which brings us very nicely on the main topic of tonight, ladies and gentlemen. That's right, that's right, people. It is orchard season once again. Okay, we gotta look at our old friend CD's Nuts and see what they have to say about siblings in animation.
What? Yeah, so the video is titled, "Is Anyone Else Tired of Bickering Siblings?" And, we have some thoughts on that, but I just want to quickly recap. When was the last time that we covered our good old Lily Orchard out here? She's not a stranger to the channel by any means in terms of coverage.
Not even,
It's gotta be
not even
close to 8 months or longer.
Because we did a
I would have
double
to
we did a
imagine.
double feature for stuff last time, didn't we?
We
I think so.
I
did.
feel like that was only a couple of months ago.
Let me see.
Oh, maybe it was.
Oh wait, no, yeah, we did it. It was 2 months ago.
Yeah, we got to space
Oh my
these out a little bit
gosh.
more. We can't keep diving into the lily well. But this was just too tempting to pass up, and we were just like, "What should we do today? Let's do a lily orchard."
Yeah.
Because
Well,
we
it,
like
it
torturing
has
ourselves.
it has been a while since we updated our list, and we haven't really been doing a very good job of doing that and just picking from the list instead of just randomly
Going by the seat of our
panicking
pants.
and going,
Yeah.
"What should we
I mean,
do? What should we do tomorrow?"
granted, this was from the list. To be fair.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, no, like it is from the list, but we did kind of panic and go, "What should we do tomorrow?"
Ryan Carson, Twy is a cardboard cutout because her new computer has yet to arrive. It is on track to arrive sometime today. So she might actually get it in the middle of the stream, but that doesn't mean she's going to be
Yeah.
set up. So for today, she's cardboard. She'll probably be back during bad fanfiction night tomorrow. Sorry, not
Yes.
Friday. My brain was like,
Right.
okay, no, tomorrow. I can't remember Twy because your plans got canceled. Are we still on for regular Sunday? Is that right?
No, they did not get canceled. Okay, so guys, we have had some pretty bad luck when it
Oh.
comes to our vacation. My grandpa wanted to go to Cuba for holidays, and we were all set to go to Cuba. And then, like, 3 weeks before we are set to go to Cuba, it everything just goes to shit, and we can't, like, all of the flights are being canceled. The Canadian government was sending flights down to Cuba to bring Canadians back home so that they wouldn't get trapped in the country, and we're like, and then our flight got canceled, and we're like, ah, shit. So it's like, what are we gonna do? Okay, let's go to Puerto Vallarta.
Sorry, where is that?
You know the place that's currently under siege by the cartels and the Mexican military because they assassinated
Oh.
like a major crime lord?
Oh
Yeah.
no.
They did that, like, no joke, like 5 days after we switched to Puerto Vallarta.
The
Oh my
situation
god.
the situation is getting so bad down there that the US is offering like I'm pretty sure the US has softly offered to send in Delta Force.
Jesus Christ.
It's like Jesus, like I that's why didn't you say like, oh, we're
That
entertaining
is the
Japan?
craziest timing ever.
And I'm just like, Twy, don't schedule another vacation right now. Not at all.
Please.
Do not do that. It's like it's like, oh, we'll go to Japan. No, for all we know, you're gonna cause the worst earthquake that Japan has ever seen.
Actually, wait, hold on. Maybe the way it works is that like if you plan on going to a place that isn't currently in serious conflict, the conflict happens. So what we need is to have like two negatives equal a positive. So Twy, you should schedule a trip to Jerusalem. I'm joking.
I know, I was gonna say go to Ukraine. Oh, we're
Well, I think currently we are still on track to go to Puerto Vallarta
Okay.
because our flight has not been canceled and flights have resumed into the country and to Puerto Vallarta. So, as far as we're aware, they think that it is pretty safe down there for tourists because the cartel isn't attacking people. They're just throwing a temper tantrum right now and like
Right.
destroying cars and stuff like that. They're
Right.
basically just ingy.
Yeah, all the
So,
same.
but
Please be
Yeah.
careful when you go down there.
Yes.
oh, I definitely will. Like we're gonna be very cautious while still enjoying being in Mexico down there. I mean that's the reason why we didn't go back to Mazatlan, other than Grandpa's already been there twice and he wants to explore more places. So we're gonna go to Cuba, but then it's like, well, we should go to Mexico again, but we want to go to a different place in Mexico, especially not since Mazatlan is very, very dangerous right now. Like,
Mhm.
when you look at the travel advisory for the entirety of Mexico, the Mazatlan area is in the red.
Jesus.
And it's like, do not travel there under any circumstances if you can help it.
Oh.
Whereas, up until the situation with the crime lord, Port of Alardo was just in the yellow, which is like, have some relative caution while you're there because it is still kind of dangerous, but as long as you're smart about it, you should be fine.
The
Right.
Well, with all that said, that means tomorrow you and I hang out, and then, of course,
Yes.
bad fan fiction night on Friday, and then the other thing is on Saturday and Sunday. Hopefully, I will be streaming Resident Evil Requiem and hopefully blitzing through that game while still very much enjoying it. Hopefully, I've already seen Susie the Sphere Hunter got an early copy, and she says it's amazing in her
'Cause of
thumbnail.
course she did.
I haven't looked at it. Um, I have been mixed on her analysis of certain games before. I know very
Okay.
legendarily she gave a comment kind of derisively talking about Akira Yamaoka, the composer for Silent Hill, who she said, "Oh, you can bang a bunch of pots and pans together," or something to that effect. Like she was kind of dismissive of his musical
Oh, wow.
capabilities. And then in a later
Mhm.
Silent Hill review, she praised him. And so I'm like, "So wait, which you should I trust? The one that was off the cuff
Yeah.
mocking him on a stream, or the you that's formally in your videos because you got a review copy?"
Yeah.
So I'm
Okay, that's weird. I didn't hear about that.
yeah,
I mean,
it was a
'cause
very
I
small
haven't
thing
seen
with
her
her.
work in a while,
Yeah,
but
she's in a video game now. She's like the main character in her own horror game someone's making. Um,
oh,
Oh.
awesome.
Unfortunately, like I was watching it, I'm like, she doesn't sound like I can't unhear her, and I also don't think it's quite the same problem I had with Markiplier and Iron Lung, where it's like, oh, I just can't separate him, but he's doing a good job. It kind of feels like it doesn't,
Feels a little phoned in.
if not phoned in, it just feels like it's that thing that people when they start acting do where they do a little too dramatic, if that makes any sense. They don't know how to
Right.
undersell a performance, if that makes any sense.
Mhm.
Now again, I haven't played it, so I can't really attest to that. I can only say from what I've seen from the trailers. But ham, yeah, it's a little bit of ham, definitely. It's a little bit of that, a little bit of turkey too. Um, but yeah, so I'm looking forward to Resident Evil Requiem with some levels of caution. I was telling Twy about my reservations about it and how some of the choices
Yeah.
they made are strange,
Hmm.
especially for the last numbered game in the series. Um, but yeah, no, I'm looking forward to that. That's going to be fun. It's got actually, I just preloaded it on my system,
Yeah.
so it'll be ready to go.
And listen, if you'll be extra prepared because after this Lily video, you'll be plenty terrified. So whatever they throw at you,
I was gonna say there is
definitely not be
nothing in that game that could scare
good.
me more than a Lily Orchard video.
Yeah.
We do have a slightly strange setup today. Typically, we watch these things on Watch Together, and you guys can't really tell the difference. I have it set up so it looks fine, but because this video either it was taken off permitting embeds, which we've never seen with Lily before, or it's been age restricted, which is
Actually,
very possible with Lily.
I think there was one video where we had a very similar problem
It
that you
happened once
reacted to. I
before,
forget
yeah.
which one. Yeah.
But basically, I have to stream this to them through Discord, so they don't have as much control over it as they typically do. So I'm in full control over this, and that makes I always feel like, okay, I gotta try and be on point when someone's trying to make a comment so I can pause. I think
Well, I
chat is
mean,
not working for some of
typically.
us. Oh,
Oh.
really? Have you
Wait,
guys
what?
reloaded and tried again? Because someone messaged me, tagged me in the Tundra. Have you guys tried reloading? Because like it might not be coming through on my end. I wonder, can I reload this page? Reload.
They said the audio's not coming through.
No. The chat isn't working on YouTube.
Okay, yeah, I saw that it's like I don't know. There isn't as many people like
Yeah,
typing,
there's
even though
80.
it's
There
like
are
84
83
people.
YouTube,
Yeah, there's 84. Yeah, around 84 people. YouTube has been iffy real bad recently. Oh, that's crazy. If anyone's
Oh
been
no.
chatting or sending like supers or whatever, we are not trying to ignore you or anything. We just haven't
Yeah.
seen it.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
I'm looking over and I am like on our stream itself, I'm seeing the chat.
Yeah.
And it's so
barely
tiny on my
moving.
end.
Yeah, it's barely moving at all. That's crazy. That's gotta be some
Yeah,
kind of
I just saw hello, yo. Okay, some people are coming through. There's someone whose tiny name is an orange. Right? Nope. There's someone that like put an equation in there. Tell
what?
raid. Oh no, sorry. That's the rage emotes. That's how it comes through. Interesting.
Okay.
Like
That's not how it comes through for me.
No. Like I'm looking at the chat on our video on the actual stream itself,
Oh,
not
okay.
on YouTube because I have it recorded on the right side. Which honestly, I need
Right.
to make that more readable. One moment. I'm gonna play with that just a moment. Properties.
Probably would be a good idea. I mean, when you have the white text on the blue and white background, it does make it hard to see.
Yeah.
Do I
Tesla. Like I'm pretty sure I could see some of y'all like chat. I'm seeing some of y'all chatting, but it's like we got around 96 people right now, and the chat's barely moving. That's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Unless
that's
you
a bit
guys are
weird.
being
And
very
we
mean to
know,
us.
yeah,
Or
maybe,
you're
but
just
like
being
we
very
know
quiet and invested.
we which is weird. We know how y'all are. Y'all are some chatty motherfuckers, and we love you for it. So it's like, nah, something's up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Blame AI. Whoa, wait a minute. Hashtag not all
Sure.
AI. Not all AI.
No, that's not the setting I'm looking for. What about?
Well, here's the thing.
uh,
I would consider you more analog than Gen AI.
you know what? I'll take that. I'll probably take that. Sure.
Font size, text
Not showing
color.
up, and I'm antsy about that. Oh yeah, Ryan Carson, you're especially chatty. You're especially chatty. So
Current. There's no
yeah.
option for like put a stroke on it. There's a background option. Let me see if that does something. Um. No, that
Let me
just
see.
zapped the chat away.
Oof.
Oh no, we're having problems in real time.
Hell yeah. But what's the word? But yeah, in regards to I guess this video about Lily talking about siblings. I mean, the joke writes itself to anyone. If you're here, you are aware of the IRL, I guess, situation, controversy surrounding her and her family.
Yep.
Um, and it's interesting because I know Sai covered this video before, but I never got to finish all of Sai's video because I feel like, oh, okay, we gotta cover this at some point. But it was very weird how she did this, like very soon after the controversy happened.
I was gonna say,
Oh
when
yeah.
did that controversy really?
Controversy.
Yeah. Well, hey, that actually makes some sense. When did this, like, I'm trying to think timeline wise,
So
when did Lily's big controversy, because it came in waves, didn't it?
yeah,
It
sort
did.
of, but like it came. Okay, so it happened a year ago which started because Courtney made her video talking about Lily. That's when that happened. That happened a year
Um,
ago. And then after
well,
that,
no, I
that's when
think
oh what?
no, before that it was the interview that she had with those weirdos. And then
Oh right,
getting
you're talking about that what's her name? Poppy and Xena, I think.
yeah, Poppy and Xena, those
Okay.
weirdos. And then
Yeah.
getting frustrated with how that interview went, or at least supposedly what was going on behind the scenes of that interview, and feeling as though she wasn't getting the results that she wanted, she decided to make her own video. And then it was like a 1-2 punch of things popping off like that.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
I guess that kind of that part of it kind of falls by a wayside a little bit because of the fact that like in terms of Lily reacting to what was going on, most of her reaction to that was just limited to like I don't know, bitching on Tumblr about them, which
Yeah.
she had been bitching about them for a while since I believe had responded, Poppy and Xena had responded to her videos a couple times before that interview. Pretty
Yeah,
sure that's
and it
how they
was really
connected.
yeah, and it was really weird because like Poppy and Xena started getting a lot of hate and a lot of criticism for a lot of the stuff that people were looking into with them too, right after that interview had happened. And then they
Yes.
backtracked on and started defending Lily.
Oh wait, they outright started to. I knew that they had falling out with Courtney because some weird shit was happening behind the scenes, but I didn't know they just like turned coat like that hard. That's crazy.
Yeah, they started saying something like, "Well, now I know what getting dogpiled on the internet feels like. So now I think that everything that Lily
Oh
does and says is correct."
Twy,
wait, no,
Something
no,
like
no. I
that.
Twy,
remember that.
Twy, I just
Huh?
had a horrifying realization. I just glanced down at the description for this video.
Oh
Hashtag
no.
Avatar The Last Airbender. Hashtag
Oh
Digimon.
Yeah, I know.
Hashtags. Oh, you did. Okay,
oh
I did
yeah
not
yeah.
realize that we were going to have to deal with that.
Oh
Oh
Yeah,
wait,
no.
oh
we
wait,
have to
yes. Wait, I remember. I remember what this is going to say. Oh, this
we
is
have
gonna
to
be
talk about
fantastic.
episode 21 of Digimon Adventure. That is what is going to
Again.
have to
Oh
happen.
no. Oh no. Oh no. So to I glanced I glazed out because I was trying to fix the chat in the stream itself. But like, did we actually mention what the accusations against Lily are from Courtney?
Okay. So from Courtney, she accuses Lily of frequently sexually assaulting them since they were kids.
Yeah.
Right. Stalking them, taking, I won't get too descriptive for obvious reasons, but like taking personal belongings and doing weird stuff, writing weird fan fictions about freaking incest stuff, very fucked up things. And
Yeah.
then which her story is that after the abuse kept going and going, of course they were both sent to therapy, and she had told the therapist that like Lily was harming them, and that's when they got separated for a few months. And like I believe Lily went to a psychiatric care home, separate from her family for a while. Lily's claim is in the reverse, except for very one key difference. Lily said that, hey, we had a normal relationship, and then when we were teenagers, Courtney started assaulting me. Whereas with Courtney, how it happened is that Lily had always been a little bit weird around her. Um, and then that's when that happened.
Yeah.
So it's like a bit of a bit of an essayception thing that is being accused here,
It
which
should be
is crazy.
noted. Just because one person is bad doesn't mean the other person is better. That is a
Yeah.
very important thing to remember, is that despite or in spite of or because of or whatever, just because you were abused, it
Yeah.
does not mean that you get carte blanche to be a piece of shit to other people. If you got abused
Yeah.
and you're genuinely a good person trying to be nice and kind and loving towards your fellow man, or
Yeah.
you're just simply withdrawn from the world because you want to deal with it in peace and quiet,
Yeah.
either of those options, perfectly valid. No one's going to blame you. But if you're also a piece of shit and you're trying to use it as a shield, no, I'm sorry. All sympathy goes out
Yeah,
the window.
you mean like when
Yeah.
when she said that she hoped that Mr. Enter got SA because he went against her with the whole Saber Spark allegations, because as a
Yeah.
reminder, she decided to dogpile on that shit just because Emu Emmy said that she was abused without any fucking evidence.
Yep. It's and like, I should note, because like one of the biggest things against Lily in this is that she
Yeah.
does write that level of fan fiction that has siblings doing things together,
Yeah.
ranging
As much as
from
she
quote
tries to
unquote
deny
platonic
it.
to downright sexual.
Right.
Downright, the Gardevoir one, wasn't the Gardevoir kind of her sister, quote unquote? Like, that one got weird, but like it had like
It
sister
it did.
overtones, and they like reproduced. So it's like here's the thing. I am all for people having their kinks. I'm actually very pro, like, you can write or draw whatever you want so long as you don't hurt anyone in real life. Lily is the rare person I can say, you should stop doing this shit because you have actually hurt someone in real life. Like, this is like the one kind of person that has broken past my free speech boundary into just am I revile you.
Well, yeah, in like, it's not even just that whole situation, but there's also the things that happened with Britt and some of her other past relationships. Like, granted, there's no like hard evidence in regards to the Courtney stuff, but I would be very, very surprised if none of it was true, given how many things have come up about
And
it.
they could have been mutual abusers. Like, that's also very much a potentiality. I mean, a lot of siblings that, like, you have reciprocal, like, siblings kicking the shit out of each other. I don't
Yeah.
see why this
And-
kind of
and-
abuse wouldn't go both ways.
Which would make sense because, like, testimony on both of them, the one consistent thing is that their family is a fucking nightmare. So, you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
that writes itself, honestly.
Yeah, if everyone wants to
Also,
test the chat, just type 1 and see if that goes through.
Update for me, I just got my laptop, so
Woo!
Woo! Awesome.
I'm
Oh
gonna
wow! Oh
be-
wow! Okay, all right, okay, wow, all right. You guys are doing a good job. Jesus Christ!
Yeah,
Okay.
everybody seems to be coming through all right now.
Someone
Ooh,
said
look at all those
69.
ones.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Mupa, I think Mupa was replying that noise.
Nice.
89.
But yeah, so that's just to kind of catch you guys up on where Lily stands. I mean, she works
Also,
for
a
Josh
very
Schwartz, right?
recent thing.
Oh,
No,
okay.
no. Oh, actually, well, with Josh, they used to work together way back when during like her early brony career, but they have falling out. Long story there was because of politics.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like, what's the word? Recent thing that came up about Lily is that she spoke up on Tumblr and said that like she was bitching about Beckett, who, to remind you, is the creator of the channel Cope and Seed, which is a small drama channel, and he was the guy who was investigating KP and the whole Saber Spark allegations, right? And calling Rachel and Courtney out on their bullshit. And Lily is mad at him, despite the fact that, you know, he's ragging on Courtney, because he thinks he's sexist, because he doesn't talk about the what's his name, Brony Fandom, who was also peddling those allegations, even though the guy fights that dude on Twitter constantly, and I'm pretty sure made a whole video about them. Like, what the fuck?
Numbers are going through, but not letters. Okay, so everyone, you need to write your chats in binary.
Oh my god.
Don't worry, we have Kaiser. He's a robot. He can translate for us.
But that's weird. I have never seen this happen like this before.
It's
crazy.
It's crazy. Also, someone
it is crazy.
It said in the Tundra, because I have to look at that for a lot of our chat here. Since YouTube is being an ass, the Guard of War was her sister, and the relationship does have romantic undertones. I mean, quote unquote, like, don't take this the wrong way. I would hope it has it because I'm pretty sure they have a child together. So, like, if it doesn't have romantic undertones, I'd be very confused.
Well, it's interesting that you say that because there's a non-consensual component to that story from what I remember.
Oh, yeah.
Where it's like,
the Guard of War does the mind control, is that right? Because it's psychic?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I was going to say, like, going all the way back, her, like, pony fanfics with underaged characters and all of that.
It's not even that. It's not, like, of course, the Pokemon one and the pony one are the go-to ones, but those are not the only ones that she has written.
Oh yeah, she is.
There's also like Scars, I believe, which is about like a girl, like adoptive siblings getting together and like their family just being okay with that, and I'm like, what?
Well, there's like there's the Avatar ones, the Avatar siblings, where they are like aggressively, toxically, codependent with each other.
Right. Ironically, the one fanfic we've read from Lily is like her most quote unquote normal one as far as we can tell.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
It's her
Because they're for once they're not siblings.
Yeah, there she's not trying to justify incest. There she's trying to justify space Satanism.
no, there she's trying to justify Rey having a personality. And somehow giving her less of a personality than the movies that really failed to give her something to work with. So,
which is crazy.
It is very impressive how that is worse. Anyway, we spent enough talking.
Well, what was it? Was it Scars or was it something else where it's like the two siblings where one of them is like selectively mute and she chooses to never speak despite the fact that she is supposed
that's
to
a
be
different
selectively
thing.
mute?
That's a different one.
Because that one is also really weird where it's like she is in child psychology or whatever, where she encourages other children to never learn to try to speak like normal in order to communicate with other people, and that everyone else should learn how to do like weird non-sign language, because you shouldn't even learn actual sign language. You should just learn how someone naturally communicates with their own body and like the weird facial expressions that they may or may not use.
Yeah, let us ignore that doesn't lead to precise communication and words are utilized for a reason. Because here's the thing, you can understand people just from body language from knowing them long enough. It is not a replacement for direct instruction and communication.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, she wrote that only the sister is the only one who can understand and translate in full complex sentences what she is actually meaning just by like lifting her eyebrow and like folding her arms across her chest or something like that.
It's like,
and that
my sister lifted her eyebrow
else...
and obviously she wanted me to sleep with her and do all of these things. It's like, I'm sorry, you interpreted that from
God
what?
Damn it.
And everyone else, including the parents, are ableist because they cannot understand how she is communicating to them.
Shark Jumping Walrus, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Congratulations to everyone got caught in that blast, except Dederex. Please enjoy the hopeful access to the Tundra if your YouTube account is linked and YouTube is being nice to you today. And then on top of that, enjoy all the emotes that you can hopefully use because YouTube is being weird today. So yeah, Lily, sometimes I wish, man, I really wish I was more prolific with my writing. And then I remember Lily exists and I'm like, I'm fine taking my time. I'm fine. I'm good.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, a lot of because I recently had a stream of my own talking about Lily recently, where I was going over some of her has been hotel takes, which are interesting, and she literally like 0.2 seconds within the video mentions the allegations, and I'm like, and this is her most recent video too, and I'm like, okay, who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down. And number two, why are you always so upset when people bring up the allegations, yet you sit here and randomly bring it up at the very beginning of your fucking video?
Yep.
That's insane. Like, she cannot get over this. If anything, that should tell you that something is going on. Whether or not it's like exactly as Courtney tells it or something else happened, I don't know. And honestly, I don't care. I want the courts involved.
My theory is that she's a lot like Movie Bob. Not Movie Bob, sorry. I get my incredibly overweight assholes confused. Boogie. She's like Boogie, who I think they're both kind of masochists for attention.
100%. Yeah.
So, but yeah, we've been putting it off so long. It's a 26-minute video, so it's gonna take us 12 hours to get through. Let us get into Lily's video. Is anyone else tired of bickering siblings?
Okay, now that that's over with and my privacy has been thoroughly decimated, I want to ask you guys a question that we're going to revisit at the end of the video.
Wait,
I want you to think.
Wait, what? Wait, is this like a flash forward, or are you following up from a prior video?
I guess maybe it's a follow-up. I have no
This is a
no
weird,
idea.
hard start. What the fuck?
Again, it's like the
Yeah.
one I reacted to. It's like, why do you do these things?
What are you talking about, Lily? Oh.
Think about it right now and throughout my thesis. Is it weird for siblings to cuddle?
Oh my god. Okay.
Yes.
Oh my god, why the hell do you have to say it like that? What the fuck is wrong with you?
It is contextual.
Yeah,
And it goes down to like a little bit of sexism because like it from, I don't know if it's from every side, but like guys don't typically feel comfortable cuddling with each other. I mean, like obviously you get gay guys that are probably gay and bi that are probably comfortable with it, but on the whole,
Yes.
guys aren't really cuddlers. Girls can
Mhm.
be cuddlers, and socially speaking, it is more acceptable to see two girls cuddling together than two guys cuddling together. So just
Sure.
like that's it's contextual, Lily. It's very contextual and depends on their kind of relationship. So
Yeah. I'm not the closest with my sisters, but I would not cuddle with them on the couch. I would leave
Yeah.
that to one's boyfriend and the other's husband.
yeah, I
Yeah.
am like I went through a really rough patch with my sister for the longest time. She went through a really rough patch. So our relationship had to mend once basically we both got over a lot of our personal problems. And we're really good off, but like we both very much value our personal space. I reserve cuddling to very specific people. So it's like, and I know she just doesn't like being touched. So it's like, okay, like we're all on the same page. This ain't happening.
Also,
No one's gonna ask for
also
this.
like I like cuddling too, but also cuddling is very warm. And
Yes.
like it gets uncomfortable after a while.
It's like
I was about to
I
say,
always worry about getting married and sleeping next to someone. It's like that's just gonna make a really warm bed. Just like
yeah,
get to like.
but
Well,
like
it does.
as someone who's like the youngest of four, that especially with like two older brothers, it's like yeah, it's not happen. I never really felt like I wanted to, at least not since I was little, right? I think an age also has
Yeah,
has
age
a
does
lot to
affect
do with
it.
it.
When I was a kid sleeping over at a
Yeah.
friend's house, like with a bunch of other guys, like we were packed for rooms, so we were just like sleeping like side to side, packed in tight. And it's like, yeah, that's got a cozy vibe to it, but it's not quite cuddling.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Anyway.
know, so I recently bought an electric blanket for my mother for Christmas, and she said that that was a lifesaver because, you know, the very typical problem that you have sleeping in bed with another person, and the sheets or the comforter's not big enough. So she just used the electric blanket, although her husband hates it because he doesn't like any kind of heat in the room when he is sleeping.
Mm.
Oh wow.
Needs it to be cold.
All right, we're 13 seconds in.
This is what. Listen, we're back.
Wait, is
where
this
we
is this
belong.
before or after her rebrand? Because she's still calling herself Lily here.
No, well, no, I'm pretty sure this is after the rebrand because that's when she really starts using this avatar. This
Okay.
version of her avatar.
So she
Pretty
still calls
sure.
herself Lily, but her name is CD Cal, which makes even more confusion.
Okay, okay. So Raymond, here's the thing. Lily is not smart.
Damn, I forgot.
Moving on.
This is why I don't
When it
bother
comes to
with
writing
her
relationships, I
rebrand.
feel like you can chart them on a quadrant between platonic and romantic, as well as the
Whoa,
level...
whoa, what?
When it comes to writing relationships,
Okay.
I feel like you can chart them on a quadrant between platonic and romantic, as well as the level of intimacy between them. As a writer, I used to think I only liked writing romantic relationships, but as the years have gone on, I realized I really like writing high intimacy relationships. I love writing characters who have a favorite person, be that their partner, their best friend, or their sibling.
It is not to be confused with FP, which is how people with extremely poor managed BDP describe codependency.
Oh, favorite person.
Ah.
Oh, wait. I think.
Wait,
I
whoa,
think this
whoa,
might be
whoa,
the
whoa.
one that you were talking about. The
Yes.
what's the word? The thing about like the mute person. I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
And
I'm pretty sure that that's them.
and the avatar. Oh, sorry. That's the character. Okay, the character. Sorry, my brain. But like, describe
Yeah.
codependency. I don't know if favorite person is codependency.
Nobody says
Because like that
this. What
applies
are you
as well
talking
to like
about?
it's along the lines of like autism and favorite topic, like special
Yeah.
special interest, right?
Like what she is describing is and I mostly know this because I watch videos on Amberlynn Reed, who claims that she has BPD, and she's always talking about like how her girlfriends at the time are her favorite person. It's like this, at least with Amberlynn, she is not medicated for her supposed BPD. She can
Oh.
be downright abusive to a lot of her girlfriends. The worst of it was with Beck,
Oh, that's
where
fun.
yeah, where she would try to isolate Beck, put timers on how long she was allowed to go visit other people and not be with her, things
What
like
the
that.
fuck?
Yeah, and when she was bedbound, basically have Beck be at her beck and call, with,
Irony.
um
I wasn't gonna say anything, but yeah.
anyway,
Yeah.
like she would make Beck wash and wipe her,
Oh
and a
my
lot of other
god.
things. And also this game called Choosy, which was really terrible. She spent like $10,000 on the game of Choosy. But like the point is that I know what Lily is talking about when she talks about the favorite person when it comes to people with BPD. Basically just a person that you are obsessed with at the time. Like everything needs to revolve around that person for better or for worse.
I don't even know if I would like. That does sound very toxic, but I don't know if I would call that codependency. It sounds like codependency
Yeah.
implies that both parties rely deeply on one each other, as opposed to just straight up obsession.
Yeah.
When it is abusive, it can become codependent.
Yeah,
Right.
Like especially with Amberlynn and Beck. Beck was very codependent with Amberlynn because Amberlynn would not allow her to have a job.
Oh lord.
She was financially reliant on Amberlynn and Amberlynn's YouTube channel.
Azure Phoenix, it is coming through. Why are you talking like Scooby Doo? Yandere much? Honestly, I would probably take a yandere over what this sounds like. I mean, man, you can get different flavors of yandere, so. All right, well, let's keep going.
And being an unbearable simp for them and cherishing them to a degree that some might find excessive. You know that meme, you know the friendship's real when there's a rumor you're gay for each other? That is exclusively what I write. Part of this reflects my own relationship with love, where I feel it very strongly and very openly. A side effect from years of abuse fucking up my entire love map, which I've just come to embrace wholeheartedly. I wrote this video on a call with one of my best friends and had to stop every few minutes to smother them in compliments. Hell, when
That
I find
anyone
it very
gets
hard to
super
believe,
uncomfortable with
but-
all of that.
I mean,
Yes.
yes, but it's also
Especially-
very ironic given the way that
Yes.
she talks to Michaela in the background.
I was just about to say, it's like it's really funny that you say that, Lily, because you don't treat your own like partner that way.
I don't think she was talking with her partner.
No,
It
she
sounds
wasn't.
like she was talking with
him.
someone else, which I
Wouldn't be
wonder.
the first time.
Yeah, I was gonna say I
there-
wonder.
There is such a thing, Lily, as emotional cheating.
Yeah, I have personal experience. Secondary personal experience. I had a friend who was emotionally cheated on, and from my perspective, at the very least, it kind of fucked up his life perpetually, and I don't know if he's okay. I have not talked to him in quite some time.
I feel sorry for that man.
Same here. That sucks.
But yeah,
Poor Michaela.
I'll tell you, I have an
Like,
update
yeah,
about him.
great.
I'll tell you about it later, Twy.
Oh god.
yeah. Because I know all about this thing, but like obviously we're not going to talk about it on stream.
Yeah. That's very personal. But I anecdote and obviously no details. But let's continue.
When I still had Tumblr, it was basically the Lily must shower her wife in affection every 5 minutes or she will literally die website. The last time I saw my brother, I gave him a hug that he found uncharacteristically saccharine. Hell, my brother called me up to talk about a mutual relative's tirades and delusional rants, and then asked me if I was okay given I was getting the worst of it. And I swear to God, I fucking cried because nobody in my family had ever asked if I'm okay, and I'm an emotionally raw bitch. Anyway,
Hold on. Isn't this the same brother who had been incredibly abusive towards you as a kid? And also doesn't believe that trans people are a thing? I mean, well, not to say that it's impossible for you to have, like, warm or genuine moments between, like, your family, but it doesn't seem like your brother has changed all that much, so I have no idea.
It's interesting because on
I
one
doubt
hand,
this story, man.
I could easily see family members. Ironically, I can think back to Shad and Jaza. Jaza being relatively chill with Shad, or trying to be, and Shad being very explosive. Like, it seems to me that Jaza doesn't believe in anything that Shad believes in, and he only distanced himself professionally, and Shad was the one that ruined the relationship. But it seemed Jaza, despite their ideological differences, still very much cares for Shad. It comes across that way to me, and I think Shad cares for Jaza, but he's so fucked in the head in terms of his he's so egotistical that it's like over blinding or like infecting what it means to care for a sibling, that sort of thing.
Yeah, but whereas with Lily, like, with how easily outraged she is just for, like, having different takes about a fucking cartoon or whatever.
Yeah.
It really makes me really, really doubt that, granted, apparently ever since the controversy, she's been open about her being more in contact with her brother and shit like that. But, like, people have had their own theories about why that is, many of which center around the fact that her brother has a couple kids, apparently. So,
oh God, no.
To what capacity? All right, well, the theories with that, I'll leave that up to you of what they might entail, but none of which are good. So
yeah, I do actually know about that because Courtney, during the interview with Poppy and Xena, did mention that, and how she got into a fight with her parents over it because it's like, well, don't you want your nieces and nephews and whatever to be part of your life? It's like, not if they're the children of my abuser.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, if anything, I would be concerned for their safety.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Isaac Evilman, welcome to the crew. I hope you enjoy all the emotes you get access to, as well as access to the Tundra if you've connected your Discord to your YouTube. And YouTube is being nice, because again, people do struggle with YouTube, and I honestly don't know how to help them, because at this point, we get enough people getting memberships that if everyone asks, I cannot manually do that for everyone. I wish I could help more. All right, well.
Anyway, I like to reflect this in my writing, but cranked up to 11. I always write characters in their close relationships being extremely close, and I've gotten a little pushback on that over the last few months.
Wait, hold on. Go back one bit. Okay, these characters right here, that's Scars. That's the adopted siblings one.
Yeah, like, I've gotten pushback about it. I wonder what Willie? Lily. Sorry. Sorry. I'm so sorry, Willie. You have no right being associated. Yeah, like, Willie the whale is such a saint. In fact, if he ate Lily Orchard, it would be a blessing upon the world, but I feel like it would be indigestion for him, and I don't want that.
Nah,
possibly.
No way.
Oh God. I hate how nice this art is too. Like, it's not very complicated, but it is decent. It's like, I like these characters to look at. Knowing the context makes me kind of shiver. Again, I reiterate, I have no problem with very, very problematic media. It's the people, if they are bad people themselves, that are revealing themselves through it that I have.
Tells on them, you know?
It's like retroactively, like, you could show me and I'm like, oh, that's a fun, very toxic type thing. And then you tell me about the creator and I'm like, oh. It's like an
Oh,
even
no.
like it's like watching Evangelion and then learning about Anno's depression. And then you're like,
Yeah.
oh, that adds up. I'm really glad he found a healthy way to channel it. And he seems to have grown from that. And he's handed off his series to Yoko Taro to traumatize a new generation of people.
Yeah, yo. Speaking of Yoko Taro,
Yeah.
I guess same difference there, you know.
Mhm.
Which I am very cautiously optimistic. I am very curious about it because from the playing the at least some of the games that he has worked on, mainly Near Replicant and Near Automata, um, I do feel that Taro does have a very similar vision to Ano's, but at the same time, I'm like,
Dude,
giving someone else the
no,
reins
no,
on
no,
it
no,
is
no.
interesting.
Yoko Taro may be the perfect evolution from Anno. If you look into his Drakengard, the original
Yeah,
Drakengard,
Drakengard.
is legendary for just how batshit crazy dark it gets. I mean, the main
Yeah, the
character is
entire verse in
genocidal.
general is very yes.
Well, I was gonna
Yeah,
say
he's
there was no
psychopathic.
oversight with that game. Like they just kind of were like,
No.
"Oh, it's a shovelware game. We're gonna push it out the door," and they didn't really look closely at what was written. So Yoko Taro got away with main characters, one of which is a genocidal maniac, one of
which is
a child,
pedophile.
well, one of which is a pedophile,
Oh.
one of which is a child cannibal, one of which
Yes.
is a traumatized child out for the blood of revenge for the death of his sister or the possession of his sister.
Right.
And then at the very end, just about everyone dies. Giant baby monsters destroy parts of the world, and they get sucked, and the main character gets sucked through into Japan, where he has a final rhythm game showdown with an eldritch entity,
The
which
hardest one in gaming history, which
Yeah.
ended with him getting shot down by the Japanese
by an
military,
F-16,
which
it leads
yeah,
into
which
the
then-
Nier series.
yeah, that basically caused the apocalypse.
It's the most batshit game, and I am so excited to see what Yoko does with Evangelion.
Yeah, it will be very interesting. Actually, this makes me wonder, how does Timberwolf Studios feel about it? I'll have to ask him. But yeah.
All right, well, tangent aside.
Ships being
Yes.
extremely
back to
close.
this.
And I've gotten a little pushback on that over the last few months, particularly when
A
I write
little
siblings,
pushback.
claiming that the instances where I do
God.
write siblings, they're unrealistically close in a way that some people call quasi-incest, which is hilarious if you have any knowledge of behavioral psychology, but we'll get into that later. But the effect of
Don't even start, lady.
Pseudo incest, huh?
Quasi incest.
Lily, Gardevoir.
Yeah, dog. Are we going to address the Gardevoir in the room?
I feel like if you put it this way, like the Pokemon Gardevoir in like abstract concept, just being an actor in that fan fiction, and like
Yeah.
it's like, well, I've done a lot of roles before, a lot of pornographic ones at that, but like this one was actually considerably tame compared to some of the things I've been in, and yet it's disturbed me the most, and I'll never work with her again.
Yeah.
It's just like that's how I imagine it in my head. Like this poor Pokemon getting abused by the internet and thinking Lily is the worst of them.
of doing this and talking about the way we write and think about sibling relationships had an interesting effect on the comparatively small audience I had on Tumblr, and so it prompted me to want to discuss it here.
Thesis. Your
So
childhood
let me ask
wasn't normal. Projection much?
Okay, like one thing to acknowledge is that there is no such thing as normal. Like the idea of normal in society is a gross amalgamation of a number of different societal concepts that people presume are the norm, but regularly get broken from left, right, and center. Everyone, like, normalcy is an illusion we define societally. Not that it's bad. It's not bad or good. It's just a thing. And one of the most interesting tests is that a group of researchers took what they found to be the most attractive people on the planet, or like a huge swath of people. No, that was it. They got a huge swath of people, just their faces, and they composited together the most common features into one normal quote unquote face. Like the perfect quote unquote normal face. And everyone who looked at it was unnerved by it because it was too normal. It was too like quote unquote perfect.
Yeah.
It's like we actually have
It's like, this is what fairies are like.
yeah, it's like
This is some fae folk bullshit.
yeah, because like no one is like there is no such thing as normalcy. Like everyone has slight minute flaws in their appearance,
Sure.
in their behaviors that like we kind of skim over, that people try to kind of forget if you are quote unquote normal. Or if you're a weirdo like me and probably everyone in this chat, you just kind of embrace the insanity and go with it. So
Yeah.
That
being said, I don't really trust Lily to make that kind of
yeah, no, I will
analysis at
say there's sort of a bell curve, if that makes
Yeah.
any sense, of quote unquote normalcy. Is like most people will fall within a particular range of common experiences or at the very least non-extreme circumstances. Like we'll all fall
Yeah,
within
like
that.
there's a difference. There's a difference between like you know, your normal being defined by not only the time but areas and combination of like personal experiences of yourself and the people around you and things like that. And you know, like anything regarding what Lily had been through growing up.
Yeah. Like the thing is,
So-
like the extremes do exist. Like people can experience
Yeah.
the extremes even when they're quote unquote in the normal realm. It's just they are within a standard deviation statistically.
Yeah.
Like the idea is like, yes, they had this one major bullet point in their lives, but everything else is relatively normal and that pulls them back to center. Not saying that's not a horrible thing that might have happened to them and they might be deeply affected by it and it might have changed their perception of their childhood. But when you look at the whole, there is a general normalcy. So the idea that she's going to try and stab at this, she's going to use the idea that everyone believes that normalcy is a very firm, defined, like, box, as opposed to a more nebulous beach of territory. I don't know why I went with beach. I guess I just want to go on vacation.
You something.
Want
What
to go
does
to
a healthy
Mexico?
sibling relationship look like?
No.
Chances are when I asked you that, you looked at your own siblings and went, well, pretty much that. That does tend to be the answer most people go with, regardless of what their relationship with their siblings looks like from the outside. It's common to see siblings bicker, fight, and tear each other apart, with that presented as normal. Siblings can call each other the nastiest names under the sun and break each other's noses, and people don't so much as bat an eye. In fact, it's seen as so normal that when unrelated characters are at each other's throats, people call it sibling energy. But I've always wondered how much of that is predicated on parental apathy. In a previous video, I briefly discussed that there's an intersection between the way neurodivergence manifests in someone and the way that the casual abuse of neurodivergent children has been normalized until very recently, and how both of those things contribute to attitudes and behaviors that are often associated.
Where is the fucking period?
With this is that while children will often fight with their siblings,
I forgot that Lily just keeps on talking. So I was
Does
like, I'm
one
waiting
on
for a
sentence,
moment to
bro.
comment on like half of that shit. And I'm just sitting there like, okay, well, where's the period? I gotta pause when she's finished her thought.
Yeah, no, you just have to pause whenever you need to make a point with Lily, because she never
she never
gets rid of
stops.
every single breath that she might have, to the point where you don't even hear the period in her voice.
I know. I don't even think she has them in her script. I think it's just one long run-on sentence. like if you know when you type into like a word processor that's not very well optimized, or like a text box in Photoshop, and it just keeps on going off to the right and to the right, like off the screen. That's her script. It doesn't like have paragraph breaks.
Good God.
So okay, it's not parental neglect. Children are assholes because they are still learning how to be people. And siblings are your first contact with one another. Like, that's just, like, your initial socialization is with siblings because they are your peers, the closest thing to your peers that you spend the most time with. So naturally, you
Yeah.
develop a close bond, and that close understanding means that you kind of have an understanding of yourselves physically. So when you fight with each other, you know what you're doing. It's and everyone's relationship with their siblings are different. It's like people can fight and have sibling energy, and you're also neglecting to like, oh, even people who aren't related have sibling energy. And I'm sitting here, I'm
Yeah.
like because they fight, and I'm like, that's not strictly the case.
Yeah, that's not exactly strictly. It's about like the way that they do so, like in instances in media, right? If it comes off as a little bit more like petulant in a way that seems like it's the specific ways in which people bicker that can give off like different impressions. It's sort of like,
Yeah.
oh, they're like an old married couple type beat kind
Well-
of thing.
Well, I mean, I'm going through, Bleach with Twilight, and Chad and Ichigo, they're bros, man. They are
Yeah.
do or die together. That's like hardcore brotherly energy, and that's not at all toxic. It's very, very
Yeah.
like healthily dependent on one another when they need it. It's very nice.
Right.
Chad has sort of a big brother vibe with Orihime. I don't know if I would call any of the girls. I guess Tatsumaki and Orihime has a bit of a sisterly bent to it.
Yeah, I would say they do a little bit,
Tatsuki, sorry.
especially earlier in the series.
Yeah. So it's like, if there are any of these different ways to portray sibling-like dynamics without it being bickering, and the fact that, like, that's the only place that you're seeing people call characters siblings is
It's
kind of
very weird.
It's sad. No, it's more sad.
Yeah.
You got to get out of your zone or pay more attention to other things.
Oh, Lily, to be talking and understanding what other people think, that's never gonna happen.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
Siblings,
Just
it's
give
actually
up
quite
after a
common
while.
for the fighting and bickering to go over the line, but nothing is done about it because the parents just don't care. Kids are usually
Wait,
squabbling
nothing is done about it.
No,
Hold
no,
on a
no,
second,
no.
What?
Like, for one, parents can get exhausted. It's not that they don't care, it's that they literally don't have the energy. Who just
Oh, Twi, you back?
Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
I
Twi
didn't realize
left and
Twi
came
died.
back.
Okay. Yeah, no, like parents can get exhausted handling very, very energetic children. You just don't
Especially the
have
more
same...
children they have.
Yeah. So like it can get very tiring, and in a lot of circumstances when you have a lot of kids, the older siblings start to pick up parenting roles. Like that can
Yes.
start especially in Japan, and that's where we get into like you flashed up Tai and Hikari, and
Yeah.
no, we make jokes about them having a thing. The truth is that Tai is sort of an older brother / parent dynamic with Hikari.
Yeah.
And like she admires him as a little girl would admire her father, and you do occasionally get little girls being like, I'm gonna marry daddy. It's like that's just a very innocent way of expressing their love before they've matured to understand what that all means.
Yeah.
It's like that's kind of what like it's so frustrating. Because he's like you're looking at only one facet of the sibling
Yeah,
experience.
just a single dimension of it. And like, yeah, but like siblings bickering or arguing with each other on some level is normal for a lot of the reasons that Raymond already stated. Like, I have 2 twin nephews. My eldest sister had a couple kids like 2 years ago, and they get rough around each other a lot, and they argue a lot. I mean, not in words obviously because babies, but but it's not out of like some weird neglect. My sister's not fucking neglectful of her kids. Let's get that one thing fucking straight.
Yeah.
It's just that when you're little children, you are incredibly needy, you have a lot of energy, you don't know what to do with yourself because you just want to do everything and experience everything. So those things just tend to happen when you put 2 of them in the same room as each other.
Ryan Carson in the Tundra. Personally, I would rather imagine Hikari getting with TK. That's literally almost everybody,
Yeah.
Ryan. there's like 3 people like outside of the Gooner Squad that want anything different, and like 2 of them are my can.
Oh my god.
But yeah, no, it's just it's sad, and it's self-reporting that she just didn't have a good relationship with her siblings.
Yes.
For something comparatively small, like a toy, and the parents just can't be bothered getting involved in such a petty argument. They'll usually only intervene when it starts getting loud enough to annoy them. This, incidentally, is why schools have a zero-tolerance policy for fighting and suspend both students, regardless of who started it. Investigating would require more effort.
That is not universal.
Yeah, that's definitely not. That really depends on which school or even school district you're talking about.
Speaking from personal experience on that one, I've gotten in multiple fights in middle school where I was protecting someone or defending myself. And I always gave my case. I talked very cleanly, very purely, and like I had people speak up on my behalf. I never got punished, but the offending party typically did. So, it's just one of those things where like a lot of schools do actually handle it even-handedly. There are bad schools that don't, but
well, also like this was a thing that took place for like maybe I want to say 10-ish, 15 years. And they don't do that anymore because they realize that it isn't very effective. So, you know what they did? They stopped doing it.
It also led to a fuck ton of lawsuits.
It does. Now, granted, of course, you know, some places tend to be more clean about that than others, especially depending on, you know, what economic standing your the local neighborhood even is. But like, even still, the standard as it stands is that they actually look into the situation. Like, speaking from my own personal experience, I've been into one fight in like my entire education, I guess, like during middle school, and I wasn't punished for it.
I love how we are continuing the numbers in chat, but now people are subverting the weird YouTube blockage by speaking Spanish. And I think French is in there too.
That's fantastic.
It's just like, what is this, YouTube?
Google Translate?
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, what's going on?
I don't know. YouTube is just so weird today.
Than they're willing to put in, and they just don't care. It's all just petty drama to them, after all. And so sit back and take stock of how much the notion that siblings bicker and fight actually intersects with parental laziness. I mean, siblings fight all the time is certainly the kind of thing that benefits a complacent guardian or educator, which is all the more reason to be skeptical of it. Now, me and my siblings fought, but
Lily, even if you are the most helicopter parent in the world, the siblings are still going to bicker and argue. It's just going to happen.
Yeah.
What changes is how extreme it gets.
Well, I was going to say, like, unless that parent is not just helicopter, but totalitarian. Like, all right, you guys you're not going to buy anything that you like. You're going to live in this white blank room with only the most utilitarian assets. You're getting these supplies. You own one toothbrush, and that's on loan from me. Like, it's one of those like situations where they would have zero ability to actually think and act for themselves. At which point, that is a whole different problem on several levels. I will take the bickering, unguided kids over living in that hellscape. But, you know, they're both pretty fucking bad. And also, you're characterizing it like everyone goes through this.
Yeah, everyone does this, which is weird.
It's gross.
Yeah.
Consider it normal. My brother was really into physical torture, and the moment he found out what pressure points were, me and my sister became pincushions. And my sister, well, we discussed that last video. So when people
that's where the essay section started being peddled, I guess.
I guess no, that's not in the chopping block yet, because I gotta show Shira. Oh,
right.
Because I have no doubt that she's not going to get she's not going to represent Katra, right? I don't think.
Okay, you're talking about the newer one. Okay.
Yeah. I really like The Princess of Power. I think it's a fun show.
I've only seen like the first 2 seasons of it.
It has
Actually,
problems, but it's
yeah,
fine.
first 2 seasons. Yeah, I liked what I saw, and I was like, okay, let me take a break from this. But I was like, oh, right, the show, like a couple years after, I was like, oh, right, the show still existed, and I was like, wait, they did what? Okay,
Oh,
but yeah,
People tell me, oh, siblings fight all the time. I go, do they now? That sounds like an epidemic.
Kind
Actually,
of.
funnily enough, this dissonance is shown best in Legend of Korra. I know, what a wild notion.
You
There's a bit where
literally just finished talking about how your brother used you and your sister like a pincushion, and how you don't have a good relationship with your sister.
well, she's
Yeah.
saying, oh, that's a problem. Siblings shouldn't be fighting. I think that's what she's going for. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure this is a common thing since before the dawn of fucking time. Like,
Yeah, if
Here's
you're
the thing,
arguing against
Lily.
this, you're arguing against basic human psychology.
Yeah, here's the thing, Lily. How the fuck do you know how siblings should and should not act like if you've never experienced that for yourself? At this point, you are living in a delusional world where it is a thing that you want to happen but doesn't exist. You want to live in a dream world.
Where everybody's perfect and nobody ever misbehaves or goes against somebody else's boundaries, as if that's possible when you're a fucking 2-year-old, when you have no concept of what those things are.
it's so just. God, there are so many people chatting now, but it's all in a different language I don't understand.
I even saw somebody type in Japanese. Like, what in the world?
Oh, you did? Was that Noel? Was Noel here? No,
no,
it's
it wasn't
Cosmic
Noel.
Wooloo.
Yeah.
YouTube, kaishite kudasai. By YouTube? I think I might be getting that kanji wrong.
Maybe?
because of their deep-seated family trauma, Lin and Su Yin start fighting rather intensely, and Bo Lin, having a brother himself, writes it off.
Should I stop them? You don't have any siblings. Fighting is all part of the healing process.
But then immediately after, Opal stops the fight and makes exactly the kind of observation that a healthy person who isn't aware of the bad blood, between them would make.
What are you two doing? You're sisters. Why would you want to hurt each other?
Of course, we
Wait.
know why.
Wait.
They may be sisters by...
Okay.
Does Opal have a sibling?
Yeah, she has,
Yes.
I think she's the youngest of 4 or 3.
ZR.
Yeah, the
ZR,
the
Lily
thing-
esta jodidamente loca.
what?
Okay, I know that what that last word means.
Lily,
but,
Lily is very loco. I think that's basically what we're saying.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me.
YouTube
gotta
chat
have
seems to
fucking-
only affect English. Is there a setting that I have on? Like a weird fucking setting?
Jesus Christ. Okay, gotta put this in Google Translate, I guess. Just so we don't want to leave you guys hanging out, because interacting with y'all is like one of the best parts about this. So
Live chat, live chat replay, live chat summary, leaderboards. Anyone can participate. Live commentary, reactions, live reactions, slow mode. No. Nothing in here about that. Sky
Yeah.
Slasher. Pilier es literalmente parte de... Oh, God, I'm butchering this. Okay, you know what? Translate.
okay, ZR Art World said Lily was insanely crazy. All right, understatement of the century.
Sky Slasher says fighting is literally part of being a Lily brother. Google this from Spanish to English. But yeah, no, like, what are you doing? You're sisters. And it's like, well, Opal has a different experience with siblings. Like, that's
Yeah.
the be all end all of it. And like, literally,
Yeah, her relationship with her siblings is much more healthy,
Also-
as we've been shown in the show.
also the relationship, it's Sue and
Lynn.
Lynn. Their relationship is far more complicated than just a sibling falling out. Like one of them was a rebel that fell in with a bad lot and was an underworld goon effectively. Like she was basically a criminal. And the other was like by the numbers following in her mother's footsteps. Like that was a full-on clash of personalities that anyone would have. It doesn't matter that they're siblings.
And part of the reason why Opal has the experience that she has is because her mother basically had this free parenting sort of mindset with her children.
Oh, YouTube is apparently aware of the issue.
Okay. Wish they gave a notification about that before we start, but no. Okay.
Yeah, that's just weird. All right, we'll just keep chatting in another language. I don't know how that's gonna help.
Blood, but they come from a broken home by the most emotionally constipated woman in the world, so they weren't really encouraged to love each other, and they ultimately grew to resent one another. But
also, very interesting to note, there's not a father in the house. Just pointing that out there.
Also, that
might have helped to have two parents helping them out. That might have been a way to help manage them, but no. Apparently, Toph decided to handle things solo, which I get, but kind of led to a bad result.
Well, maybe. I mean, sometimes the responsibility and the blame can be on the child as well, with like the fact that children also have their own autonomous personalities.
Yeah.
Regardless of how the parent parents them.
From Ed Stavinsky, they're also half sisters. That is true.
Well, I forgot about that.
Okay, so I can speak to this a little bit. Okay, so like my one of my teachers in high school, whom I've also babysat for, her children, all came from different fathers, but also she chose to not marry any of the fathers or have any kind of connection to them outside of, the fact that they have children together. And it's a perfectly fine relationship for them that works for all parties. They schedule out like when one parent has the child and when the other parent has them and all this kind of stuff. She wanted to be financially and she wanted to be independent in every single facet of her life. She did not want to have a man in her life in any capacity. And that worked for her. And I always thought that Toph was exactly the same because that was my experience with my teacher. And that seemed to be the experience that Toph had, considering that she didn't have a husband or anything like that, and she also had children from different men.
Which honestly would be interesting. Would have been interesting to get more insight into, but I can understand why they wouldn't necessarily be able to fit that in. Honestly, though, that was the part of like that season of the show, because from what I remember, that was like season 3, right? I think it was it was season 3 or 4. No, it wasn't season 4, because if it was season 4, that would be like during the Kuvira stuff. Since it had to be season 3 with like the what's his name? The Airbender guy. But whatever.
I don't remember.
Zahir, that's his name.
Zahir. Yeah.
So, but yeah, of course Opal would react differently, especially in comparison to like Bolin, who like obviously isn't just trying to talk from his own experience, but also cuz like he's obviously scared of both of them, Lin especially. I mean, I don't think most people would be willing to break them up. Like, it makes sense that Opal, Su Yin's daughter and Lin's niece would be the one to break them up.
Mm-hmm.
Because she's their family. They are a family member stepping in to stop them from fighting.
So I think, well, first of all, this is from Ugok saying, Sorry, everyone, but English isn't working tonight. Why? No one really understands it. YouTube is aware. Nameless says, mind if I say this once more? If you hear the word Lily Orchard and siblings in the same sentence, hide your children and other kids too. Yes.
Yeah.
Hide your kids. Hide
Also,
your wife.
I think what you can do is like put like an Asian character, like a Japanese kana of some sort, in a English statement, and it might come through. You guys experiment with that, see if that works.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's affecting super chats. Super chats are coming through fine.
Hmm.
How come Lily still has followers? Because they're just as mentally
Well,
ill
it's
as she
very-
is.
Well, it's very sycophantic because in the video that I reacted to recently, she literally literally said in the comments that she's gatekeeping the comments because near the end of her video, keep in mind this is her talking about Hazmat fucking hotel. She was trying to make this weird take regarding this character named Vox and conspiracy theories and Nazi Germany for some reason. And she just made this comment saying, "I will not debate anyone on this topic. You are just wrong." And so she outright state that she's gonna like delete the comments and shit like that. So that should give you an idea of what kind of community she wants to create.
Yeah.
I think it works. It's like it looks like everyone's having success with it. Adding the
Oh my God.
add Detsu to the end to become weeb.
Oh my god, yes, that's so hilarious.
That's great.
No fucking way.
You can't just say things in Jap. You have to actually have the characters because I think it tricks the system somehow. But yeah, let's continue.
Bolin tries to write this off as, well, that's siblings for you, but he could not be more wrong. This is a very specific and deep-seated set of family issues. Bolin doesn't know
Yeah,
either of
he's
them
an
very well, and he
outsider.
just superimposes his own experiences onto Lin and Sue, and doesn't think about it any further than that. But I have no such rose-colored glasses. My upbringing was
How do you know he hasn't observed multiple
but
groups
that's
of
not-
siblings?
Well, there's also that. And also, this is an extreme example of someone not being able to read between the lines and see that something more unhealthy is going on. Like,
Yeah.
again,
He's
there's
not
a
aware of any
sliding
of this.
scale. Yeah, there's a sliding scale of sibling bickery and rivalry that happens that you're better off a lot of times just not interfering with sometimes.
Yes, everyone,
Like, that's
please.
also possible.
Everyone become Kirika from Symphogear. Say
Oh my
Desu.
god. Jesus Christ.
so bad and so traumatic that there's no way I could possibly view it as normal. So for me, I've always been extremely creeped out by the way we normalize casual toxicity between siblings, because I have first-hand experience with the fact that casual toxicity doesn't ever really stay that way because the environment that creates that kind of constant bickering never really causes that bickering to cap. Siblings who bicker and fight all the time
No. Like I know for a fact that I have fought a lot with my siblings, and my siblings have
Same
fought
here.
a lot with each other. And yet at my sister's wedding, she said that her other our other sister was her best friend, and like she started crying because their relationship was so close. Yeah, they
Yeah.
fight, they bicker, they do the sibling bickering thing, but they are still close, and they still have a healthy relationship.
My relationship
Yeah.
with my sister reached such a nadir that we attempted to kill each other 3 times in open brawl fighting.
Yeah.
It was really bad, and both of us came really close to it. But now I love her to death. Like legitimately, like she turned her life around, and I got onto my own horse, and like we're both in much better places emotionally and basically societally. That like basically we've made amends. We're now
Yeah.
very like we still bicker from time to time. Like she hates it when I take her car and I don't ask because there's no other car because mine is I need to take that to the shop. But like when I take it to go get like a drink or two, like soda for the record, I don't partake in alcoholic beverage. Like when I do that, she obviously gets pissed with me and we have little bickering spats, but like overall,
But y'all are still very
yeah,
close to each other.
absolutely.
And
I
it's
mean,
the same
I
way.
sat in the other
Go
room
on.
as she finished God of War Ragnarok. And
Yeah.
I watched the ending with her because I was so enthralled to watch her finish the story because I love it so much.
No, I am so fucking thankful. One of the things that I've been the most thankful these past couple of years, aside from starting the channel, is getting closer with my older brother, my second oldest, not my oldest. So we've always been pretty close, but the second oldest, me and him had always, when we were younger, we were at each other's throats a lot. Um, in a lot of ways, it's because he had a lot of things to figure out, and things in our home life wasn't always the healthiest for him. He was dealing with a lot of hurt and pain, and sometimes he didn't project that in the best way. But it was only in like after he had gone to college, after graduating high school, he was in a different state, so we barely really kept in contact with each other. What's the word, for about like a few years, and it was only until I had to room with him when I was starting college, because there was a whole location situation with my folks, long story short, that we really had to sit with each other and understand like why things went the way they did. And I really started to look at him the way I always sort of knew that he was, like I always knew that things were wrong between us, but I didn't have an exact way of knowing why. Because we were both young. We didn't have the language to understand what was going on, but now we do. We're both grown. We understand each other. And I love him to death. I feel sad that like for the longest time I didn't contact him sooner. Because
Yep.
really, but I feel like through that we had a lot of growing to do, and I think we've
Yeah.
been growing the right way. So the key point here is that again, there's always a sliding scale when it comes to sibling bickering and rivalry, and there is just it is just a fact that that is a natural occurrence that siblings are going to have. What is unhealthy isn't the bickering. What's unhealthy is the responses to it. Acknowledging that a sibling is going to argue with another one is like saying that the sky is blue. That's just gonna happen. But when it comes to like, I don't know, like one picking up a fucking Glock on the other, like, yeah, that's obviously a problem. And if, depending on the home life, whether or not that's addressed, that's obviously going to fester, which is what happened with you. What happened with you isn't just a typical case of siblings fighting with each other being normalized. It's the fact that you're in a much more broken home than most other families that go through that.
Yes. Izanagi says, why does this just sound like Lily's ideal relationship is just Stepford wife level agreeability and compliance? It feels like she hates conflict and tension of any sort, which explains her media choices at times. Yes.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is, which is ironic because of like you would think that that would be something that she appreciated a lot more, or is at least more self-aware about, I guess. Like she understands just enough that that is her preference, but she doesn't understand that that's not what every story should be. And she
Yeah.
has a stick up her ass every time a seemingly soft story progresses into a more
Oh,
serialized one,
Christ, she's
like with
going to
the Owl
mention
House and shit.
No, this is before Andy and Lele took off, so maybe she won't mention it.
Oh yeah, she did
Yeah.
have a video by Andy and
Yeah.
Lele though. I think that was
Yeah.
after this video, right?
Now where let's see, someone says it's fixed, and then HA5 says so we can stop sounding like a mid-2000s otaku now. No, everyone is now required to sound like a mid-2000s otaku. I'm sorry.
No, 100%.
You will
That comes with the trade.
Yes.
Yeah, you will have like anyone that doesn't sound like a mid-2000s otaku will have their socks partially pulled off of their feet and dipped in water.
No.
Yes. Her favorite anime is Hamtaro, a show literally made for preschoolers. Hey, don't diss Hamtaro, okay?
Hey, let's not diss Hamtaro. Okay?
Hamtaro
If anything,
is
we should
adorable.
protect Hamtaro because it doesn't deserve a fan like Lily.
Hamtaro has a sex line joke in it. Like, come on.
do so because they have differences that causes them to clash, and they don't have the conflict resolution skills to handle it, and their parents don't step in. And they don't step in because they view children fighting and the things they're fighting over as so beneath them that they can't be bothered to care unless the noise personally annoys them. So the problems just get bigger and bigger as the children get older and get into bigger and bigger arguments. This casual disregard for the realities of what it's like being a child is what allows most bullying at school and at home.
Or some kids just figure out that backing off is the better solution, and they naturally come to the conclusion about what it means to fight. Like, there's a lot of different lessons to take away from sibling fighting, rather than just constant escalation. Yeah, it's like an onion, which you smell like, probably.
Probably.
Sky Slasher says, "Chat's working. Take this money. Thank you so much." Chet Manley, Lily Bolin's the single most sociable character in the show. What are you saying? He got those skills by taking Republic City gangs? Desu. Oh.
God. To go unchallenged. And because the adults in their lives aren't doing anything, children grow up thinking it's normal. They grow up thinking getting bullied at school is just something that happens. And they'll often say this out loud with their whole pussy. When I complained about how my sister treated me, my father responded with, well, that's how me and my siblings were. Of course, it wasn't.
It did not inform him of the depths of Courtney's insanity until 2024.
Yeah! That might have something to fucking do with it!
That might have changed his fucking mind, if you're even telling the truth. Jesus Christ! What the fuck are you talking about?
How do you expect them? And also, again, she's trying to say that every case of sibling rivalry or every case of bullying is at the exact same intensity as hers, and or that none of it should happen. There's no way to prevent it from happening before it does.
Oh my god, we got a few memes that I couldn't see because I was watching our general chat.
Test, please work, yay. Hikaru.
So the first one from Omega Rob, which is, I can excuse incest, but not physical assault. Chat, you can excuse incest.
You can excuse incest.
Oh, God, that's what's also
God.
Why can't you just be normal, chat? No hablo inglés.
Inglés. Nah, just replace that with Desu.
Well, no, most of it was Spanish before now. I'm going to actually shrink us all because I want to make sure the screen gets shown.
Do we just have a lot of people who are Spanish in our chat, or is that
we
just
might
the go-to because a lot of them are American?
I swear, that is adorable. Oh, Twi, you can wear this when you go down to Mexico.
Yeah.
You
can put this on a shirt.
I love that Kaiser has the Tequila Gundam crest.
Oh my
I was
god!
about to say, I wasn't sure if that was what it was, but yeah, dog, that's an awesome touch. Thank you so
I want a
much.
poncho so bad. They look so comfortable.
Yeah, I always wanted one.
Two experiences were very different, and if they aren't, I feel like I need to drag him into therapy immediately. And this has lasting effects in other areas. When you're conditioned your entire life to view toxicity between...
That's a very complicated situation.
Yeah, they're in like they're child soldiers.
Yeah, they're child soldiers. They're like the Spartans in Halo, only worse. In like every metric, really.
Yes.
But like, it's a very complicated dynamic. Their relationship is not healthy at the very start, and arguably isn't healthy by the end of the story. But it's complicated, and it's one of those things that I really wish there was an epilogue covering things. She-Ra has problems. I can see some really cool, interesting stories that didn't get capitalized upon quite as full as I had hoped.
Oh my god, Omega Rob, what the fuck, man? You fixed it. Thank you. Hold on. Let me send it to Jack Dark. There we go. Why can't you just be normal? No habla inglés, Desu.
I can't remember who's the one that drew that. It wasn't Snowy. But that me screaming, like the Kelpie screaming like that, it's just horrifying. I love it.
Yes.
Hi, Billy Donuts.
Hey,
Really?
Billy Donuts just in time for the chat.
He's the reason the chat is fixed. He was actually working behind the scenes. He just had to shove a couple of donuts into the servers at YouTube.
You know what? That's a perfect way to.
They were
solve
just
your
very
problem.
hungry.
Siblings as normal, you'll view siblings who actually love and cherish each other to be strange and bizarre and too close.
Oh,
because-
I see how this is all
No,
connecting.
yeah,
I see how this is all
Yeah.
connecting now. Is
now
oh,
you see.
because I do siblings in what is supposed to be a healthy way, you all think it's incest because you have such a fucked up idea of what siblings are supposed to be. It's like, no, Lily, we can fucking tell. I'm sorry.
Yeah, like literally in Scars, it literally starts with the two sisters having a morning after, and like their mom making like a like cutesy comment or whatever, saying, I hope y'all had protection or something like that. It's
Fucking
like,
real,
what the
Jesus
fuck?
Christ.
Yes, that's literally how it started. Like
Yeah.
frame one.
Someone put it right. It's like, I'm not a pervert. You're all just prudes. And it's like,
Yes.
Lily, I am very much a pervert. I'm a large pervert. I fully recognize that. I have my limits, but I am also very open-minded for people to be perverts in their own fucked up ways. Even if I don't like it, I can at least appreciate it and be like, hey, you do you. I think you are a disgusting human being for everything that you have potentially done, and I fully believe at this point you have done. I am fully convinced by the evidence put forward by people. And that's the reason your writing is disgusting, because it is
Yes.
not kept to fantasy. It is very clear that this is stuff that you have desire for in reality.
Yeah, it would be like if fucking oh my god. If Chris Brown made a freaking, I don't know, wrote a book about a husband and wife, people would be looking at that fucking shiesty too. But I guess the difference is that, well, we know that he did it. It's like, yeah, there were signs there even before he did so.
Didn't you write
Just
a novel
saying.
about underage girls? That's a very complicated thing. It's a short story collection. It shows snippets of these girls' lives as they're growing up and their complicated relationships, and how a lot of those relationships collapse in on themselves because they like a lot of teenagers do. They do things way earlier than they are emotionally ready for. Like, there is a lot that goes into those stories. And I admit, it's not the most well written. I actually think that I failed on several marks. Like, I don't hide from that. Like, I fully acknowledge I didn't do a good job with that book. And it definitely makes me look pretty fucking bad. I don't deny that. But, like, I can sit here and explain what I was intending to do, and at this point where I might have gone wrong with it. Like, I can walk you
Here's-
through it.
I
mean, most
don't really
importantly,
have
you
any
know-
context for this book because I never read it, but I
Yeah,
will
same.
say that people nowadays have this weird purity mentality when it comes to anyone who is under the age of physical 18th birthday. And it's so weird because like children do have sex, they do drugs, they get into all of the issues. I don't think that it's necessarily wrong to explore those things in fiction. Although some people have problems understanding that there is a difference between exploring a concept and having a concept as a fetish.
Yeah, I should clarify. In that,
Those two things can be written in very different ways.
one of the things I very pointedly did with all those stories is I did not depict anything that happened between them in the physical sense. It was always focused on the emotional, and anything that they did was off screen and only mentioned. Like, I very much was averse to showing anything explicit with underage characters.
God.
Like, it's one of those, like, I very much have my
Depending-
boundaries on this.
Eric Roman, Lily Orchard. That's my secret Kaiser shonen. I don't use protect. Stop! Oh my god! What the fuck?
Isaac Evilman. Sorry. First, I got a couple of super chats here. Sky
Yeah,
Slasher.
Sky Slasher.
Oh, and since Celtic gave credit to Lily for having no incest in her Star Wars fic, we haven't gotten to her version of Tross yet, so jury's still out. Fair. Isaac Evilman. Twice, senpai, I'm watching this video while doing my job crushing cardboard, so I'm getting a bit twitchy seeing your avatar, Tetsu. Oh no! Don't crush the Twilight! No! I made that cardboard cutout. Don't you dare break it.
I still
We don't have more in the budget.
I still have a lot of setting up of my laptop to do, so you're gonna have to deal with this for a little while longer, guys. I'm very sorry. I am working on a computer right now that I abandoned in 2015.
Chat Manly, Lily, who started all this sibling crap anyway? Chat, it was you! Desu.
Yeah, exactly.
Yugok says, did Bolin and Marco even have a regular child? You mean Marco? No, his name is Marco now.
His name is Marco, yeah. But no, they didn't. They were separated from their parents. And I think their parents died, and they lived on the streets of Republic City for most of their lives.
Hikaru says, Lily, stop it. It seems YouTube is kind of fixed. Yeah, it does seem like that way. But yeah, no, the point of the matter is anyone trying to call me out on that, I will have a discussion about that novel and where I went filling. Because full disclosure, it started out as a series of shipping fanfics. And like I want to do something darker and grittier for a series of ships that I liked in a fandom that I love. And a lot of people liked it, so I decided to turn it into a novel and change it to original characters and the like. And I didn't even do that all that well. It was a very amateur mistake. A lot of amateur mistakes all throughout that. So
he was way too
ambitious.
He was way too eager to turn his writing into someone was making money off of him, whether or not he was ready to publish his work or not, because that is the thing that a lot of people don't understand, that you don't just crap out words and then publish money. There's a lot more to it,
and that's why that's why The Artificer is such a simple novel. It's like I just wanted to kind of get back to basics and write a very basic story about a guy trying to live his life and being drawn into a larger conflict as a result of his stupidity. Well, his obstinance.
I think even then, I think even then, though, you kind of fell into the same issues that you had with your first book, because it's typically said that in order to polish your books that you are intending to publish, you should set it aside for a long period of time and then go through it again. As a second round of editing, which I don't remember you doing that.
Yeah, no, I didn't really. I think I sat on it for like a month or two. I don't think I waited all that long. GTZ, member for 6 months. Uncomfortable topics through stories. Ellen Hopkins. I mean, fucking anyway, like all the major authors cover uncomfortable topics in their stories. I mean. Let us not talk about Stephen Goddamn King, all right? There's an infamous moment in his book.
Yeah.
But at the very I remember least... Robbie and I talking about that during our podcast for that isn't released yet because we still
stop guilt tripping me. Stop. No more guilt tripping.
Is it guilt tripping you if I've been mentioning it for over a year?
Yes, it's still guilt tripping. How is it not still guilt tripping? Just because you're right doesn't mean it's not guilt tripping.
You don't do anything about it.
Twy, her old laptop. I'm just standing there watching.
Actually, I think this new one is heavier.
Oh
my god.
Too.
Okay, well,
but
back to the real monster. Gonna do Fortune and Flames on a bad fanfiction. Look, as much as I am willing to criticize my own work, I don't have the stomach for that. I just don't have the stomach to cover my own book in that kind of way. So
I wish that I could do that for my first fanfic, but I did delete it when I was like 14 because I wrote it when I was 11, and I was like, no, this is trash. So I deleted it, and I regret it so much because I would have had a hell of a time, just a fun time ripping into my 11-year-old self with my writing.
All of this has brought me to the Overton window. The Overton window is a political concept wherein what the majority of voters find acceptable and radical is related to where policy currently resides. And to enact more radical policies, you have to enact less radical policies to shift that window. Basically, people get accustomed to how things are, and most people don't like drastic change, but make incremental change, and most schmucks won't notice it. And
That's an interesting way to put it. Don't you fucking dare touch Spy Family. Jesus Christ, I'm horrified to see this anywhere near Lily.
Oh yeah, she did make a video about it.
Oh my
Although
god.
she said she enjoyed it. I think.
You know why? It's because Yuri is obsessed with Yor.
Yeah.
Oh god. So first we
God,
must
I was
refer
so-
to Nietzsche. Yeah, it's like
I was so shocked that I dropped my microphone. I'm sorry if you heard that.
No, I did. Celtic, you can only be right if you're wrong. You gotta be cruel to be kind. Movie Bob's sudden political moment. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's like you're saying that because something is normalized, any shift towards it one way or the other is gonna weird people out. Why the hell did you have to cite the Overton window specifically? That's so unnecessary, writing-wise.
Yeah.
You've already explained that that concept like in several different ways in previous parts of this video.
It's because she is trying to make herself out to be some sort of expert or smarter than she actually is. Because Lily is incredibly dumb.
Pretentious, yes.
She is so pretentious, she is so unintelligent, but she wants to make herself out to be this intelligent expert, this person who knows more than you do.
Yeah.
It's very narcissistic in that way.
Better or worse than Movie Bob's sudden eugenics moment? No, this is definitely because
I think they're on the same level.
No, I disagree because there is something to this in terms of what she's trying to prove is there's an acceptable range for certain behaviors.
in this case, yeah. I thought they were asking in general, but when it comes to this specific moment, it makes more sense than the eugenics.
I don't know, because she usually comes out hot out of the gate, where Movie Bob usually starts somewhat normal and then he ramps up into insanity. Meanwhile, Lily is just at a high tension the entire time. We do have a game set aside that I need to do. I need to set that up, which is guess the comma.
Guess the comma with Lily Orchard.
Well, is Lily Orchard is it Lily Orchard or Movie Bob?
Oh my god. Oh man, that'd be an interesting one, especially given how he's an inspiration to Lily.
Yeah.
So
of the opinion that the way we perceive relationships also has its own Overton window. This is informed by environment, upbringing, and media. And coupled with the media getting really creepily into toxic relationships across the board, with the increased trend towards stories about abusive partners or abusive siblings, or both, and the average person taking part in Twit course being about 15, having only 3 brain cells, and having been irony poisoned by AO3, that Overton window is shifted into the red quite a bit over the years. I've been thinking about this regarding romantic relationships a lot, such as the way some absolute morons called Charlie and Vaggie...
Lily, I just want to say, I'm pretty sure that what you are talking about describes you a lot more than the people who are criticizing you.
If anything, you're ahead of the curve.
Yeah. The Overton window of people accepting more radical things, that more describes you, especially when it comes to AO3, because there's a lot of fetish stuff on AO3, including incest.
Yeah. It's not that hard to search for. You can find it everywhere. But you can also find a lot of normal shit too. You can actually filter out explicit stuff right away. You can still find some weird shit that's not explicit. God knows.
But most importantly, fact of the matter is, people like softer, less, what's the word? Adversarial like relationships within between siblings in media as well. They love that too. Like of course, we I know she'll get into Avatar at some point, but people like Katara and Sokka's relationship, especially at the latter points in the series where they argue and bicker a lot less.
Yeah, and they're
They
more
find those
supportive.
moments to be charming. Yeah.
I go to, like, people love Deku and Uraraka. They're a super sweet, wholesome dynamic. Like, like relationship wise, people don't always go for the.
I was
super
about to
toxic
say, are
ones.
they?
No. But I forgot because, like, I was bringing them up. Like, I also, my mind was trying to think of, like, sibling dynamics in My Hero Academia.
Well, sibling dynamics would be Bakugo and Deku, and
no. I was gonna go for, like, Eri.
Shoto and his
I was gonna say
siblings, right?
Eri and like Mirio, like really
Yeah.
like a super older brother type deal. Like him and Deku are like really big brothers to her. Jiro's like a cool older sister to her, and like they're very wholesome and bright and exciting relationships that people just adore. Like, oh my god, so much fan art of her just having a blast with these characters because they're just they fawn over her because they want her to be happy. And it's like that's very common in a lot of these circles.
And it's very rare that you have older drawings of Eri like lying down on the couch on top of like Mirio or Midoriya.
Yes. I don't doubt it happens,
Really?
but it is rare as fuck.
Well, no, they the only time that happens isn't because they are sibling shipping them. They are
Right.
ship shipping.
They're just shipping, yeah. That's what we call the age gap ship.
Yes.
She is Celtic. Get her away from that video. This is critter abuse. Wait, what? Omega Robert.
What?
Omega. I'd be shaking too if I were in her place. She's the one closest to the Lily V. No. Look. You guys need to understand that the hologram is in the middle of the table. Like, she is equidistant from it than we are. Like, just like, don't worry. Critter is fine. In fact, I don't even know if she's paying attention. She just kind of, I mean, she's technically speaking not even looking at the video. If you look at her eyes, she's looking in opposite directions.
There's like a fly on the other side of the room that she's
and
really
on the
paying
other
attention.
side of the room too.
Yeah.
The unseasoned Yuri, which tells me you've never had a relationship.
How to say boring lesbians when you live in a
Wait.
basement. Wait, okay, 1 minute. I gotta roll back.
Well, hold on. Yeah, we gotta roll. She does this
Quite
a
a
lot.
bit over the years. I've been thinking about this regarding romantic relationships a lot, such as the way some absolute morons called Charlie and Vaggie unseasoned Yuri, which tells me you've never had a relationship last more than 5 months, but this has been the
Says you, Lily. You jumped into Michaela's pants. 3 months after you broke up with your ex-wife?
With a lot of these kinds of claims, I will say, okay, there's probably 3 people maximum that have said this. Give me any more than that to make this a substantial problem.
She's shadow boxing.
Yeah, this is a
Raymond,
shadow box.
She is the shadow boxing reigning champion. Okay, she's got to keep training up. Okay, but listen, also, the reason why it's somebody I would probably, if anything, the problem with Charlie and Vaggie. Here's how I know she's fucking lying about this. The problem with Charlie and Vaggie, as I have seen from their relationship, and as many other people have said, isn't that it's unseasoned Yuri, like they don't have any conflict. If anything, there's too much drama between them and their relationship. Because Charlie, of course, is incredibly flawed because she's so intent on trying to have the hotel succeed to the point where she neglects Vaggie and her contributions, which would make for a really interesting conflict. It's just that they kind of do the Ruby thing where she half apologizes a lot of the time, and it doesn't feel earned the way that they get back together and reconcile their differences.
And I was gonna say,
it just becomes like,
if you're complaining about people being bored with relatively safe ships and dynamics, well,
yeah.
to some degree, I can understand that. A lot of people do. A lot of people don't, but a lot of people do want a more explosive dynamic because it creates interesting drama. I mean,
Yes.
my favorite ship in Madoka is Kyoko and Sayaka, because they have a very butting heads type of dynamic, but they can also be very, like, you see, especially in the main show, like, they're forming these connections, they're struggling to actually communicate with one another, and like, you can see Kyoko softening on Sayaka, but it's too little too late, and she loses her before they can actually reconcile and become friends. It's why they have a very
Right.
sweet moment in Rebellion together. It's like they have a very interesting, explosive relationship that you can see leading to something much softer and kinder, but probably will still have a bit of that edge. People like that kind of that bite to it. People like that screeching of metal against each other. But typically they also want the sweetness to come. Like, it's a kind of hot cold situation. But there's plenty of people that also
Yeah.
like the super soft stuff. Like, it's all over the
Yes.
place.
Yeah,
undercurrent of
everybody's
sibling
different.
relationships for a very long time. Arguably even more because there's an actual real-world issue for people to weaponize to put this discussion in the grave, no pun intended. I mentioned when discussing Avatar that
What?
the relationship between Zuko and Azula is often recognized for the crushing tragedy that it is, with the way their father pitted them against each other in the aim of keeping them loyal, because his children were twice the firebenders he would ever be. To most people, Zuko and Azula feel like typical siblings 90% of the time, until the third season when Azula starts actively trying to murder him.
What?
No.
What?
No. Literally,
Fuck
episode
that!
1.
No.
Azula is trying to surreptitiously manipulate Zuko into getting himself arrested.
In
God,
fact,
Lily,
she
why
was.
are you dumb?
In fact, when Zuko and Iroh abandoned the Fire Nation during season 2, and Azula was trying to track his ass down, she tried to kill him. She tried to kill both of them. Are you serious?
Yeah, it's not
What is
just season
normal about
3.
that?
The entirety of season 2 indicates to us that they are incredibly, incredibly unhealthy siblings. It's what the fuck show were you watching? Like, I wasn't in
Yeah.
season 2 where Iroh was like, "Oh, she's crazy and needs to go down."
Yes. Yes.
It's like, even the uncle realized that she had been fucked up hard. And like,
Oh my God, she
it
is
was
so
only
crazy.
because of his hard work that he saved Zuko from the same fucking fate. And he just knew that he didn't have the
Yeah.
contact with Azula to do the same.
Dude, do you know how crazy Azula is? Azula was so crazy and so adversarial towards Zuko that the very same episode where I think Toph and Iroh met each other for the first time, and had talked with each other about their issues, and Iroh gave his typical wisdom. In that very same episode, all of the gang, including Zuko and Iroh, fought against Azula and pushed her back. That's how bad that was.
Ed Savinsky says the first time we see her was a flashback of when Zuko was face burned and she was smiling when it happened. Yes!
Yes! Who the fuck?
Yeah.
Who in the world thought that was normal?
That, by the way, was season 1, episode like 3.
Yeah, that was like one of the earliest episodes.
Oh no,
I
sorry,
think
that
it
was like
four
episode, I
or
want to say like
7.
episode 7 or 8, because that was the
Yeah,
storm.
7,
That
I
was the
think it
storm.
was. Yeah, that's the storm.
Is she only paying attention to that one episode where they went to the beach? Because even then, that wasn't really normal.
Well, that's because
Yeah.
Azula was sexy and she wanted Zuko and her to kiss a little bit. Yeah, weirdly enough, I rarely come across Zuko x Azula fan art. I don't know, it's actually not surprising I haven't. But like, when I do, it's almost always like this one that photoshops them kissing at the end of that beach episode.
What the fuck?
It's like specifically when like she's out on the balcony after like not being impressed with that one guy. It's like that's
Oh my god.
it's like
man.
it's very specifically just that one that keeps coming across. I'm like, why do I keep getting this? Oh,
Yeah, maybe you should send it to maybe it's Lily sending it to your feed, man. I don't know.
oh God, I hope not.
In reality, Zuko and Azula have this tense rivalry that goes beyond the bounds of acceptable 90% of the time until the third season where they both simmer down just a bit for a few episodes. You can count the number of times Azula isn't riling up her brother on one hand, and that's what makes them stand out because they're unusual for the both of them. It's very small moments where they defy their father, something Zuko ultimately does permanently and Azula ends up reneging on. The one that sticks out to me the most is in Zuko alone.
Lily, Azula.
Okay, we've already gone over this, but you are just grossly, like, this is nowhere. It's Lily, what are you trying to fucking say? That this is a very unusual dynamic where siblings fight? Yes! But, there's incredibly normal dynamics where siblings fight. Like Sokka and Katara.
Like Katara, yeah.
They
all of that was normal, relatively.
Literally, the opening of the series is Sokka insulting Katara to the point that she gets pissed, unleashes her waterbending, and ends up opening the fucking seal of the Avatar. Depending on what version you watch, it's all relatively blurred together in my head, but it leads to the same result. Oh my god. Oh my god, no, Deterex, how you do this man dirty? He couldn't get Wily Orchard out of his mind.
Dr. Willy.
Does our mutual friend Twy, does she know a Lily Orchard?
I think she does.
Send her this.
Oh my god, yes.
Oh, is she a Mega
I'm going
Man
to have
fan?
to.
She's like, that's why I actually would like you to hang out with her at some point, because she's an OG Mega Man fan. You're a Mega Man X fan. So it's like, it'd be really interesting to see you guys have a conversation.
I'm pretty sure I mentioned it to you before. I've mentioned it to her before, but like she is incredibly shy, and she thinks that you might not want to hang out with her because she's an OG and not an X fan.
I don't give a shit. I love all the games. I played pretty much a touch. I touched on all of the different franchises except for Legends for obvious reasons, because Capcom
I will give you a hint.
the fucking thing. But
I will send you her contact info, and I will give you a hint. Ask her about her AU.
Oh,
it's a good one. It's a good one. Don't worry. It's
okay.
I know our minds are kind of poisoned because we're talking about Lily right now, but trust me, in fact, I knowing that she's shy, it's like, it's so surprising because she is actually very, very personable when you really talk to her. Like, it's like she's introverted, but she's very, very personable.
I'm totally fine with that. I mean, like, yeah, because like I'm definitely not going to like knock on a conversation with another fan just because like, oh, they mainly really like one part of the series.
Oh, ask her to bitch at you about the other Mega Man fans she's encountered.
Oh, yes.
Okay. I mean, that would be interesting to talk about because I don't really interact with the community at all, so I have no idea what's going on over there.
She's a mod on the Reddit Discord for Mega Man.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, sure.
Yeah. And I have mentioned some of the people that she has encountered. And some of the weird things that people have for the Mega Man fandom. I'm pretty sure that I mentioned that the last time that our friend Titania was in chat, and like when Titania was getting like really irate, I had a little rant about the weird people in the Mega Man fandom, and she got really upset at me for it.
Azur Phoenix says, my Rock is kind of homeless. I know you're talking about Rock, the character from Mega Man, but now I'm just like imagining like this little Rock out in a like off to the side of a sidewalk in some grass. It's raining outside, and I'm just hearing like the sad Peanuts music. Dun, 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 dun. It's just like and like we can cut to it like somewhere else. Like it's that doing the guy looking out depressed over like the water, like, or the horse doing the man thing. Like, I would love just the story of this little Rock being sad and homeless.
No.
We're weird. Humans are weird.
I mean, that'd be a much better story than Scars, 110%.
Yes.
Oh my god, also, I want to acknowledge this in chat. Because it was me, Barry! I am the one flooding your feet with Zazula X. speed.
Oh god, Lily gaining freaking. I don't know if I want to associate her with Thrawn, but like they have the same level of hater energy.
Yeah, they do.
Oh my god.
Was a complete demon in Zuko.
I mean, fucking Thrawn creates Barry Allen as the Flash in
Yeah.
some continuities just to try and ruin Barry Allen as the Flash.
Oh my god, she's so obsessed. She's obsessed with Psy too. So, actually, wait a minute. Oh my god.
Okay, can
Josh
Psy
Scorcher.
move at near
Oh,
the speed of light?
We need to check up on Psy, maybe.
Psy,
You don't want her to get
Psy,
jerked off at
did
super speed.
you horrifyingly witness your mother get murdered and your father get arrested for the crime? We need to know.
Yeah. Have you been jerked off at super speed? I'm joking. Don't answer that part.
On. The one that sticks out to me the most is in Zuko Alone.
Lily, Azula's a complete demon in Zuko Alone.
Really? Here's a question for you. When Azula tells Zuko that their father is going to kill him, is she taunting him or warning him? You'd think taunting him because she does it all playfully while singing, but that's only if you're focused entirely on tone and vibes, in which case you're a Twitter user and therefore illiterate. But we know for a fact that Ozai was going to do it. He admitted it later. So Azula was telling him the
Okay.
truth, and then told their mother immediately afterward. Whatever her motive, Azula
Okay, but
ultimately
then
saved her
later
brother.
on, she's okay with trying to kill him
Yeah,
herself.
yeah. At this
So
point,
maybe that has something to do with why
like-
people think that she
like,
would actually
here's
do
the
it.
thing. At this point in the relationship, Azula may still have a warm spot for Zuko. There might be something there to what you're saying. After
Sure.
this, when her mother disappears, her mother that was always judgmental of her, the mother that she never got any kind of what's the term? Starts with a C. It means that like closure. That's it. She never got any closure with.
Compassion.
Yeah. She never like all these different elements. She hates Zuko because he is directly responsible for their mother vanishing, and like of all of things,
She also hates him because she was jealous of him for getting all of their mother's attention.
Yes.
Yeah. And it's like so. It's weirdly like when you look at Azula, she wants her mother's attention and her mother's love and never gets what she feels like she's owed. Her mother vanishes.
Right.
She no longer like her mother vanishes. Her brother gets exiled. She no longer has a
And
ballast
she's being
to
groomed
attach
by
to.
their psycho
Well,
Oza.
Then basically the only
psycho
person
dad.
she has left to attach to is her father, and that drives her even further down an unhealthy path. She doesn't have anyone to save her. She's a very tragic person, but she is still
Yeah.
also responsible for all of her fucking actions,
And
even
here's
with
the-
that.
And here's the thing, Lily is technically right about this. The problem is that she's wording it like a bitch. Like there's a way to present something of like, hey, maybe this is different from what your typical point of view might indicate. But, you know, here's what this might actually mean given these context clues. There's a way you can present that to your audience without being antagonistic unnecessarily. This shit is why people are always so like, you know, and you wonder why people are so against you all the time.
But,
You
like,
pull shit like
what's
this for no
interesting is
reason.
you can have both reads at the same time because she can be of two different
Yes.
minds. Because, like, on one hand, it is her brother and she might have a soft spot for him, so it might be warning him. But on the other hand, she might be thrilled that he's going to die because now her mother has no one else to fawn over but her. It's like,
Yes.
like there are several ways that Azula could be in different mindsets, and it's just like you're ignoring what is a much more complicated relationship. You are trying to focus on one point of positivity in a sea of just morally gray.
And most importantly, you're
It is the
pretending that
ultimate cherry
people
pick.
Yeah, and you're also pretending that most people don't understand this either. After all these years, after the 10,000 fucking analysis videos on Azula's character. Are you fucking serious?
I know nothing says to also add to it. Even if Azula was warning her brother, what was Zuko going to do about it? He's a kid with no control over the situation. Zuko had two choices.
Yeah.
Which he could either take, depending on what we saw of him, he could be a limp noodle and accept his death, or he could run away. Those were the
Yeah.
options. And, like, they're not really good ones because I don't have any faith that he would manage to escape without help.
No.
No, and also he would be chased down like a dog.
Which is why their mom had to offer herself as tribute, I believe. I
Yeah.
think that's why she ran away.
Yep.
life. Zuko and Azula are a prime example of a scapegoat-golden child dynamic. The scapegoat is abused directly, and the golden child used as an example to shame them, but ultimately grows disillusioned and escapes, while the golden child is abused indirectly and used as a cudgel against their sibling, and ultimately breaks down and has a much harder adult life because their development was sabotaged.
I actually don't agree. Like, Azula was a no, it wasn't. Like, it's a golden child. Neither of them are the scapegoat. He just kept pitting them against each other to see who shook out as the best heir. Like,
well, Zuko was technically kind of considered hated. Like, he didn't fawn over Zuko like he did with Azula, although he never showed Azula as much of, if any, affection at all.
yeah, he just, like, for her, it was meeting a baseline that Zuko could never meet.
Yes.
And, like, which, you know, didn't ever elevate into really praise. It just acknowledgement. That was all you were fighting for, and that's not great emotionally.
Yeah.
And also, like, because of the comics, we understand that maybe... I think it's confirmed that Zuko is Ozai's child. However, from the timeline we know, it is possible that he is someone else's child. Like, basically because the mother had a relationship with someone before she was taken by Ozai. And I fully believe that he is Ozai's son. I wonder if that doubt in Ozai's mind affected how he treated his son.
I wouldn't doubt that.
A light just went off, but I don't know where. What the hell?
Oh.
Did one of my lights dim? Alexa, turn center light to 100%.
Ed Savinsky, she was the second born of a second born. Of course she was his favorite. Yeah.
But yeah, no, like, even the comics do nicely give a little more interesting characterization to Ozai.
Yes.
Oh no! Oh no! Omega Rob, my rock, he is homeless.
Oh, what'd he do? Oh my god. No!
My rock is homeless. Oh, God, I wish this zoom was
In the
a little...
arms of the angel.
God, could this zoom work with me a little bit here? It's really weird. Oh.
Children who are raised to take part in abuse often tend to be angrier and more aggressive people in their adulthood, trying to continue that pattern of blaming the scapegoat for everything. But what makes Zuko and Azula so interesting is that you're never at any point given the notion that this was inevitable. You can see every point where they could break the chains of their father's abuse and just don't, either because they're still in denial or they're just after power. And while I put all this on their...
No. That is oversimplifying. In denial, yes, potentially. But Azula was looking for affirmation. She was looking for affection. Power was a means to an ends that she never arrived at. The problem with Azula is she could have gotten that warmth from other family members. She could have been... She could have actually had a healthy relationship with Zuko. She could have had a healthy relationship with Iroh. Iroh attempted to reach out to her and she rejected him. Azula, in many ways, as a child, set herself up for failure because she didn't go to these alternate sources of warmth and comfort like Zuko did. Zuko very much loved his uncle, and his uncle very much loved him back, and they formed a much healthier parent-child bond.
And in a lot of ways, they were kind of forced into that position. Like, another thing is that Azula herself is a tragic, victim. They both are victims, but she's a victim of the larger, like, Fire Nation totalitarian system, which regards, parental warmth, traditional parental warmth or family warmth as a weakness.
Yeah. So it's all... You're oversimplifying for the sake of your argument, Lily. Which
in some levels, yeah. Which on one hand I appreciate because you run on so many different angles already, but on the other hand, it's like it really dilutes your point here.
Father. For being honest, their mother wasn't exactly a good parent, insufferable boy mom that she is. However, and this is the part that most people don't touch on at all, their direct contrast.
Again, it is interesting that comics introduce that caveat that both she and Iroh may not know who Zuko's real parent is, even if it has been meta confirmed for us, which I like. Like, that actually does explain a lot of the dynamics at play here, because he's potentially the child of the person that she actually loved.
Go back a tiny bit, actually. Hold on, what is she about to say?
Woman loves boy. This is wrong.
Called him as an insufferable
Sorry, you cut out
boy.
Yeah. No, that's absolutely, like, that's kind of true. Like, I don't think she hated Azula, but like, she had a distance from Azula. Like,
right.
I do actually think there is a level of blame to put at Zuko's mother for how Azula wound out. Like,
Right.
just because, again, this goes back to just because you yourself are a victim of abuse, like Zuko's mother was at the hands of Ozai. Oh my God, Deterex, why?
What the fuck?
Wily Orchard defeated.
No.
Oh. The fuck? What
I guess this is her after I made my first video. Me and Pete made our first video on her.
What the fuck is this? I just got a text. Gabrielle, thanks for contacting the law offices of Blake R. Maslin. Unfortunately, we will not be representing you. You have a limited amount of time to protect your legal rights by giving notices and filing a lawsuit. If you are still interested in pursuing your claims, please hire another attorney ASAP to see what your deadlines are.
Text them back and tell them you have the wrong number.
I am.
Yes. Jesus Christ.
Am not Gabriella. Please send her my kind regards when you find her number. They sent the or Gabriel. Oh well. I just gave him a sex change. My bad.
Boy mom that she is. However, and this is the part that most people don't touch on at all, their direct contrast to the other siblings in the show, Katara and Sokka, where Zuko and Azula were.
What? No, shut the fuck up. People have said that many times in other videos. What are you talking? This is how I know. This is how you know she's lying, people. She doesn't talk to anyone.
And like, I'm thinking back, and it's like, okay, there's actually a lot more parallel between Sokka and Katara and Azula and Zuko than I thought, because a lot of their relationship gets established early in season 1 with the Bato of the Water Tribe. Like, I actually, the more I think about it, there's a lot of, because like Bato to them is Uncle Iroh to Zuko and Azula, and ironically, their relationship with Bato is a little bit like, it's warm, but it also strains their relationship with their friend. Like, there is a level of dedication there. And then later, their father reaffirms both of them for being very brave and successful, but mostly like how proud he is for them standing up for what's right. It's like they are like their father as opposed to Ozai. And of course, their love for their mother, who is also absent from the picture. There is a very strong parallel between these families.
Yes, and it's incredibly obvious that that is the case, which is why other people have made those connections. So this whole thing that, oh, other people don't talk about this at all, she's fucking lying. Just type it on YouTube and people have already done it probably.
Okay, now remember, we gotta do not attribute to evil what you can attribute to stupidity.
Lily has lied before. I can fuck that shit. Fuck.
I am now more and more under the impression that she has like the cranium and brain layout of a koala. So it's about the size of a walnut with plenty of holes in it. And it's the rest of her cranium is just filled with brain fluid that keeps it protected when she takes hard impacts. So
Also, her brain is smooth.
well, yeah, it's smooth,
all
but it also
standard,
has
so-
holes in it. It's like weirdly Swiss cheese consistency.
Ugh.
No, you know what? It's like American processed cheese consistency, but with the Swiss cheese layout.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Father, Katara and Sokka grew up with only each other. They lost their mother at an early age and their father shortly afterward, both in different ways due to war. Well, that sounds familiar. And mostly stayed
Oh,
glued to
whoa,
each other.
whoa! Stop!
Oh.
Stop! Do not. They are nowhere near the same. Holy shit! That is a bad comparison. Oh.
I don't remember. I've only seen Spy Family season 1, and even then, that's been a while.
Well,
so I
Yuri
don't
and
really
Yor,
fully remember.
I think they were orphaned. I think both their parents were killed in the war. So Yor ended up having to raise Yuri completely on her own, which is kind of a parallel to Katara. But Katara is also much closer in age to Sokka. Oh, sorry, no, it's not actually, because Katara and Sokka's actually older, and they kind of took care of
Yeah.
each other. Obviously, Katara, like both of them, kind of fell into like being each other's like opposite sex parent. Sokka was kind of like the father who actually took a job and like saw the village, which is very much in line with their customs. And she took on much more of a mothering role, but they also had the rest of the village to take care of them. Whereas Yuri and Yor had no one but themselves. Yor had to basically take on becoming an assassin to care for her brother. Katara and Sokka, neither of them needed to do that.
Yeah.
Hips out of a need for survival, and that's something that never really changes for them. When they find the Avatar and Katara decides to take him to the North Pole, Sokka's right there with her. And while they do fight and argue, it's never without reason, often being provoked or result of being agitated or exhausted. Also, Sokka's a chauvinistic dick, and Katara has a shorter fuse than a pressure cooker bomb. But in spite of that,
Yeah, like siblings in real life.
Yes, like siblings
Well,
in real
maybe
life.
mine
This is the typical sibling experience, Lily. They are
Yeah,
actually
when people say siblings fight all the time, this is what they're talking about.
Yeah, it's like, now admittedly they have it, when I talked about it, how there is a general experience, but the people do experience their own extremes. Theirs is that they're effectively orphans, but they also have mitigating factors that help soften that, even if it still does very much affect them. But they are still very much falling well within the typical experience of most normal siblings. This is how they are done.
Yeah.
What you are probably referring to, what you're not understanding, is just how everyone has a slightly different experience with these general archetypes.
Yeah.
Lily displays insane amounts of siblingless behavior. New insult just dropped. Siblingless behavior.
Siblingless behavior, brotherless behavior, sisterless behavior. That's
Brotherless behavior sounds like an insult to the clergy. Father, you are exhibiting brotherless behavior.
God.
that, you see a lot of signs of very deep and profound love between them. Two moments stick out to me immediately. In The Deserter, Aang burns Katara when he recklessly jumps the gun with firebending. Sokka, who had been warning him the entire episode that this was dangerous, is pissed and fucking tackles him to the ground.
Katara, I'm so...
I told you we shouldn't mess around with this. Look what you did.
Pausing for copyright.
You burned my sister.
This is an especially touchy nerve for Sokka because he's already lost family to firebenders, so potentially losing the only family he has left to a reckless and impulsive avatar, firebending, strikes a pretty deep chord with him. Nope. That is too fucking far. And frankly, Katara was lucky
What?
she only got a burn on her hands. The way Aang was messing around, it could have got a lot worse.
Oh.
And Sokka's reaction is to put a stop to that crap before someone gets even more seriously hurt. And the first time he sees Katara after this, he immediately checks to
Katara has no face because of the low compression. That's funny.
Make sure she's okay.
Yeah,
No, it was
okay,
Ko,
Lily.
the face
Protective older
stealer.
brother with PTSD. Not exactly setting the world on fire.
You know, you're right, it's not. The Fire Nation is, but it's reciprocal. Okay, so we all remember
Ha. I want that's not a bad joke, but it's
Yeah.
you saying it, and I don't want to laugh.
So it
Jet.
just it kind of dilutes it by a few points.
Yeah. In certain ways, yes, he's even more violent than her. And what? What?
What?
Oh, we're
Wait,
talking about
sorry,
her
what?
brother. Okay.
Got it.
one of the worst episodes of the show. I won't harp on why, but one thing I find interesting is that
Whoa,
in the live
whoa! What? Jet?
Okay.
What? Oh, you know why? Because it's showing
Oh,
the freedom fighters as wrong.
Bye. Oh, right, yeah.
Right, yeah.
She would
Granted,
not.
She never made. She hasn't made a video on it, but I wouldn't doubt that that's the reason. Yeah.
Well, no, she has made a video on it, but she used Magneto as the crutch for the video.
Yeah, it's like this is
Okay,
absolutely
because I don't
well
remember
within her.
mentioning this in the video.
This
Yeah.
episode is one of the best in the show. Yes, because it showed it was one of the best because it showed that there are horrors that can be accomplished by both sides, and that in seeking revenge, you can become just as much of a monster as the people you are trying to fight. It highlights the complicated grays that flood through the nature of war. And Lily hates
Yeah.
standing in the gray. She despises it
Mm-hmm.
because she's such a simpleton.
action remake, Katara finds out he's a
She
terrorist.
actively wants people who are fighting for what
Completely-
they consider an unjust cause to always be the heroes. They can never
Yes.
go too far. They can never do wrong. They can burn down the entire world if they want to, and it would be justified
Right.
in Lily's eyes.
Those
Yeah,
who hunt
or
monsters
that,
will
like,
become
she
monsters
has this-
themselves. Yes.
Yeah, or she has the belief that they will never even go that far. That people who enact any sort of revolution just never think of going too far or doing things that are
Oh, no.
beyond the pale.
No,
Well,
in
yeah.
in that video that I did a reaction to, she actively
No,
said,
I remember that. It's just
Yeah.
that like she kind of does it both ways, which is so fucking weird.
right, yeah.
I wonder what
Like
Lily.
she actively said in that video that people like Jet, like Magneto, should be able to commit genocide if they want to. If it changes
it's
things.
justified.
Yeah, it goes back
If
to
in her-
that.
in her mind.
Just
It's
because
sort
you
of
were
like
hurt
the-
doesn't mean you can hurt people back.
Yeah, it's sort of like the
Exactly.
narcissist prayer. If it happened, it didn't happen, and if it did, it wasn't that bad. And if it did, it wasn't my fault. And if it was, you deserve it, or some shit like
yeah,
that.
something
Kinda
like
that.
kind of goes. I wonder what she would think of Gary Plausch. It'd be very interesting because that was a man that killed the man that abused his child. I'm not going to go into much, but like considering Lily's history, I feel like she would be at an impasse. It's like, oh, this man is fighting for a just cause and he's breaking the law to do it. Like he openly murdered someone in cold blood. It's like, oh yeah, no, that's totally justified. And it's like, well, what about the guy did to his kid? And it's like, well, that guy, he, and she starts sweating like, oof, yeah. If
And
anyone,
somebody just speaks up and it's all like, should have dodged.
I was gonna say, Gary Plausch is a very interesting circumstance. That guy got off scot-free because literally no jury would convict him.
Good lord.
Yeah, no, what happened to his child was fucking horrific. So everyone
Yeah, I
understood
never heard
what he
of this
did.
guy.
It's a horrifying story, but also it's like, if you are into revenge tales, that's a real life one that like, woof. Anyway, dark topic matter out of the way.
Goes, you forgot what you're fighting for, and turns on him. Conversely, in the original, she actually tries to reason with him and refuses to accept how far gone he is. You know, it does make her turn on him, though.
We can't let them do that to anyone else ever again.
This isn't the answer.
I want you to understand me, Katara. I thought your
Pausing. Copyright.
brother would understand. but
Where's Sokka?
Katara.
Pausing for copyright.
Yep.
Yeah, Jet implies that he might have hurt Sokka, or worse, and that strikes a pretty deep chord with Katara. Nope, that is too fucking far. Again, Katara's lost family to war already, so the moment she thinks her family has been hurt by it again, she immediately brings down the pain on the one responsible. And when Sokka
It's also like a compounding interest thing, Lily.
Yeah.
Two things.
She doesn't want
you have
innocent
such
people to die.
Lily has such an allergy to two things being possible at the same
Being
time.
true at the same time. I said this exact thing during my stream. It's insane.
Also, like, Lily, she's trying to reason with him that it is wrong, so she is already against him. And it is only when Sokka might have been hurt that she realizes that there is no reasoning with him.
Okay,
yeah.
Let me put it this way.
At first, it was an ideological difference, and then it became a moral difference.
She was, in that initial conversation, she was trying to talk him down from committing a horrendous action. And then he implies that he has already committed a horrendous action on a deeply personal level. Like, that breaks the entire dynamic because it's no longer I'm trying to stop you from hurting everyone else and basically damning yourself morally, but also, but it goes from that to, oh, you're already crossed the line and you need to go down. Like, you're not backing down from this. I can't convince you. You've already hurt someone that's a friend. Like, and my brother, you're also crossing that line. It's like there are several compounding interests here, and it's like, God, Lily.
turns out to be alive, the relief on her face is palpable. The two of them have had nobody but each other for the last 2 years, and so the last thing they want to lose is each other.
What about the rest of the village?
Yeah, they were pretty satisfied about that too.
Gran! Fuck you!
Yeah.
Gran was awesome! That was one of the worst things they did in the live action. They've ruined her.
Yes.
They ruined Grandma! Who let Rags write the Avatar live action? Anyway.
What the fuck?
That's an EFAP meme. It's like, Rags ruins grandmas. And everyone's like, I can't remember how that got started, but it's just something that happens now.
I forgot about that.
There are so many fucking memes.
I'm so shocked that Lily would just forget that they had an entire village of like 30 people that are also considered family, because that is how Inuit and other people who are native like see each other. Like they're villagers. They're considered siblings, or family members. So like the fact that someone who considers herself part native wouldn't even consider that. And just ignores the fact that the rest of the village exists, including Gran.
Yes.
Like and says that they only had each other, which is definitely not true. Why would you say that?
You would think this would be another interesting thing to parallel between them and Zuko and Azula, because a lot of what goes into the way siblings interact with one another
be right back.
is the general culture. Okay, it's the general culture and community that they both live in, right? Like the water tribes tend to be much more communal, right? And of course, a lot of this is exacerbated by the war, but they had to rely upon each other, the whole view of like the village raises the child, that kind of thing. That is a very dominating culture within the water tribes and in Inuit cultures in general. Whereas with the Fire Nation, especially with the totalitarian regime that's been going on, obviously that was done away with, because they'd see that as a personal weakness against greater growth in their culture. In their own culture, they see themselves better than the other ones. And so the Fire Nation is just chock full of these, very high-strung, opportunistic people like Zhao, or, other villains within that sphere. that were raised in this environment.
Even
And of course, Azula and Zuko are put in this very same environment in turn, and they both react in different ways.
yeah.
So you would think that would be something else that Lily would acknowledge if she thinks, oh, these are parallels that nobody talks about. But this is some shit I just crapped out in 5 seconds. But okay.
Izanagi says Lily's view on media is just way too narrow and hurts her argument. It's not even like she has like I think she just at this point I think Kaiser is right. You gotta acknowledge there is malice here that she just willingly ignores things that are on the page.
Listen, if she's willing to outright ignore that there are non-sexist definitions of like a trope that she doesn't like being that is used negatively, like at that point she has to be lying, or she's willfully being ignorant of alternative views that other people might have. That I'm not joking when I say that Lily does not talk to people. She never asks any of these amorphous fandom people what they think, or any like specific questions about their takes on media. She just somehow keeps running into the most rancid, toxic people, and somehow we're just her word for it. I don't know, man. At some point, you really you can only hear the same story of, oh my god, I keep running into these toxic fandom people and fandom this, fandom that, until you really think, are you the actual problem? Because I don't run into those people on a daily fucking basis. So how the fuck did you get into that?
Yeah.
That's my fucking
Yeah.
question.
Oh.
Is also reflected in action scenes for the first and second season, where the two often fight together, or at least are always watching each other's backs.
Pausing for copyright.
Copyright. I clocked it.
You mean iconic? It's not a collection of strange things or incongruous things.
No, I said I clocked it, as in like when you.
Oh, okay.
You
He said eclectic, and I'm
pause
like,
for
what?
Copyright. No. Also, hey Saito.
Oh, what's up, Saito? How's it going?
Person who rage
I can't
baits and treats
believe-
every interaction like an argument happens to only have negative interactions with other fans. Yeah, makes you think, dog.
Oh God,
Yeah,
here it comes.
Also,
Bend
Here it comes, guys.
it's just,
Ugh.
huh?
I'm looking at the next title. Here it comes.
Oh, boy.
Sly.
Oh, it's the Digimon one.
I seem to manage.
And then there's
Yes, they are awesome. I get it. You're awful at analyzing them.
The Runaway, where Sokka has a heart-to-heart with Toph
Also,
about
this-
how he's
Okay.
come to
Cut
really
this off
rely
wrong.
on Katara. This is the episode where Katara's reputation as motherly came in, by the way. Sokka's talking about how his family
Oh,
had been
shit.
What? No. Like, it's where it was
Why?
first acknowledged by the other characters,
Yeah.
but, like, it was present through the entire story.
Yes.
What? I'm sorry, I missed
She said,
that
oh, this
because-
episode is where Katara's reputation of as being a mother came in. And it was like, no, this is only the
Oh my
point where it
God,
was
yeah,
acknowledged
no.
by the show. Not like the show still had it. It was
Yeah.
still
Yeah.
there. It was just that Sokka is acknowledging it openly while discussing something with Toph, who herself had a bad relationship with her
Yeah,
parents.
because- Yeah, and of course,
I-
aspects of that manifested in her arguing with Katara.
I also find it very weird that what Lily is doing for a lot of these clips and like emphasizing like, oh, Katara is saving Sokka and Sokka is saving Katara and they care about each other. It's like, yeah, they're siblings. Why are you stating
Because
that?
she's
Why
trying
are
to
you,
say,
why are you
like,
saying the obvious?
she's like, oh, this is what siblings should be. And it's like, well, yeah, but you also showed them arguing, which goes
But it's
antithetical
like-
to your
Siblings,
point.
even bickering siblings, are still like this.
Yes.
And you're trying to say that, like, oh my god, people in media still love, like, all these toxic sibling relationships and never go for the softer ones, but, like, you got Katara and Sokka right there, and people unanimously think they are awesome and great and
Yeah,
cool.
they're
Also, notice how Lily is willing to show clips from the show in order to emphasize her points, but whenever she has to talk about what other people think about these relationships or things like that, she mysteriously never shows any evidence of it.
Yep.
Notice that.
Mhm.
You have to download these clips into whatever, thing that you got and upload them onto whatever software, editing software you have.
I'm
It
trying to
takes
think.
even less time to find a tweet.
I'm trying to think of other sibling dynamics that come to mind that I really like, or is other siblings in media that I really like.
I'm trying to think, like, a lot of the ones the shows I watch don't really have.
Yeah,
like,
they're not as common
sibling things going on.
as I thought they would be. Like, I'm going to go through our list, Twi, and see what we might have.
Sure.
Where did your messages go? It's so
I was
small.
about to say, I need to see Annie List, my Annie List account.
Hikari and her sister in Interviews with Monster Girls. Like, that's a very sweet relationship. Like,
Yeah,
they
yeah.
argue with each other all the time, but like they're very, very sweet on each other. Let's see.
Yeah.
There's also, of course, Lily would begrudge this part, but Dungeon Meshi with Laios and
Yeah, Laios
Marl,
and
I think her name is.
no, it's Laios and oh
Not
God,
Marl, what's her name?
why am I blanking on it?
Are they like actual siblings? Or
Yeah,
is
they
it
are
just a
actual
sibling-like
siblings. They are
relationship?
actual siblings. She's
Okay,
actually
okay.
his younger sister. Fallon, thank you.
Yeah, if anything,
Okay.
Fallon. Yeah, the entire show is about Laos trying to find his sister in the dungeon.
What about Riku and Rika in
You cut out.
Riku and Rika from D and Angel?
They were fine. Yeah.
Fucking duh! Edward and Alphonse.
Oh,
my
yeah!
God.
Holy
Yeah.
shit! Oh my God, they are so sweet to one another. Like, they do bicker but like Al is such a sweetheart, and Ed genuinely has a deep caring for him. It's great.
Yes. What
Let's
the
see.
fuck?
Eureka 7 doesn't really have siblings. Dean
No.
Angel, Shugo Kara. Yeah, Shugo Kara. What's her face loves her little sister. But like it's a little bit different when you get to like
Yaya and Tsubasa.
Yeah, Yaya and Tsubasa.
Oh, and
what's her face? Why am I blanking on the main character's name?
well, I was gonna say Utau, but that's not really a healthy relationship.
Oh yeah, no, God no. I was gonna jokingly say is like, oh yes, no game, no life.
Oh, there is you guys probably won't know this one, but Origairu, one of my favorite romance slice of life anime, has a really like sweet sibling relationship. Even though there's not a whole lot of bickering, it's more like snide comments between the two. But it's interesting because the main character is usually obviously very emo and not all about socially interacting with people, but
Raymond,
he opens up to his sister a lot.
But
we are forgetting about a very important sibling relationship in the shows that we have watched.
What?
I'm scratching my brain. Trigun?
Yugo and
oh fuck, it's Yugo. Sorry,
no,
you cut
no,
out.
fuck sakes.
Yugo and
Yugo and Adamai.
yeah, like that one's even more interesting because they met later in life.
Yeah, they did.
So it's like and to be fair, their relationship does go south in season 4.
Yeah, but that's also the very first time that they
yes, that is the
fought
first
with
time
each other
that
and
they
disagreed.
actually
So like
came
they
to
didn't
blows.
know how to handle it.
Yeah.
Also, there was the fact that like there was a
also,
pseudo clone.
He's in
Yeah.
Yeah. Ed Savinsky says, willing to give up your arms
I
is deep
don't know
carry
if you
now.
guys can hear me very well now.
It is cutting in and out occasionally,
Yeah.
but like that was a little bit clearer. Someone pointed out that
Thanks.
she doesn't believe that
He's-
Laos cares about Fallon, and it's like, what?
Yeah, I remember that in
I
her
don't-
review. Yeah, we need to cover that video. at
I was
some
gonna
point.
say, like, it's not even a spoiler. The start of the series is literally Laos throwing everything he has left on one more expedition into the dungeon to save his sister's life. Like, after she
Yes.
had already presumably died. Like, it
Yeah.
is an insane level of care. Just because he's a very aloof guy doesn't mean that he's not emotionally motivated.
That he doesn't care.
There's a
Yeah.
reason that the fandom considers him very heavily autistic. It's not strictly accurate, but like, of all the characters to be called that outside of Asakusa from Isaacen, he would be top of my list for like, oh yeah, he
Yeah,
might
100%.
actually be on the spectrum.
He
pretty
might
hard.
have the tism a little bit.
Um,
Izanagi for $5. Clive and Joshua in Final Fantasy 16 was pretty well done through that, though that's a game. But yeah, I
Yeah.
do see people like their relationship a lot.
it's like it's Lily just has she doesn't look outside of herself.
No, she
Exactly. She doesn't talk to people. She doesn't ask people what they think.
Isaacen mentioned, yes, everyone go watch Keep Your Hands Off the Isaacen. It's a great
Isaac's
show.
really fun.
It's a really fun show.
doesn't. It is. It's very beautiful too.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
gorgeously animated and just it makes you love and understand animation so much.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
broken, and all he really has left is Katara, who's become a surrogate mother figure to him and his best friend. It's a very personal moment for Sokka, especially because Katara is eavesdropping on the entire conversation. He even says he's never talked about this to anyone. That he drops this just to settle an argument between Katara and Toph takes a lot. Katara and Sokka may bicker a lot, but it's because they're both stubborn and hot-headed teenagers who have basically raised each other without their parents around, and they learn to get
Again,
Which, to be fair, even if they weren't that way, they would probably still argue for different reasons.
by the
Like
way,
that's
it's Fallon.
again, that's how
Fallon.
people. But because that's how people work.
Yes.
Like, I don't know, man. Like, dude, when you're roommates with somebody, you're gonna argue with your roommate. That's just, it's inevitable. It's
when
not
you're
a matter
friends
of
with
if,
people, you're going to argue
if
with
it's
them.
a matter of when.
I've argued with friends,
Yes.
like very passionately argued with friends over topics that we very strongly disagree on. And it leaves a really bad taste in your mouth when you do that because, like, you don't want to be arguing with them. You just have different points of view, and, like, you can't always reconcile that. Sometimes you just got to let that lie. It's like, you can have that. Like, when you have a close personal connection with someone, naturally conflict is going to arise when there is a disunity. It happens. And it can happen from the petty all the way up to the fundamentally serious.
And that happens regardless of what personality type you are, really.
Yeah.
get control of their tempers and egos as the series progress, but they would still absolutely lie down on a sword for each other. The contrast between the fire and water siblings is as different as well, fire and water, I guess. I wish the show had taken Azula's abuse more seriously. We would have probably seen that contrast used as a narrative device more often. And then you have Mach.
Wait, it took it. Azula is constantly
I mean, they
praised
took
as
it
one of the
plenty
strongest
seriously.
tragedy moments, not just in Avatar, but in animation. Well, I do think that is overselling it
Yes.
just a bit. The Avatar claim is incredibly true. Her story is incredibly
Yeah.
complicated and incredibly engrossing. And I don't know where you wanted necessarily
Yeah.
more of that dynamic with her and Zuko. It was all really on the page.
I guess, like, if I were 100%, if I were to write this, okay, because Lily has this other problem where she says something that might be true, but she says it in a stupid way. So the might be true deeper statement, what she's actually trying to say is probably the element of Azula herself being a victim is something that could have been emphasized throughout the story a little bit more, so we can get an insight of things from her point of view specifically. but the way that she says it doesn't make any sense because even the parts that the story does focus on absolutely takes her seriously, 110%.
Like we have the whole like
It
we do
shows her
see things from her
tragically
perspective.
crying as she loses.
Yeah, it shows her staring at herself in the mirror, seeing her mother, and getting furious at like this look of disgust. It's, oh God. Also, I was gonna point out that like we're like a minute and a half into the section marked as Ty and Kari, and we still haven't talked about Ty and
What
Kari.
the fuck? What?
She
False
her
advertisement?
her time codes are off. It's hilarious.
Go in
That's
Berlin.
funny. That usually
Who are
doesn't
also there.
happen
But if
with
I
her.
could shift gears
There
away
we
from
go.
Avatar for a
Sloppy.
minute, I'd like to highlight one example of a sibling relationship that I think is not only great, but should serve as a fucking model for writing them. Lily, are you really citing Digimon as a model for anything but corporate cash grabs? Shut your fucking face hole, voice in my head.
Holy shit! Shut your fucking face hole, Lily. Period.
Yes,
for real.
please don't.
Digimon season
Because-
1 is so like comparatively well written to its peers. It's not rocket science, but it does tackle a lot of very complicated issues for its age grading.
Yeah, you know why?
Mhm.
Because it was deliberately written that way. He has stated that he wanted to write a show that actually meant something to
BRB.
children and not just be a corporate cash grab. He did that deliberately to, like, just because the show was meant to sell toys, that didn't mean that it couldn't be well written and to resonate with children. He wrote it specifically like that.
Azure Phoenix, that tends to happen with timestamps when editing out a video. Wait, who are you talking to? Like the evolution of cat to angel? Look, we're not going to get off into the weeds, but Digimon Digivolution is much different than what
And-
people perceive as evolution in like the Pokemon sense. Like it's not just like superficial. There is a strong reason.
Did you guys
why.
hear me at all?
No, I heard you. I thought.
Did you
or
hear
am
me at all? Okay.
I did I talk over you?
Well, no, you just didn't acknowledge anything that I said, which is making me nervous because, like, I've been having these problems.
Oh yeah, no. We heard you. I was looking for a moment where you were finished so I could reply to that because like I was also getting angry at like people do misunderstand Digimon a lot because they look at it through the filter of Pokemon.
Yes.
It's so like they don't want to engage. They don't take the time to engage with it on its own merits. And even though I know I'm not
That's
the,
why my Digimon video is.
yeah. And I understand, like, I'm not the biggest fan, but, like, from talking and interacting with Twy, I've come to appreciate it a lot more than even I did as a kid. So it's, like, it's one of those things that, like, man, I really do wish people would take things on their own merits more. I try to do that with everything I interact with, but sometimes, like, it is a struggle, and people just don't have the time for Digimon, and it's sad.
Yeah.
Isa says,
They just think that it is a Pokemon knockoff, or they think that it is a corporate cash grab. It really is not. And it's such a shame that people want to judge it simply because it is not as popular as this other thing.
yeah.
Maybe the popular thing didn't come first, or maybe the popular thing is also just meant to be a cash grab, but people don't want to acknowledge that because it is beloved to them, or maybe they don't want to realize that it is also following a trend from something else that they are not aware of because it's not as popular over here.
It's also like we're starting to see that Digimon is it's starting to see its day in the sun. Like that the whole dichotomy between the popularity of Time Stranger and Pokemon ZA that had some teeth. Like for the first time, really, a Digimon game really started to challenge. Like it didn't easily, it didn't beat it, but fucking hell, it made a giant bleed, and that's a warning sign. That's a warning shot across Pokemon's bow. Especially because like Pokemon keeps shutting down fan projects that are trying to actually evolve the series.
Yeah. And it's such a shame too because like in Digimon is a lot more respectful to its fan base than Pokemon ever has been. Um like from its inception, Digimon has called upon the fans to help create Digimon. Half of the Digimon in the first season of Digimon were created by fans. Angemon, um, Waymon, uh, Kabuterimon, Birdramon, all of these Digimon were created by fans, not the designers for Digimon. They were created by fans. So like these have been a thing in the Digimon fandom from the very beginning, whereas like when has Pokemon really done something like that? Um like sure, I don't think that there is like many Digimon fan projects that they would need to shut down, but I would imagine that just doing something as simple as let me buy out your fan game and make it into an official thing would go over so much better than what Nintendo does.
Yup. Couple of super chats, but first, Daigato, giving us the big three of Latin American culture. And just really cute. I guess I'm Goku. I think you're Zoro. I'm not sure what Kaiser is. Maybe One Piece? I'm not sure. I don't know if that's a different character I'm just not familiar with. I just love that
Maybe.
Goku's there because it's like, yeah, they're huge on him. Izanagi,
Yeah.
Lily doesn't get that toy promotions can be deep or meaningful. God, I'm pissed as a Toku fan. Yes! Lord knows! Like, Black Sun, Kamen Rider Black Sun was, like, sold so much merch, and it was also a story that ended up promoting child soldiers. So, like... Chet Manley, not so fun fact. She had Michaela turn Tai into a trans girl for a fan art. She's done the same for Dante and seems to have a thing for egg cracking. Ugh.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I discussed that like I discussing that earlier with the Tatiana situation. Like I discussed that happening and being very prevalent in a lot of what my friend saw in the Mega Man fandom, that not that egg cracking isn't just a thing that passively happens, but that people almost fetishize it. That they
Yeah.
actively go to try and forcibly crack people's eggs because they simply want that person to be someone else that they aren't.
Well, I think there's also like a sense of like validation. Like I did a good thing for a good for
Yeah,
a person.
validation.
Yeah, validation. Sore Heart, I used to see
Yeah.
Digimon through the lens of Pokemon. I changed my mind when I played my first Digimon game. I appreciate Digimon more now. I'm glad for that. I hope that continues to grow. I mean, like Digimon has never been a perfect series.
All right, guys,
but it's
what I
always-
missed.
It's been a good. Oh, we're just talking about egg cracking. Don't worry about it.
What? Also, why do I have overalls?
I don't know what basically these are the big three of Latin American culture. I don't. Hoodwinked mentioned? Is it Hoodwinked? Zoro. Anyone curious?
Okay,
Kaiser is
Zoro,
El Chavo.
Goku, obviously.
Who's
What's El Chavo?
Who's El
Is that
Chavo?
an-
I've heard of it. Oh, it's like a looks like a kids sitcom or something.
Oh.
Okay,
Oh,
got it. Okay.
you know, I gotta remember.
that's
I gotta
cool.
make sure I have safety check on before I show my Google results. I don't think it would be for this show, but like I could definitely see. I Google something like Azula and something else crops up. All right.
Well, yeah.
But yeah, Lily
that's
just
cool.
implied that Digimon is basically just a toy commercial. Anyway.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Y'all were still yapping.
Yeah.
At this
Yeah, we were.
Digimon is a model for anything but corporate cash grabs? Shut your fucking face hole, voice in my head. Digimon is actually capable of some really emotionally moving storytelling when it wants to, and its writing, while awkward as sin, was a lot better than I ever gave it credit for. I mean, it had both a tomboy and a girly girl on the main cast, and gave them both equal billing, and made them equally valuable to the group without slinging unnecessary mud at one or the other. For $19.99, that was...
Oh my god. A clock is right twice a day?
Yeah. Like I know that we paused in the middle of her basically shitting on herself for saying that, but at the same time, like, you really did not need to say this in the first place. You could have just gone straight to praising Digimon.
You could have just said, like, a lot of people think that it's a cash grab, but it's not. Like, why did you have to
Yeah.
argue with yourself about it? Like, that's weird. That's
Yeah.
really weird. Like, are you saying, like, are you trying to say, I used to think this way and now I don't? It's like, you could have done that without arguing with yourself and presenting it like you still somewhat believe it. It's weird.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
Like,
You're
you're-
weird. You're a weird person, Lily.
you're what is the Falcon meme? You're out of line, but you're right. Like,
But you're right.
broken clock time with Lily, which does happen, you know.
Wasn't just good,
yeah.
that was fucking
Very
unheard of.
occasionally.
And the way this show wrote Tai and Kari was fucking astounding, because it's not just good, it highlights both how one's experiences informs their approach to their relationships, and how the both of them grow as people. Tai and Kari are like water and more water. They stick together through damn near everything. But because
Okay, but there's a significant age gap. Like, how old are they distant from each other? They're a couple of years.
They are, I think, 4 years apart.
That's a very different dynamic than close age siblings. Like, that's
Yeah,
another
it's
thing
very,
to
very
highlight. Like, depending on how far you are apart in age, your relationship changes. Again, Tai is kind of like a pseudo father figure to Kari. Like, that we could go into,
Yes.
like, that sort of, like, that's the reason why there's the shipping dynamic. Again, we like that Kari, like, idolizes him.
Well,
and that
also-
people take that the wrong way.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, she idolizes him, but she also, like, this relationship still is toxic, just not in the way that Lily is arguing against. Because she
Yeah, because
is
Kari wasn't very
dependent
dependent on
Tai.
Tai.
Yes. I was literally just saying that. Like,
No,
she...
no, on my timing, it was like at the same time.
Damn. Like, I'm just not having a good time with this computer, man.
I don't
I'm
know if
so
it's your
sorry.
computer. I think it's like the internet, because like Kaiser has occasional
maybe.
lag on my end. So
Yeah, maybe we're just all not having a good time today. But anyway, like, she depends on him for everything. It's almost as if she is afraid of making her own decisions or doing things for herself without her brother. And that is very apparent in episode 13 of O2, His Master's Call, where she is actively being pursued and about to be kidnapped by Digimon from another dimension that was not the digital world. And the only thing that she could do is call for her brother, even though that Takeru was right there saying, you can rely on me, and she just couldn't, because the only person that she could pay attention to was her brother. Because she is still in that mindset that my brother is the one who will protect me. My brother is my protector.
yep.
She still wasn't growing out of that mindset of my brother, my father is my protector. And that's why Digimon Try was actually really good, because Digimon Try actually closed that character loop where she became disillusioned with Tai, and like her first like major disagreement with him, and that's when she broke out of that cycle.
Which, by the way, a lot of this has to do again with the significant age gap between the two. Like, you know how I spoke about my second older brother, right?
Yeah.
Excuse me. And the relationship that we had, it was much more tumultuous, significantly so than it was for my eldest brother. Between me and my eldest brother. Me and my eldest brother had arguments, but we never had a significant falling out like me and my second older brother did. We were actually very close, because when you are older and you're put into a position where you have to, parent your sibling, it often forces kids in that position to get into a much more mature mindset, at least when interacting with them. So, of course, with Tai and Kari, they're going to have a much more soft and less
Abrasive.
less abrasive and aggressive interaction between each other.
Yeah.
They are
Also,
if Ty and Kari were the same age, that would be completely different.
yeah.
Yeah.
You
But
Yugok says
also,
Celtic Semblance kicked into overdrive today, and people were like, the scuff
yeah.
fruits out in full force. Yeah, my semblance got so strong it actually affected all of YouTube.
Damn.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh my god. But like going back to the idea that Kai and Kari's relationship is toxic, and going into the idea that Kari has with Ty being a protective older brother. Like that stems from trauma that he had from neglecting his sister. So he went in the hard opposite direction, to the point where Kari cannot defend herself because he has been there due to his trauma of nearly getting her killed. Like she nearly died because he wanted to do something despite the fact that she was sick, and she got pneumonia from it despite the fact that she was like only 4 years old at the time.
So
So that caused
yeah.
him to become extra protective of her, and that caused her to never have to do things by herself and become like super dependent on him.
You want to talk about
So like
unhealthy
it is a toxic
codependence?
relationship.
You want to talk about unhealthy codependence? This is actually a very realistic depiction of what it can look like when it's not just
Yeah.
like violent, like in that kind of way. Also, I was gonna say, like, my semblance didn't upgrade, guys. It was just backed up from not having any streams last week. Which, by the way, I took off that time so I could release Fixing Ruby Volume 7 Complete Edition. So please go check that out. It has a bunch of new art, a bunch of new music, a bunch of new animations. So go check that out. It's a lot of fun. Does Kari grow out of this codependency? Yeah, we mentioned, like, Twy mentioned that it was the sequel series Digimon Try, which people were like, oh, Try praise? And it's like, Twy has always said that she's never been strictly negative on it. It's always been mixed. That it has ups and downs.
Yeah, like I was heavily in the fandom at the time, at least on Tumblr, and the majority of people who bitch about Try complain that the O2 kids aren't there. And like if that's the only complaint that people have with Try, is that the O2 kids aren't there, even though that it's supposed to be a celebration of the first season, then like I don't think that a lot of the criticism is very valid. Like you can criticize a lot of things about Try, about how it's very annoying that they were really pushing the love triangle aspect between Taichi, Yamato, and Sora. And it was very annoying. And it was also very annoying that they also sank the Koshiro Mimi ship in that way, because they knew that it was an incredibly popular ship. And they simultaneously like stirred up the fandom in the shipping sphere in that way to do that, as well as like pushing all of these weird tropes and the sexualization of the characters now that they're teenagers and not just children. You can also criticize it for how sloppily they did the Mekumon thing, even though that I think that it's actually a better done version of what happened with Wallace and Kokomon in the third movie.
I was gonna
It
say,
is basically just
anyone that complains about the O2 kids not being in it, I need to turn and look at them as like, so Hurricane Touchdown. Let's talk about that.
yeah,
Because
like,
that one's even worse.
yeah, like the O2 kids already had their plot with they already did this in a plot. It was called Hurricane Touchdown, and it was terrible. At least the Japanese version. And yeah, I'm saying that the Japanese version, the original version of it, was shit, and that the chopped up English version was better.
It was.
It was garbage.
Confirmed. We watched them in a
But
vacuum. It was miserable.
Yeah.
Hurricane Touchdown sucked. Anyway,
and like Try's plot with Mako and Mekumon was basically the exact same thing with Wallace and Kokomon, but without Terriermon. And they did it better than that movie.
when they mean Ken,
It still has its flaws and it still has its problems. There's still stuff that was very annoying. And it was also very controversial with how they had the whole reset bullshit as well. Like you can argue all of those types of things, but like the majority of the criticism that I had seen at the time that the movies were coming out was absolute fucking shit. It was shit arguments.
When they talk
all
about
just on emotion,
when
not
they
from
talk
logic
about
at all.
O2, they mean Ken and no one else. Maybe Hikari and Takeru too, but Hikari and Takeru were main characters. Anyway, what I was gonna say, if they want more Ken, they can just watch the canon sequel to Digimon, which is Bleach. If anyone says that Uryu isn't secretly Ken, I will challenge you on that. Anyway, let us continue.
Oh yeah, he does look like a grown-up Ken.
No,
That's funny.
he's voiced by the same actor in English.
Oh, for real?
Yes.
That's hilarious.
In fact, they
That's
also
so fucking
there's
funny.
occasionally a woman that appears that looks like an older Kari, and Urahara looks like a grown-up Takeru, who is also voiced by teenage Takeru's voice actor in English.
That's so
I
fucking
clocked all
hilarious.
that,
That's
and
so
then later
funny.
we just looked it up on a whim, and it's like, wait, holy shit, I was fucking right. Does Ken know archery? I think he actually might.
Yeah.
Oh my god. That's funny.
Someone is
That's
saying, what about
hilarious.
Black War Greymon? What about him? That was a terrible subplot. That was so pretentious. Like, the majority of the shit that they did in O2 after the Digimon Kaiser arc was garbage. It was absolute garbage.
Celtic's own Snowpiercer is a Willy Wonka sequel theory.
So
Yeah.
Speaking of garbage, Little
Yeah.
Orchard guys. Sorry, I was
Yeah.
quiet. I was eating ice cream.
That's
the whole
fair.
Time.
And you know what? Better than
Oh,
Lily
wonderful.
Orchard.
Because Ty is a lot older, he's extremely protective of Kari. Okay, Lily, we're back on the older brother thing. When does the PTSD come in? He almost killed her once. Yeah, that shut you up real fucking fast. When Ty was a kid, he almost got Kari killed by taking her out to play soccer when she was sick, because Ty, being 8, was so focused on soccer he didn't really think about anything else. But when Kari develops pneumonia and almost died...
I'm pausing for copyright, but Nivonia?
Nivonia?
You want to read that again?
Well, I played...
Man, is that plot disease? Is that what plot disease is formerly called? Pneumonia?
Go, let's play it again.
But what really kills me is what she said when they brought her home from the hospital. The first words out of her mouth.
Ty, I'm sorry I can't kick the ball very good.
Pausing for copyright.
You'll probably never want to play with me again.
So what Lily is saying here is that trauma bonding is good, actually.
Yeah.
Man, the close relationship formed by the incredible, overwhelming guilt of almost getting your sister killed. Oh, I wonder.
Yeah, but like again, okay, I feel at least on the basic level, she's probably going to agree with us about like what about this relationship works. The problem is that she's trying to make it seem like, oh, every other relationship should follow this one
Well,
suit.
no.
Like,
I think she's
no, it's
going
a
to
different-
completely glaze over or skim over, whatever you want to call it, the actual
she'll probably
toxic
skim over
element.
it.
She's going to say, "Oh, it's good that they're this close." That's what I'm predicting. It's like, no,
Yeah.
They-
Well-
Or saying that their relationship is good and healthy in any kind of way. Like that's what I'm predicting here. Especially like I would be shocked if she didn't mention episode 21. But like man, like especially this episode that she is showing right now where Kari gets sick again. Because she has been sick the entire time. The whole reason why Kari wasn't with the others in summer camp and brought into the digital world at the same time is because she had to stay home from summer camp due to her cold. And she never got over that cold by the time she went through all of this shit and went into the digital world. So running around and not sleeping properly, like, and sleeping outdoors and stuff, of course she's gonna catch a cold again. Or the
Yeah.
cold is just gonna come back worse. But like Ty was absolutely fucking just insane when it came, like, he was absolutely out of his mind with worry, to the point where he almost beat the shit out of Izzy
Yeah.
because
Oh,
he
what?
suggested that maybe they not look in the city for any kind of medication, or they do something else, whereas Ty was just so focused on just getting medication for his sister that him suggesting a different method or a different way
You
just
know,
almost got him his face beat in.
hearing all of this reminds me of one very important thing. The Digimon remake was shit.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's so
2020.
fucking like even you describing this conflict, it just made me realize none of that was in 2020.
I
None of that
say
was
this.
in there.
2020 was one of the most miserable watching experiences of my life because it started very interesting
never
with like
finished
the
it.
bold start of showing off freaking, is it Omnimon?
Omnimon,
Yeah,
yeah. They
it
did that in,
opened
like,
with
the
the
first
Omnimon
episode.
children's war game plot. It's like, oh, okay, you're just hard starting. Interesting. Where are you going with this? And then it just became a fucking monster of the day show where none of the characters get anywhere near any kind of substantial characterization. They were just their shallow fucking archetypes, and they had no dynamic. It was all about just powering up
Yeah,
more and more and more and more and driving me
it was
fucking insane.
It was literally just hype moments and aura of the show and barely any of the actual substance. It was so
I
fucking
wanted to
boring.
claw
It
my
was so
eyes out.
boring.
I don't remember.
Twilight, it was boring. Do
I-
you understand?
Yeah.
I don't remember if I got 19
I-
episodes in or 29 episodes in. It was a 9 that I stopped
Dog,
on.
you
I got
stopped shorter
9
than me.
episodes in, I think.
No, I went in much further. How many episodes? I know I was like in the 30s.
I think I got up to the Metal Greymon reveal.
Yeah, I was further than that.
Yeah,
I you said that you
I went
watched
to
like
the
over 50 episodes.
Kaiser or me?
I think you, but maybe
No,
Kaiser.
I did not watch. I hopped out at a little bit before the halfway point, I thought.
Yeah, I think I was more than halfway because the last episode I watched, I was like, you know what, fuck this. I think it was like when Angelwomon and Angemon went to their higher evolution forms and they were fighting somebody in the sky or whatever, and Omnimon showed up again, I think, and I was like, okay, fuck this. It's just the same shit over and
2020
over
was
again.
style over substance. It doesn't even have fucking style. I actually didn't like how it was animated. It looked so like plastic. Meanwhile, you look at the original show and you look at the backgrounds, even in this shot, like it's beautifully hand painted. Like even though it's like one of the earliest digital shows, I'm pretty sure it's like one of the first pioneers in its field with how they use the digital technology. It had really nicely like watercolor, I think, or some, I don't know what style it was, but it was just very nicely done backgrounds. It actually reminds me a lot of how they're
it was
different.
Watercolor, yeah.
It was watercolor. They're different, but like how Sailor Moon's original anime had very nicely done backgrounds. Very different styles, but like they just took a lot of care with them. And that show was just generic anime from top to bottom. And in fact, some of the like transformations and shit were unfinished. It's like, and then some of them were over, like it did that thing where I hated in Ice Queendom where they over animated certain things like the Metal Greymon transformation. That was so ugly.
Yeah.
People were like, oh my god, it's so well animated. And I'm like, it's just visual noise to me at a point. I hated it.
Yeah.
Anime needs
was
to
so
know where to
bad.
allocate its resources and not overdo it. God.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I can leave that behind and wash it from my brain.
This all comes to a head in an episode where Kari gets sick again, and Ty's running all over Hell's Half Acre looking for medicine, which is where all this is laid out. Ironically, you see how much Ty is fizzing on an adrenaline high by the fact that Kari ultimately ends up being okay after some rest, as she's already up and walking around when Ty gets back. Now, this is where things get weird.
Oh god, Lily, you're not about to bring up that interview again, are you?
No. See, Kari's characterized by Tai as this selfless person who is always worried about the other kids and has the self-preservation instinct of Stockton Rush reincarnated as a dodo bird. But in the original, Kari's actual issue is that she idolizes her brother to a level just short of lunacy, and what she's actually doing in the flashback is apologizing for disappointing him. There's an episode in the sequel series that is
What do you mean? Yes.
I'm
That's
actually surprised
that's
that she
textual.
is well characterizing Kari,
but like at the same time, it's like yes, we saw that. You're laying it out like we
Yeah,
didn't.
that's very blatant in the text.
That
yeah.
wasn't subtext. That was literally the point of the text. You could see it all. Like as a kid, I remember that moment and feeling heartbroken seeing her say that. I wasn't fully processing all this. I fully recognized I didn't quite understand it, but I got the feeling that like
you were a kid.
Yeah, but as a kid, I'm like, Kari, you don't need to apologize. He was a dick to you.
Yes.
Okay, so all right, now that you've laid out the obvious for us, what other obvious are you going to point out?
literally just about the way Kari devalues herself and waits for Tai to save her when she's in trouble, and even gets called out on it. But in the dub, because this side of Kari has been excised, it's about her own self-confidence. So the two of them...
No? It wasn't excised. It wasn't excised in the dub.
To a small extent. They made the dub a lot more romantically coded with TK and Kari as opposed to Takeru and Hikari. Although you can make the argument that it was a little bit romantically coded with Takeru saying, like, you don't have to only rely on Tai, you can also rely on me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, yeah, at the same time, it's like, it's also about her. It is about her self-confidence, like in a way.
Yeah, they're just emphasizing it differently than in Japanese, but it is still fundamentally her own self-confidence because Tai has been protecting her to such an extent that she doesn't do things on her own. She is toxically codependent on him for everything.
Are you guys trying to say that Kari has more than one conflict as a character?
Yeah. It goes back, Lily just
How
can't...
fucking dare you pieces of shit!
We're obviously sexist. Women can't think about two things at once.
Obviously. Yeah, exactly. Listen, if freaking Copen see this sexist to this woman, I'm all like, okay, man, shut the fuck up. All right.
enmesh to a degree, and both their character arcs is about stabilizing that enmeshment. Kari becomes less dependent, and Tai accepts that Kari isn't going to be killed if he looks the other way again, but the affection the two have for each other is never lost with that character arc. It stays there even 15 years, multiple writers, and an animation downgrade later. As older teenagers and adults, they're in...
I don't think Try was all that poorly animated. It looked fine.
It wasn't poorly animated, although there were moments where they definitely had severe dips, but so did the original show.
Years, multiple writers, and an
the main thing is that it lost its uniqueness when it came to the animation, because this guy draws any character the exact same way.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like at the very least, they all look good.
With a lot of yeah, it's passable, but like I do agree that in a lot of like anime remakes nowadays is that like they make everything so much more cleaner and glossy to the point where
I hate that
none
with a
of
lot
the
of
original
anime.
edges of the original, none of the edges of like whatever originals that they make really stay.
It's very interesting if you compare the first 3 seasons of Slayers to the last 2 seasons of Slayers, because they were made, what, like 15 years apart, something like that? Or maybe even 20.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, because like...
well, they came out in 2009 and 2010, and the original show stopped in 1997.
Okay, so yeah, about 15 years apart, about 13 years apart, something like that. And like, the difference in the way that they're handled is that like, the originals had this much warmer kind of papery feel. It's like I always feel like with cell animation, but like that's what I associate with, even if it's not accurate. I think it might have been still digital.
Yeah.
But it had this warmer, very, very rough feel to it. Like there was a texture
Yeah.
everything. And then on top of that, they weren't afraid to break models. Like they constantly were breaking models in order to achieve so many different effects. And so many anime these days are fucking terrified of breaking model. And I don't understand why. It's really like it makes all the characters feel like stiff.
That's not really the issue when it comes to the first seasons of Digimon and Try, because Try's thing is that the director, the animation director of the show, has a certain style, and he did not care to try and draw these characters in the style of the show. He did it in his own style, and that severely changed how these characters looked. And you can see that with Kizuna, because Kizuna went back to the original style of the characters.
Before we move on, I can show Kizuna, but like Titan Executor just drawing me as quote unquote normal Kelpie. Hi, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
Let's see.
So like you can compare Digimon Try to Kizuna.
All right.
I'm trying to find a good photo. This looks like it might be big enough. It's not great, but yeah, it does feel like it has more of that style to it. The only thing, we're just going to do.
That outfit is gross.
Get rid of that gross fucking out. The hair's fine. The hair can stay, but that fucking dress needs to go, and the leggings are fine. We just got to find better. You know what? Here we go. Just
find a better top.
There we go. There we go. Give her a nice little belt with a buckle. There you go. That's much better.
Whoever thought that dress was a good idea needs to get a smack on the back of the head.
Honest to God, Sora has more drip than her.
Yes, Sora is adorable. She's so cute. Okay, and I think the guys look pretty good too. God, TK is. Kari's actually really going to the clubs. Come on, with that trans gossamer overshirt. These two are definitely on a date. Just putting that out there. TK pulls it off, but you got to be careful with the Trilby. He got to be careful he doesn't go a milady.
Oh my God.
Oh.
He's always wearing a hat though.
True. I go back to the bucket hat. It looks, he does when he becomes Urahara. It's fair. It's fine.
Animation. As older teenagers and adults, they're in much healthier places, but they're still the best of friends. Even before this point, the two of them are just adorable. Ever seen the movie? The both of them are little BBs, and they're so close, Tai can understand Kari's whistling, to the point that Kari mostly sticks to the whistle with him.
I know what we can do.
Pausing for copyright.
Let's use it as a soccer ball. You're right, it probably wouldn't bounce that high. Well, now that it's here, how do we get rid of it? We can't...
I don't know, I feel like it's actually pretty easy to understand that, even as a layperson. The way that she's also, shaking her head, we have other indicators along with the tone. We get it. It's not that hard.
Plus, in Japanese, he's not really talking to her like the whistling is the conversation. He is more talking at her in Japanese as well. They added that in English.
Yeah, this is an adaptation change, so.
Yeah.
Keep it.
Which is charming in its own right.
Oh no, not in my bed.
Yeah.
She is adorable. This is super cute.
Yeah.
Pausing.
What are you anyway? I'm a Digimon, short for digital monster. I'm from the digital world.
How come you talk to him and only whistle?
I just want to say, the reason why she popped the whistle out of her mouth in Japanese is because he was saying all of these potential names for Bodemon, and the last one that he said was Black Devil.
Tai, that's racist.
I was going to say either that or this guy. Wait a second. When did Mega Man X5 come out? Because that's when that boss happened. I'm pretty sure.
This is a concept known as enmeshment, where typical boundaries in a familiar relationship are slowly worn away, and the two people involved become increasingly entangled with one another.
Wait, make decisions without each other beyond comfortable personal boundaries. I don't. You could just say unhealthy codependency. I know that's a little bit longer, but like it doesn't need a special term for family members. I know
Yeah,
it's
at least
probably
not
a
in
formal
video
term,
when
but
you're
whatever.
Yeah, it's like when I understand the desire to use specific words when describing social concepts, but when you're talking about media, you don't necessarily need to do that. You can just
Another.
convey in a way that most people would be able to understand. But fine, whatever. This definition works.
The degree to which this is a problem tends to differ from culture to culture. Some places you're expected to drop everything when family needs you, and in other places if you tell your sibling I love you past the age of 12, people look at you funny.
No.
No.
No. No. No. What the
Not at
fuck,
all.
Lily? Where you have no sense of what is quote unquote normal at all. Again, I tell my family I love them regularly. Like sometimes it's through like little jokes, like "Man, I love you," but like kind of an offhanded, but it's still earnest. It's still genuine. I tell that to my friends.
I mean, I did she say that like, oh, it depends on like, what culture you're in or whatever the fuck, like what that could mean, I guess.
Yeah, it's like it does change per culture, but like it's Japan actually doesn't like that scale is wrong. Like well, I guess
Polite strangers? What the fuck? What? America is on the polite stranger side compared to Japan?
Okay, wait, actually I need to understand. What do you mean danger zone? Is like does that mean that like if you go further left of that, that's the danger zone, or is it you go further right of that, that's the danger zone? There's no indicator which side we're supposed to be pointing towards.
Shouldn't
like how direction does this go?
Shouldn't America and Japan be switched?
Well,
Also,
like
what do you mean? What?
weird because like well, no, I think that she's talking about like specifically how relationships between family members are seen in these different countries. So like in the States, she's trying to say that there is a clear delineation between how members should interact with each other. Where in Japan, it's very acceptable to have these relationships between siblings, mainly because of how toxic the family life is in Japan, where the parents are working all the time, so the older siblings in a multi-sibling family have to become the parents of the younger siblings, as we see in the first movie, Lily.
I need to
Where Ty was looking after his little sister and like cooking breakfast, and all of that. And then of course the Italians are
openly okay.
However,
1 minute. Silver-haired freak says the fact that she treats this as a good thing scares me. Yes, but another thing, she's Canadian, right?
Yes, she is.
Fuck you, Lily. Visit the South. All right. People are not polite strangers to one another. They are huggy motherfuckers. Okay.
Exactly.
Like America is such a broad swath of different cultural aspects. It is not one unanimous thing, no matter how much media you consume about it and makes you think you know what you're talking about. Everyone treats things differently down here, depending on where you live, because we're 50 tinier states, or we're 50 tiny countries under one fucking trench coat. Like, that's how we work.
Yeah.
And just, fuck you. Also, like, I'm baffled because like Japan has its own way of dealing with things. And it's not the Rhode to Rhode Island. What the fuck? Wait, I'm just now realizing.
Yeah, you never noticed that?
I don't even know what that means. Yeah, I noticed that. I was just trying to think about what that means.
Road to Rhode
Make sure her safety's on.
Island.
Chet Manley for $2. Fun fact: Lily can't make a chart to save her life. I
Yeah.
think we've noticed.
Oh,
Oh,
it's a
Family Guy
song from
reference.
Family Guy. It's a song. The song is a parody of songs in the old Hope Road 2 films used in the tune of A Road to Morocco. Okay, what is it about? Quiet partners like kept you not 6 feet tall. Yes, and your breasts don't reach your. What the fuck? We're off to the road to Rhode Island. We're certainly going in style. I'm an electro craps. What?
I thought that it
I-
was an incest
don't
joke
get-
that she was making.
Well, I think that might be, but I don't know where the incest joke is.
I've
Rhode
never
Island. Rhode Island is not particularly well known. Like you would go with Alabama, like
Yeah.
Yeah, I
or
was about to-
Mississippi.
So like,
Also, Cy lives in Rhode Island. Oh no, it's a personal attack.
no!
That
Oh,
might
yeah,
be why.
Isn't Cy part Italian? I think she is.
Wait, is this
Holy
like
shit.
oh my god, this might actually be an attack on Cy.
Yo, is this a sneak diss on Cy? What the fuck?
Might
Ugh.
be, yeah.
Family needs you, and in other places, if you tell your sibling I love you past the age of 12, people look at you funny. Enmeshment exists on a scale, but most people who hear about it only really hear about it when it reaches the point where the siblings literally cannot exist without one another. And most stories about enmeshment usually end up going that route as well, along with the other thing. This is where people get skittish about sibling relationships depicted in art. The thing about an escalating issue like this is that by its very nature, it only gets worse over time. That's what the danger of enmeshment is. But if
How do you explain Kari and Tai then? They stop being codependent on one another because they grow as people, and no one outside of them does anything to stop it. It's just the two of them growing as people, observing each other as people, because that's what people do. Lily, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, I was going to say, like, I'm pretty damn sure if we were to look, we can probably find other relationships in media similar to Tai and Kari that end up the exact same fucking way structurally. So, like, yeah, this whole perception that, like, oh my god, we don't do this. I don't know, man. This shit is fucking fake.
Doesn't
This shit
Japan have
sounds
two
so
different
fake.
words for love? It actually, a lot of languages have multiple different words for
They-
love and implications. Like, I mean, that's the deepest I've ever heard Celtic speak. Yeah, I actually like speaking in low tones, but I can never keep it consistent. Like, I always want to be like the deep. Hello, everyone. My name is Markiplier, and welcome back to Lily Orchard's take on why she wants to fuck her sister.
Oh my god.
And Kari gets a boyfriend to focus her time and energy on, at least in the fandom's brains. Look, we already know her and Takeru are a canon couple, and we will die. But no, to the point of this is just, where was I going? Sorry, the
Yeah, the Kari and Tai grew as people.
yeah, they
and
grew
got
as
out of
people,
it.
so like they grew out of it, and a lot of siblings can grow out of these weird dynamics that they can fall into. People grow and change over time. Lily,
Mhm.
what's your problem here now?
Yeah, like, of course, the danger of enmeshment is real, and that's why it often is depicted in, sort of negative lights in media. But I'm pretty sure there's probably, especially with how long media has been a thing, I'm pretty sure we can find almost, if not just as many examples of that going in a positive direction.
I'm now just imagining my friend Mediocrity, but like stretched like Long Cat. Oh my god, Daigato. Normal Celtic in
Oh,
HD.
what'd he do? Oh my god.
That's actually pretty good.
Yo,
It is.
this is Raymond 2020 edition.
This is why I need the post when I'm being like, can you be serious? And too serious.
Too serious. Dude.
But if it stays where it is and is stable and isn't getting worse, then there really isn't an issue. I don't like getting into the murky area of psychology because I never actually finished my degree, and people who use psychology major as a way to presume authority annoy me. But fiction
Wait,
and
I thought
reality-
you said. Wait a minute.
All right,
I
you
feel
take
like
this. I'm gonna get a
She
drink.
said. I feel like she said before that she actually had gotten a degree in that major. She might have lied about that, chat. Oh my god. Crazy fucking work. But it's like, yeah, yeah, Lily, you are just not qualified to speak about, well, anything really. But yes, mainly psychology. Absolutely. You should stay the fuck away from that. God help you. But like, I mean, granted, we didn't have a chance to get into all that much more of a point here, but it is what it is. So yeah, it's just her still trying to make herself seem smarter than she actually is, which is very sad. Very unfortunate and very, very sad indeed, chat. Hold on just a moment. Actually, let me pull up chat right here. I knew she was like never finished her degree, claims she has a degree. Now don't take my word for it. I feel like she did say that she had a degree in like a different video. I don't know if it's the one that I watched recently or or like an earlier one. I feel like she might have said that, but I could be wrong. Let's give her that grace at least. Wait, you said you had a degree earlier and used it as a form of authority. Wait, what? Did she use that earlier in this video? Hold the fuck up, man.
God.
Hold on. Oh my god. I'd have to go back.
Oh boy.
She has said that, Kaiser. You're not wrong. Oh no. This is some bullshit.
Okay,
boy.
ultimate benefit of the doubt. This was 2024, so in the intervening year and a half, is it possible she got her degree?
I mean, no. The problem is that she said she had a degree earlier in this video.
Oh,
that's what chat is saying.
I don't remember that. Oh God. To
actually,
be fair, like my brain is melting. So.
Okay, so the easiest way to solve this, go to show transcripts and then Control F psychology or degree, I guess.
How do I show transcripts? I always forget that.
So it's at the bottom and there's like transcript at the right above.
Here it is. Yep.
There you go.
So
and then and then you Control F degree probably.
Or do I have to?
Okay. About psychology?
Cherishing them to a degree. God, this is gonna be miserable.
I mean, Lily has been. Actually, let me try to look at this.
Yeah, I'm not seeing.
Maybe psychology.
Because she was talking about people with psychology degrees earlier. I don't remember her saying anything else.
Okay, maybe that was it.
Maybe. Like, she said a lot of shit that was going really fucking fast.
Yeah, that is true.
That is one of the major problems with Lily.
And I'm not putting her on 1.7 or 0.75 speed. I ain't torturing us any longer than we have to.
No way.
Yeah.
We are not as separate as the shouty guy on Twitter likes to believe, so I have to. And enmeshment is the reason people get a bug up their ass about siblings in art and in reality being too close. And of course, if a pair of siblings in a work are affectionate with each other, the
people
fetishists
don't
smell
really
blood
do
and
that.
come.
We get mad at it when it seems. Oh my! This is Andy and Lele. It is around now. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, you're gonna bring.
Yeah,
It's
this
just that
only
this is
came out
before...
last
Oh wait,
year.
no, she did. No, wait, she did make a video about Andy and Lele before this one.
Oh, okay. So it's been around longer than I thought. This is 2024. I thought it had been around only like it had come out around the same time. But
No,
Also,
the
why would you make art comparing Ty and Kari to Andy and Lele? They do not have that kind of relationship.
yeah, they're a very different type of codependency, and it's much more abusive. And like Andy and Lele are kind of fucked up to the point that like the only end game for them romantically is probably each other. Like, and it just depends on like if you even take it that route, and like it depends like what you choose and how quote unquote healthy that ends up. Like, it's very different than Ty and Kari. Very different.
Yeah. So I want to read this paragraph that she has on the screen here. If you ask me what her conflict is about, I think it's a battle between her and Korm. Oh, this is talking about episode 21. Okay. There's a scene where Taichi's just lying on the sofa, and Hikari and Koromon are eating watermelon next to him, but she's not having a single bite of the watermelon. That pretty much is a conversation about the husband between his wife and his mistress, like, please leave him. You can eat the watermelon all you want, but just please give me my husband back. That is a direct quote from
the director.
From the interview that was had about episode 21, where he's talking about a metaphor. And people are idiots, so they took it literally.
If you don't think that Kari wants that Oni-chan dick, then you might have been watching TRI.
Oh my god!
You might haven't.
Try.
You haven't been reaching. Oh, then you haven't been watching Try. Look! It can be fun for fandoms to do this if you're into that kind of thing, but you gotta also recognize what's in the text, and it's in the text doesn't support that she wants her brother's D.
Also,
no.
I checked the transcript for the video on my end. It seemed like Lily said that she had knowledge about behavioral psychology, not that she had a degree. So it wasn't. At least she didn't lie about it in this video. So there you go.
Also, I'm pretty sure she's not the one that made that art. I'm pretty sure that's just because a lot of people, they've made art for Andy and Lele of every single sibling, like Sokka and Katara,
Yes.
Zula and Zuko. What was one I just thought was Ben and Gwen, which, frankly speaking,
God, yeah.
Ben and Gwen has much more legs to stand on as like a weird incest ship. I'm just putting that out there because if I understand correctly, they weren't supposed to be related in the initial drafts. They were supposed to be just childhood friends, but like there were some concerns over why a kid would be like allowed to go with a grandparent on a cross country trip that wasn't their own was thrown into question. It was changed rather late in development from a friendship dynamic to a cousin dynamic. Not gonna lie, I shipped Ben and Gwen until I learned they were cousins.
If they're family friends,
I don't know. Obviously, I don't have full access to that.
Family are friends with each other.
I obviously.
Well, yeah, I'm
only
just saying,
know
like, there's plenty of reasons that I can think of where this could happen. Like, if the whole family know each other very well to the point where they're comfortable with allowing their child to go with this other family, then like, why is that a problem?
And like I shipped Ben and Gwen until I learned they were cousins. You don't understand. Like, shout out to Tara Strong is the #1 Ben Gwen shipper. Yes, she was. That's hilarious. I think she made a joke. But like here's the thing. They also have like the best fucking chemistry in that show. I am not lying. Even after
the weirdest thing.
But even if you know that they are cousins, it's like it's really hard to not be. Wow, they would make a really good couple. Just like even if you're like the most puritanical person might look at that dynamic and just think that on a stray. Like it is such like there are several points where they both got different love interests, and it's always just like. God, they shipped Gwen with Kevin in like the sequel series, and it always felt so fucking forced. It was just like
really, I like their dynamic.
Well, it also goes back to I really hate Kevin myself personally, and I don't like how they handled him. But at the same time, it's like I
Okay.
didn't like any of the relationship dynamics they took the series.
Well,
in.
with Ben, it was. I agree on that. That was he was set up for failure, man. Oh, holy shit.
Oh, him and his girl. What's her name? Julie? Was that her name?
Julie.
God,
Yeah,
no
that whole
chemistry
thing was a
whatsoever.
wash.
Like,
I don't know. It's like I like certain aspects of it, but like I hated that. I hate how they broke up. I don't hate that they did. I hate how they did it because
Kevin was fucking awesome.
Ben
My
felt-
biggest issue is that Kevin just became a good guy out of nowhere. Like it's just like his entire character seemed to have changed from the last time we saw him, and that's like completely off screen. I really hated that. It basically turned me off the show entirely. And they really felt like they were trying to force a tri dynamic with the three, like a triangle dynamic of some sort. Like not romantically, I'm just saying like trying to force like a friendship dynamic, and it just
I hope not.
like there were points like I could recognize that there were like interesting dynamics to have with that character, but he wasn't Kevin, and it was fucking weird to me. Like obviously there's the fun ones, like look, I was handling a woman as like fixing a car, and like Gwen is like
car.
Like Gwen's go on, and he's like,
You gotta treat
no.
a car like you hear it to
Yeah.
the woman.
Yeah, it's like go on. It's like, no, I sense I've made a mistake. Like that's a great fucking line. I won't deny that.
Yeah, it was a
but
fantastic line.
so it's its execution with Kevin. Yes, I think so. I also think like the romance was telegraphed with him and her really fucking early and completely out of nowhere.
way too early.
It's like
I will be fair about that.
You want to know what I think? I think they saw all the Ben X Gwen shippers and they were like, we've got a hard course correct. We've got a really fucking hard course correct. We're going to get
We
letters
gotta rein
otherwise.
this shit in.
That's basically what I feel about that. Instead of like really trying to massage things.
I do kind of view Gwen and his relationship the same way I do in a way like Vegeta and Bulma's relationship in Dragon Ball Z, where it's like I like their dynamic after they got together, but I don't like how they got together. I feel like it could have been much better written with that.
Sora Heart, Kevin then became an alien expert too. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like Kevin always came off to me as like he's the scrappy kid. He's like I didn't like how they made him fucking jacked. Like he was like a string bean. And I honestly I didn't stick with that series long enough to know what happened to him in the intervening time. But the last time I remember seeing him, he was basically in like the prison dimension that Ben left him in with a bunch of other aliens. They completely changed his power set. It's very weird. Like he became like a metal, like a sub thing, a material absorber.
Like he can absorb anything, including materials, which is why he's like able to like not just absorb like alien powers and energy, but like just physical things too.
Yeah,
like
it's just like
there's
basically when they introduced Kevin, I was like, this isn't Kevin. This is nothing like the Kevin I knew. What the fuck is happening? And so like basically that was just like, and then like the third episode, I remember being really boring, and I was just like, okay, all right, I'm not getting anything from this. It was I really that one, like the very beginning of that series put me off so hard. Anyway, tangent aside.
Not my Kevin.
Hashtag Tara Strong was right.
I'm running. And it's not that
Oh
there
my
aren't siblings
God!
with deeply close relationships out there who have perfectly healthy lives, but they're often made to feel like something is wrong with them. I actually started writing stories about deeply close siblings.
Why?
in 2024.
What?
The first of
I'm sorry, I was looking at chat. What the fuck?
Oh no. Oh no.
Sora Heart, I also hate they retcon Gwen's magic to alien powers. Fucking hell
Okay,
yes!
that shit is lame.
Oh
That
my
shit is
god!
lame.
That was
Dude,
so
there was like a tweet.
livid.
There was a tweet that got made, I think today, that said something like that, and he said I might get jumped for this, and in the follow-up comment, he said, "I'm so glad that this is a cold take."
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's like, oh, so Gwen went from being this incredibly intelligent girl who learned how to cast magic on the like under a stressful circumstance because she needed to defeat a villain, and she also took her time to learn it and harness the skill. And then in the sequel series, like, no, was it your grandma or your mom or whatever? Yeah,
your grandma.
Yeah, your grandpa banged an alien, so you get laser powers, and it's like, what? What? It's a universal magic system instead. It's because she was like, it's the difference between a sorcerer and a wizard. A wizard takes time and shows an incredible amount of intelligence, and a sorcerer just gets access to it. It's really pissing me off. Yugok says, y'all have me conflicted if I wish that Generator Rex got as much love as Ben 10 got. I don't know. Did Generator Rex also have an incest subplot?
not as far as I remember, and thank God.
All right. Well, let's listen to what Lily had to say.
Siblings with deeply close relationships out there who have perfectly healthy lives, but they're often made to feel like something is wrong with them. I actually started writing stories about deeply close siblings in 2024, the first of which was a series of shorts about Kira Morgan and her mute older sister Iris. The two of them are best friends, deeply affectionate.
Yeah, the one that proves you know jack shit about ASL.
Nobody else can, and they live together practically their entire lives. Iris adores her sister, and when Kira gets married, she adores her wife as well. It's all very cute as they emotionally support each other through
That's still not a healthy relationship, Lily.
Yeah, it's like
everything I heard about this is true. This shit was
here's the thing that people have a problem with. They don't mind if the siblings are close, if the relationship is healthy, but you have established over and over and over again that these two are not healthy, that they are very toxic. It's just in a way that is positive and not negative. You can still have the toxic positivity shit. And you can still have it so that they are toxically codependent on one another. You do that with all of your siblings in all of the stories that you write. That is the thing that people are criticizing.
I should say
is that it is still a toxic relationship.
It's superficially positive. Like that's probably a good way to put it. It's like superficially these are positive things, but underlying it is they are still toxic and unhealthy. Just because they are not outwardly abusive doesn't mean that it's not bad. Periodic Pete, Isaac, I know, right? Fucking sorcerers just taking credit for all hardworking wizards. Am I right? God, we gotta get back to that campaign. We gotta set some time aside. Silverhaired Freak, you forgot to mention the part where it's zogging boring. Yes, like her.
Oh yeah, I heard that this fanfic was boring.
It's not even a fanfic; it's just an original story, isn't it?
It's an original story.
It's a story.
I mean, not that we make a distinction considering we're reading an original story and bad fanfiction night. Rita says it's also shown in a flashback that fellow alien prisoner helped Kevin get cured, and after he got cured, then Kevin was able to absorb metal and stuff.
Yeah, that's weird.
Right.
With Ben 10, half the time you gotta yada your way through it, kinda.
Everything. And it was branded as emotional incest by the deranged fucks who stalk my every move within a day because they cuddled and told each other they loved each other. But that
No, it's because the way that you wrote them were weird, and also because of your controversy.
Like, oh god, there are several layers to this. I haven't read it, so I can't say directly, but there are ways that those things can happen and not be considered incest, Lily. Very easily.
Yes.
And it sounds like you didn't do them well. It sounded like you just made a romantic relationship that's intimate without actually having the quote-unquote direct romance. Isaac Evilman says they changed her powers back to magic and Omniverse. Oh my god. There's nothing I hate more than just...
Well, they still kept the fact that she's part alien, though.
New bat material for bad fanfiction night, Raymond. Do I want to blow my mind out with a 45? So let's see. Lady Diabolique. Yeah, fair. See, it's never my family. More something cute like this series. Yiffer.
Oh, please tie my shoe. That's Courtney.
Oh.
That's Courtney's like alternate thing.
Other people's
Oh,
incest.
so
That's
you're
pretty
into
common.
it.
So saying an incest
not
comic
my
is
own
hot.
version.
Yes, I am creeped out. Oh, shut the fuck up, Lily.
Okay.
Shut the fuck up. Gardevoir. That's all
Yeah,
I have
the
to say.
Gardevoir is right there, bro. You have no right to say this.
The Gardevoir has been crying in the chair with a therapist for the last 5 years, Lily. She had to show on the doll where you touched her, all right?
That's par for the course for this crowd that tails me like a pack of vaguely confused ducklings. But the thing that I found really interesting was the replies filled with people talking about how it had tugged at a heartstring they didn't know they had. One person said it resonated with them as someone who also
Oh my
cuddled with their...
god.
It certainly tugged at something.
Stop.
Redis, member for 6 months. Oh, damn, I forgot that I had this. Happy 6 months. Thank you. Oh, I'm happy. Oh, really happy you're 6 months.
Hell yeah.
Hey, Caltech, who is worse, Shad's book or Lily fanfiction? Okay. I've only read one of her fanfics. I've heard a summary of her My Little Pony ones because I was morbidly curious. But that was it. You can't find those online, so I only have secondhand.
Yeah, I would say Shad's writing is worse than Lily's. Lily is a better writer. Because the thing about Shad is that he is both a boring, a bad, and he is both a boring writer, a bad writer, and he does characterization really, really poorly, and he does more extreme stuff really poorly. Whereas Lily is just boring.
Yo,
and she does characterization really bad.
I would say, like, the extremity, they're both bad in similar ways, but divergent. Lily is more technically competent, but Lily's works also, again, kind of promote incest. Uncritically. There is nothing about it that, like, and again, it goes back to who she is and how she sees the world. It's very much the same for Shad in terms of what he promotes and how different dynamics in society should be and how certain people see themselves, like a megalomaniacal bastard who suddenly wants to be a good person but does absolutely nothing to justify that. It's
right.
It's a level of, like, they're both really bad along similar lines. It's just they're different shades of purple. I don't know why I'm throwing purple under the bus either. Blue X Dalek says, I entirely
purple didn't deserve that.
forgot this existed. So yay, 9 months. Congratulations on your 9 months here.
Congrats.
You've now had a child. Anyway.
Sibling. A few others matched that sentiment, and others even said they had to call their siblings after reading it just to tell them they loved them. Someone's brother was probably getting an unusual call that day. Sorry if you thought your sister was dying, dude. But it made me realize that while rather suspicious people are quick to scream,
I hope Lily, you can't help but just accidentally imply things.
Yeah,
really hope that wasn't as weird as a phone call as you suddenly implied. Anyway.
Too close if siblings don't hate each other. There's an underserved audience who would quite like to see sibling relationships that are affectionate and close without it getting weird. Worse even, there are people out there being made to feel weird about a perfectly normal platonic relationship just because a bunch of weirdos don't want to accept that they kinda had shit childhoods. Look, I'm gonna say it right here. Unless you're
Oh my god, who the fuck are you talking about? Like, seriously, you were willing to show a bunch of random gooners on the internet earlier, but you're not willing to show any of these amorphous people who are weird about very, what's the word? Emotional, much more emotional sibling relationships, dude. Like, shut the fuck up. Pixar didn't
also,
fucking
like,
happen.
You're acting as though you're a fucking expert on healthy sibling relationships, Lily. You are not.
Even in the best faith, you were the one abused. You were abused! like, Lily, you are far from an expert on this shit. Altogether. Like, you have no expectation of what normal is. Why are you talking like, do you cuddle your brother? Have you gone to him recently to cuddle him? When was the last time you had any kind of deep intimacy with one of your siblings? Oh, I'm sorry. It was when you
apparently-
snuck up on your sister when she was asleep.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, and so you met with your brother who fucking, by your mission that you would separate from, and who abused you throughout your childhood. Have you actually hashed out all the issues that y'all were getting into in a healthy manner? Or are you only getting along with him just to get something out of him? I have no fucking idea. And the problem is, Lily, is that I can't fucking trust you. Nobody can. Because you've lied about so many other meaningful things. That's what people have an issue with. That's why people are so pissed at you.
Omega Rob
It's not
asks,
rocket science.
does Dalen want to be a good guy, or does Dalen want to be seen as a good guy? He wants to be a good guy. He is seen as a good guy. And he wants to be a good guy. He is seen as a good guy. The book treats him as a good guy. He's absolutely 100% not a good guy. He is still the rotten bitch down below that he has always been. And like nothing about the story wants to recognize it.
Meaningful connections
Which
with
is
other people, then the truth is
lame.
that whatever boundaries you have with your sibling are fine for you. But Lily, if siblings are cuddling and telling each other how much they mean to each other, that's a sign of something icky. Icky? What are you, 5? That's insane.
Are they cuddling super close and whispering sweet nothings into each other's ears? Because yeah, I could see someone getting some implication
Yeah, finding
from
that icky. In
Like-
fact, I'm pretty sure there's like a whole video about like that whole what's the word? That ASL thing between like the mute sister and all that shit. I'm pretty sure there's some moments that are like not even in an icky way, but it's like, okay, so the sister who isn't mute has a girlfriend, and even the girlfriend sees like that the two sisters interacting, and like there was a moment I might be misremembering where they say, "Are you sure where she's all like, "Are you sure I'm the one who's I'm the girlfriend here," or something like that. It's
like a
so
joke,
weird.
like an offhanded joke, like maybe even trying to take pot shots at people who
Yeah.
say it's incest.
Yeah, I guess.
Also, this standee straw man reminds me of
Yeah.
Duke Nukem or Guile, just Guile with a buzz cut.
Or your Guile, yeah.
Bestie. Do you want to have that conversation? Because I know you don't. I know you think partaking in that conversation at all is suspicious. Too late. You started it. Now you're gonna lie in it. See, the thing about
You started it. This is your video.
Yeah,
incest
this
is
is
that it
your
doesn't
video.
actually
You chose
emerge
to
from
have it.
supportive, loving relationships. You take two siblings who adore.
Wait.
Is that it doesn't actually is suspicious. Too late. You started it. Now you're gonna lie in it. See, the thing about incest is that it doesn't actually emerge from supportive, loving relationships. You take two siblings who adore and cherish each other and who are also capable of having healthy relationships with other people, and the likelihood they're going to fall in love with each other is like 1%. Incest is predominantly abusive, and if it's not abusive, it's coercive. And if it's not coercive-
Lily.
No.
Wait
This
a
is
minute.
this is such a gross misunderstanding. Lily, there are several like I can't remember why I fell down this fucking rabbit hole, but I found articles about recorded instances of incest that were non-abusive. They were completely mutually what's the word I'm looking for? Consensual.
Consensual?
They were consensual. To the fact that both of them got, like, in Germany, there was a couple that got arrested, and the minute that they were out of jail, they just got back together. Some of them had kids. Like, it got, like, some of the research, I'm like, wow, okay, this is, like, it's not super common. There's only, like, 3 or 4 instances that I ended up finding, like, on that weird rabbit hole. But it's, like, they exist, where it's, like, not
Also-
abusive, coercive, and I don't know what your next points are going to be, but, like, it might be
Also,
those.
a lot of incest is cultural. There is a big problem in Britain right now with a lot of children who are born with issues due to incest, and that's not because of abuse or anything. That is simply because their families, their parents came from a culture where it is common and expected that you marry like your close relative, like your cousin or something. And they justify it by saying it is a healthier relationship because you're in a lot of families where you're marrying into a stranger's family, you're not going to love your partner's family because they are not your family. But if you marry into your own family, they're already your family, so you automatically love them. That is like the argument that a lot of people like that make.
Yeah.
And like a lot of these children are born with these issues and stuff like that, but they can't really do anything about it.
Britain does that.
Because
It's hate to say it, like it's hot topic to say this, but it's a lot of immigrants. They come from these cultures. It's
Yeah.
like
there's
that's an uncomfortable thing to
also
say because I don't want to hit a hot button because that's a very hot button political topic right now. So I'm being very cautious.
I'm not saying, just to let you guys know, I'm not saying anything about these cultures and these immigrants and stuff. I'm just saying that that is a fact that is happening, and then it's a fact that these cultures are like that. Like I'm not making an opinion on them.
Yeah.
I've also seen articles about accidental incest where two strangers had met and
That's
gotten
great.
married. They'd fallen in love, gotten married, had children, and then later,
Oh,
after having
right,
children,
yeah.
found out that they are siblings.
Yeah, no, that's
Mhm.
actually more common to come across. Like the accidental stuff like that, because here's an interesting thing. Biologically, we produce things like pheromones when we get older that actually make us repel our family members. There's something to that. Like to that, but like if you don't grow up around it, and if you're separated at birth and you meet when you're older, it doesn't have that same effect. Like there is a familiarity that needs to be had for that kind of grip. So, and also because you have similarities, like genetically, there's like, I don't know, there's a weird thing where if you don't know your sibling and you don't realize, you can wind up being very attracted to siblings far easier than you would to strangers. It's a very weird effect that they have found where these instances happen.
Also,
Yeah.
I guess go ahead. I'm sorry.
No,
I
I was
know
gonna
you-
round. I'm good.
Okay, but rounding this back to Lily, you want to know what's so funny about this? Okay, because as some of you eagle-eyed, known Lily storians are aware of, this isn't Lily's first
What is funny
rodeo
about this
when it comes to the topic of incest. Because back when she her old channel name was Ballspawn, she made an incredibly interesting video justifying incest. And if you want, we can look at that real quick. Because it was a segment in my reaction to June the King's video on Lily. I posted the video with the specific time code where I started where he pulled up that video during his whole thing, and we reacted to that because it's so fucking crazy. Not to say that, okay, people can grow and change, but come on, man.
Okay, we'll take a look at this. Yeah, we're getting streamception here.
Man, it's so fucking bad. Let's hear it. Streamception.
Be more than a few fans, and for good reason. So, let's talk about incestuous relationship.
A catalyst conversation as the
I love you're laughing with yourself. It's great.
Yeah, that never gets old. Let's talk about incestuous relationship.
God.
It's this dramatic ass music. It's so funny. Dude, you're cooked. You're cooked. You're done. It's over.
It's over.
All right,
It's
just skip
over.
ahead a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
No, just skip ahead a little bit. It goes further into it. Yep.
You want to
All
talk
right, right
about
here's good.
incestuous relationships with Lily? And she was so passionate about it too. Hear this again.
Your time.
There are also the advice videos. None stand out more than this one.
And I have strong reason to believe this video will divide people, piss people off, and very well lose me more than a few fans. And for good reason. So, let's talk about incestuous relationship.
A catalyst for this conversation, as Lily claims, came from a parent seeking advice.
Today we're focusing on...
Dude, and she had that freaking dramatic ass music playing in the background throughout the whole fucking. That's so fucking funny, dog.
So, let's talk about incestuous relationship.
A catalyst for this conversation, as Lily claims,
never gets
came from a
old.
parent seeking advice.
Today we're focusing on one particular
parent
example,
seeking
a father who
advice.
came
Oh,
to me for
Christ.
help regarding his teenage son and daughter, so I will be speaking as if directly to him for the most
Yeah.
Oh,
part, like
Christ.
my mailbag videos.
What Lily claims is that the father's kids in question are 14 and 15 or 1 year apart. Coincidentally, Lily and her lesser-known sister Courtney are also 1 year apart. As for the video, Lily disregards judging it based off morality because Lily disregards the general concept of morality.
There's no such thing as objective and absolute morality. Even murder, the one thing in the day is a horrible thing, is considered to be alright to do in the most extreme of cases. So I've never bought the idea that anything can be
Yeah, Lily, we know you struggle with caveats.
Yeah, dude.
We know you struggle with multiple concepts being true at once. You're just really bad at it.
morally right or wrong.
So, ergo, ad hominem, macaroni and cheese.
How long does this go,
Expecto
Kai?
Patronum.
This is enough. But this is
Yeah,
enough. It's just fun.
Okay. Oh, God.
It's codependent. And if it's not codependent, it's statistically irrelevant. A lot.
Whoa! What?
I mean, I would say
Oh
that'd
my
be
gosh.
very statistically relevant.
Incest is already statistically irrelevant. What the fuck are you talking about? It's like, at least in the West, or should I say more on the Americas side, it's like, what? Less than 0.1 or even 0.01% of the population? It's an insanely small number.
that.
If that, it's insanely small. Actually, I'm going to do this on my other browser because I don't want something else to do the fucking crop up. Rate of incest in USA. Estimates suggest. Oh God, no! It's also bringing in the abuse. Okay, consensual incest, or no, we'll go regular incest because, like, okay, that's fair. It does open things up because, like, we gotta be fair. Oh, here we go. Key finding. This is AI overview. We'll just go with that because whatever. Recent studies suggest that this is the sibling incest is the most common form, with rates of sexual contact between siblings reported at around 13.5% in North America, particularly in blended households. Father-daughter incest, often cited as the most reported study, with some studies estimating a lifetime prevalence of 1 in 20 women have, so that's 5%, have a history of sexual abuse by their father or father substitute. Underreporting. Wiley said 1970 suggested 1 in 1 million cases. Modern estimates indicate a much higher hidden epidemic. Well, I was going to say, like, what doesn't get covered here is that, like, one thing that's noted is that have at least one such contact, which I think doesn't imply a long-term relationship dynamic.
Right.
Like, it implies maybe a moment of experimentation between siblings, which could happen.
Yeah.
So it's like,
or like an instance.
it's
of
not
abuse.
like a pervasive, prevailing thing. It's like a one-off awkward moment beat in people's dynamics.
Right.
A lot has to have gone wrong before a pair of
So
siblings
surprised
gets
it's
to
that
this
high.
point. And the thing is, we all know this.
Yeah.
Even people who aren't survivors of it know this. Even tacky books and terrible fetishistic visual novels.
Psychological abuse of the older brother by the younger sister. No. I'm sorry. And look, both Andrew and Lele are fucking obsessed with one another for different reasons outside of each other. Like it's their relationship is very fucking complicated and relatively well written. Yeah. Purpose of breaking down the normal sibling. I'm sorry. No, God.
Know this. It's not like if you just spend too much time with someone, your brain snaps and tries to get you to rut onto them. What world are you living in where that's a real thing that happens? It's
you.
Yeah, we're talking about your specific works, Lily. If you say that everybody understands that isn't an inherent problem, there must be something that you are doing that is eliciting that specific response. Because no one has this issue with Katara and Sokka, and I would say at certain points they were pretty affectionate.
Lily apparently sees herself in Andrew, and he clearly can't not be in the wrong. No, absolutely, I understand. That's why that discussion point was made.
just doesn't. Not at a scale anyone gives a shit about. But I'll tell you what does real damage: when you pass around this idea that cherishing your family is suspicious. That's the point where you're going to start messing with...
When was the last time you saw Sokka and Katara cuddle? Or Kari and Tai cuddle?
Yeah.
Like, Lily, when was the last time you saw them in a really intimate situation? Like, really, like, cuddling, holding each other close, and saying, I love you, in quiet, hushed tones. Like, when did that happen, Lily? When did any of that happen? Because these are your positive examples, right? When did it happen? And you're trying to defend this is apple to oranges comparison between your writing and this writing.
With some
blank canvas. Just because I did these gross things doesn't mean you get to accuse me of doing them. Yeah, exactly, dude.
Don't put a
Oh, and let's not even talk about scars.
Also, let's be reminded that not only does Lily use Tai and Kari as an example, but she even acknowledges, without stating it outright, that they do have a toxic relationship. It is just not an abusive relationship.
Yeah.
So she is perfectly fine with toxic, unhealthy relationships as long as it is not abusive.
And she's like, oh, they eventually grow beyond that. And it's like, yeah, but they are not as close as a result. Like, I noticed all your things mention how close they were, but you don't mention how close they are after Try, when Kari has finally grown disillusioned.
Yeah, I think she said that, like, even afterwards, they were still very, very close.
But she didn't show any examples of it. She didn't show any examples. The image that she put up was that one she keeps flashing back to of Tai swinging the young Kari around back in 01. So... I'm sitting here, I'm like, Lily, was there an equivalent in Try? Or are you just saying what people need to hear in order to not examine you much closer? Because Twy, being the resident Digimon expert, and I know you haven't seen Try for a while, was there anything like them reconciling to that level of intimacy in Try?
Absolutely not. They did not have any close interaction like that whatsoever.
Yep. I'm sorry, Lily. Your argument's falling apart because the only time that these match anywhere close to the example you're trying to set is when they were in their toxic period.
Yeah. And keep in mind, this already makes their argument crumble by a lot, but what destroys it is that, bitch, you wrote fucking Stockholm and Scars. I don't want to fucking hear it.
Yeah.
Time is wearing their heart on their sleeve and being full to bursting with affection. Some people are just like that. They feel things very strongly, and if they love someone, they love them a lot and want to shower that person in affection. And the only reason this is...
I love people a lot, but I'm actually really bad at showering them with affection. Like, I'm in my world, like, it's hard to explain, but like, I'm a rather distant person. I can be very kind of like seem cold shoulderish. I don't mean to be. It's just that my mind is typically elsewhere and I'm just sort of unawares of things around me. It doesn't mean I don't care. It doesn't mean I don't love people very deeply. It just means that I operate on
Yeah.
a different level and like I express that through other means rather than strictly physical or strictly attention wise. It's a very complicated thing for me, and it can be a very awkward thing too because like dealing with extreme emotions can be really hard. It's just a number of
Yeah.
different things, and it's weird that you're just glossing over that people feel things different ways, Lily. Your Shadow the Hedgehog.
Yeah,
Also,
and
there's
that like
there's a
okay.
difference.
God, Twy, go
There
ahead.
is a difference with how you show physical affection between different groups of people.
Yep.
You're not like you can still be affectionate with your sibling
Mm-hmm.
and not cuddle them in a way where like one is lying on top of the other. You can hug your
Exactly.
sibling and the way that you hug them can be appropriate or inappropriate. Like it is really weird if you like I've made the argument before that like the way that Ruby characters hug each other is really fucking weird because
Yes.
they're like holding
Oh
each
my
other with like
God.
their hands on the back of their heads like they're fucking
Yeah.
lovers.
Yeah.
But also there are other times when it's like, oh my God, these characters are supposed to be close, and like they hug each other like they're having like you're that cousin, that distant cousin, in, like a family reunion.
Yeah,
Dog.
it's like
so
the
weird.
awkward, like we're hugging, but you can kind of feel there's a couple of atoms of
Yeah.
space between us that we just don't connect on. It's like that awkward, like everyone's kind of
Yes.
stiff feeling. It's like a hug out of obligation,
Yeah.
almost. Like I will hug my friends
Right.
if I haven't seen them in a long time. I will hug my sibling. In fact, I kind of wanted to hug my sister
Yes.
because I was feeling down today. It's like I need a hug. I didn't do it because she was busy and I was like, I'm not gonna bother her because hey, I care about her. I'm not gonna take away her time. But it's like, yeah, if I'm feeling down, I
Right.
might go for a hug with her or my mom. Like they're a point of comfort. But I don't like actively cuddle them. Like that, it's like it's so anathema to me. It's fucking weird when I think about that kind of thing. It's just like
Yeah,
we
and
all
there's
express ourselves differently.
Yeah, most importantly, it's just that like I don't know, there is a degree where being really affectionate towards siblings can be like even weirder than intended. And I don't trust you, Lily, to know the difference.
Being too affectionate towards
Hmm.
anyone can be very off-putting. Like even if like you have
Yeah.
a lover, it's like, oh, that's like maybe you're going too much. God knows that like
Yeah,
my
love
very
bombing is a
very
thing.
early relationships, I kind of like love bombed them because like I was just so excited to have a relationship, and I'm almost certain that definitely led to the death of those relationships really fucking quickly. And it's one of those things that like it probably hurt me in the long run because now I'm really nervous about expressing my feelings because I don't want to overload and hurt people. It's like it can lead to a number of different complicated things. Like just Lily, what the fuck?
Is assumed to be romantic is because we're
Yeah.
all taught that it is, but it has no basis in fact, and in fact the belief itself is the only reason we believe love to be this way. And the thing is, there is a reason you believe this and react this way, and it's probably not something you would immediately expect to be mentioned outside of aromantic circles.
Amatonormativity, the neutralizer to the acid of choice. Amatonormativity.
Okay,
The
so
neutralizer
this
to
is
the
the
acid
establishment
joy.
of
What
the
the
normality of seeing 2B's ass in Near Automata. That is my best stab at it.
Amatonormativity is the widespread societal assumption that everyone is better off in an exclusive romantic long-term coupled relationship, and that such a oh my fucking god, dude, why the hell do you have to use these words to explain a simple fucking anyway?
Now I was gonna say also
Whatever.
before we even dive into this, there is a lot to human nature that pushes for these dynamics. They don't just spring up out of
Yes.
the ground. The majority of people want to be in a close monogamous relationship. It is true that there's plenty of people that want atypical ones. That's perfectly fine.
Yes.
Well, unless it's unhealthy, which again, I have secondhand experience watching
Yeah, unless
that
it's
happen.
unhealthy, obviously.
But you can also have unhealthy monogamous
Right.
relationships. There's any number of relationship patterns it is okay to have and you can have. But on the whole, most societies end up winding up with monogamous, one man, one woman relationships. That's just how all of humanity is kind of like biologically geared to be.
Yeah, that they tend to behave. Yeah.
And I, for the record, I am not saying that's good nor bad. I am just saying that, like, as a factual statement, that is how we are geared. There are people that aren't necessarily geared that way.
Yeah.
They're atypical, and I really hate how atypical comes off as negative. It's not. I'm trying not to be.
Yeah, it's not.
But like, it's like people do want a monogamous relationship. Most people crave it for a number of reasons. It's just right down to it's built into our DNA. So I'm interested to see what your fucking argument here is, Lily.
Amatonormativity is the widespread assumption that everyone is better off in an exclusive, romantic, long-term relationship, and that everyone is seeking such a relationship. This belief permeates cultures all around the world. It puts pressure on single people to find relationships. It often dismisses the existence of asexual or aromantic people as being just a phase, and it devalues platonic intimacy to the point of near meaninglessness. It's so widespread in its overwhelming dominance of the world that some people are making up new words to describe high-intimacy friendships because, while it's appropriate, love has been so intrinsically tied to romance that people trying to put value on other kinds of love recoil from it in droves.
I will say that there is a...
I mean, not really. People... I mean, not really as much nowadays. Like,
Yeah, I was gonna say,
they love their
there
friends all the time.
there was a lull because of puritanical culture, especially in the West. Oh, it's definitely in the East as well. It's like it's kind of all over the world in different varying amounts. And kind of goes in waves where, like, is it okay to express love? I mean, like, there are some Shakespeare poems where he's expressing, like, I think a lot of them that people thought were, like, to a gay lover. Like, a lot of those, I'm pretty sure, if I understand my lore correctly, it's been a while, they were actually written for his son. I can't remember if it was a son that was a miscarriage or something like that, or his son that died young of a disease. But, like, they were love poems, effectively, for missing his son. I don't hold my feet to the fire on that. It has been a while since I've researched that, or at least because I was back in high school I learned about that. But like the level of expression of love is fluctuating all the time. We had a period of time where it was gay to say I love you, man, like that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But like at the same time, you could have a relationship even in those periods where you could do that. Why can men just be friends? Yes.
Well, I have an example. I have an example of the kind of story that you were talking about with the poems for the dead child. Robert Munsch, the popular Canadian children's author, wrote "I Love You Forever," and it is a book all about like a mother loving and caring for her son, and even like considering him her baby even as he grows up and grows old. That was written specifically because he lost a child and he wanted to express that love and that hurt and that pain through his writing.
Yeah, it's Lily, people are going to be comfortable with what they're comfortable with. A lot of people are going to wake up at some point in their lives and realize they're not bound by social convention, and they will do what they damned well please. Like, this happens historically all throughout the world. Even in the time, like, a lot of history is not recorded from the perspective of the average Joe. A lot of that goes under the radar.
Yeah, they're not.
But the fact of the matter is, a lot of people were not bound by social convention to the extreme degree that you believe they were. especially in modern times where mass communication has made it so much easier to find your niche and thrive within it. Like, we are in unprecedented
Yes.
time of self-discovery, and like your weird perception that somehow we have inculcated our entire species with the desire for monogamy, and not understanding that perhaps there is a biological and sociological reason why it is beneficial to have this be the typical
Yeah.
approach for most people, is just absolutely mind-stoppingly stupid.
Yeah, which, granted, it doesn't necessarily disprove what she said in regards to, okay, these normative thought processes about how these dynamics should go cannot manifest in negative ways. They absolutely can. A lot of times, in other aspects of society, we push down people that don't fit into a usual normal quote unquote box just because they're different. But the problem with her isn't that she isn't saying that's bad. It's that she's not even acknowledging why that happens in the first place.
Yeah. Zach Sharem, personally, I'm not a monogamous person. Well, I wish you the best in finding partners, I guess. But I certainly don't want
Yeah.
Lily trying to speak for me. Yeah. Just be careful. I've seen polyamories wind up really fucking badly twice now. They are not easy to sustain.
I've seen a lot of them blow up really bad online.
Yeah, it is one of those ones where you have to make sure everyone is on. I've seen one end amicably, at the very least.
Yeah.
But like the rest have been catastrophic, and hyper toxic. So just happy for you, man. Yeah, they absolutely can be by it. No, it's possible. Yep. I wish you the best, man. Take the Wonder Woman creator as an example. Apparently he pulled it off. All right.
The idea of having a close, loving, affectionate, and even emotionally intimate relationship with someone who isn't a romantic partner is completely anathema to many people. In most people's eyes, everyone is looking for romantic love, so anything that looks like emotional intimacy must be romantic love. Have a friend you're really close with? Clearly there's something between them. Been living with the same roommate for years? Oh, they're...
Okay, but it's so much better for Fallon and Marcel to be together than it is for Marcel to get with fucking Laos. I'm just putting that out there.
There's that. Although, to be fair, I guess, we have seen times when people do ship two characters with each other when it's very clear that they are, like, just friends. Like,
Bakugo and
people
Deku.
say that Sora and Riku are gay for each other. Or
Yeah.
Bakugo,
Again,
that too.
I was going to say, Sora and Riku get shipped together because Sora and Kairi get fucking nothing to work with because of Kairi. I guarantee you there would be a much
Which is
stronger
so sad
fight.
because, like, Sora and Naminé is right there, and they have the better relationship.
Which is also weird because, like, Sora kind of gave birth to Naminé. I don't know, man.
I mean, hey, I ship Xion and Xion and Roxas, and it's like look, we can get into how complicated that fucking is.
yeah, you want to talk about
if you wanted to say
Alabama, that's
something.
what...
This is why I don't really ship, like, for the most part, I don't really ship the main characters together. Like, the majority, like,
my
at least
God.
half of my Kingdom Hearts ships
Right.
is just shipping Sora with, like, Ariel or Rapunzel. Or, like, I don't know. Riku hasn't really interacted with many of the Disney characters, so I can't really...
Yeah.
But, like, Riku and
I mean,
Naminé, or Sora and
yeah, Riku
Naminé,
and
or...
Naminé.
like those, because those have actually been, like, interesting interactions on, like, Sora
Yes.
and Kairi.
Hot take: the Cage 3 trio should have been Sora, Kairi, Axel. No. My argument has always been in Cage 3. The other lights, like, Riku, Aqua, obviously, but like she's in Dark World. But what I mean is, like, all the other lights that were present in the story should have been spread across the different Disney worlds and involved in those plots. So you would meet like Kyrie and Axel in some world, or Kyrie would go with you to like. My idea was always the Tangled world. I thought that would be really fun. You could get some nice, sweet.
that'd be
I was gonna
interesting.
say like you could have the lantern scene where Eugene and why am I blanking on her name? Rapunzel.
Rapunzel?
Yeah, sorry, I don't know that Eugene and Rapunzel have their romantic moment, and you can mirror that with Kyrie and Sora, which then sets up the end of the game. Like you could do those kinds of things and get Sora and Kyrie working together, get her show off the training that she's been doing off screen, give her some breathing room as a
Yeah.
character, that sort of stuff. I'm sitting there, I'm like, Nomura, why? Nomura, why? This was a fucking layup. Like you could have had like Riku
They
and
just
Sora
shoved her into a box.
like, can you imagine like Sora and Riku
still
walking
say-
together in other worlds? That'd be really fun.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I still say that it was the biggest missed opportunity to have Kyrie not be in Dream Drop distance until the very end, where
Same.
it's just
Yeah.
uh
100%.
the big reveal at the very end post game is that Kyrie has a Keyblade. It's like, yes, I know. I played Kingdom Hearts too.
That one still fucking confuses me. Why did Riku have that?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, apparently there was supposed to be a game where Riku was the main character, and it's like supposed to be the back to Kingdom Hearts 2. So like a bunch of stuff, but it's I don't know why he has that. I don't know how he even knew that Kyrie would be a Keyblade wielder, and I don't know why people defend this. I'm still angry at that one person for that like to Kyrie by saying, well, not every female character needs to be a fighter. She has a fucking Keyblade.
She
they
is a
gave
fighter.
her a Keyblade.
Like,
Yeah, she is a fighter. They
she-
gave that to her.
She enters
Like,
tutelage
I-
under Aqua at the end of the series, like, or where we're currently at. So, like, I'm just gonna say, who are
I
all the
agree
lights?
that not every. Yeah, all the lights are Sora, Riku, Kyrie, Axel, Roxas, Ventus,
Mickey.
Aqua, Terra, Mickey.
Because I was gonna say, like, I could easily see, like, going to the Disney worlds. I'm trying to think of how to break it up. So you have Kyrie with Tangled. I think Axel. Oh, what would Axel be really fun? I was thinking Pirates, maybe.
And yeah, he would fit really well in the Pirates world.
I think. Oh my god, can you imagine him
let
in a
me
pirate
think.
outfit? That'd be fun.
That is
Riku.
hilarious. Maybe in
Frozen.
Big Frozen.
And if
oh
only,
yeah, I'm in the right.
only if
with
they
Elsa,
had went with their
yeah.
initial idea of wanting to make Elsa the more morally gray antagonist, where she's falling to the darkness, and like because that was their initial plan, and they had the hard pivot because Disney's a bitch.
Yep.
So like, if they went with that and it had Riku there, and Riku helping guide her back to the light from the darkness, my god, chef kiss.
That would be perfect.
That'd be perfect.
Yes.
Mickey, where would Mickey be good?
Maybe the Toy Story world.
I was gonna say
maybe.
Toy Story
Or maybe
sounded right to me.
Olympus.
Olympus as like, actually Olympus would work well because he's like the tutorial assistant helping Sora get back on his feet. You could have that, and then like you would have to maybe rearrange.
Or better yet, oh my god. I mean, granted, Aqua is stuck in the dark world, but it'd be interesting seeing her like visit Olympus and meeting Hercules after so long. It's like, oh my god.
Yeah, oh my god. Her asking, "Hey, what happened to Zach?" And it's like blowing
And
that
Hercules
fucking
like,
And that could be cool. You would have to, like, there's several different ways you would have to rearrange things for a lot of these to work. Like, I would want some more time with Ventus, so you could go to a light world with
yes.
him. I don't think you could if you wanted to keep the reveals, you couldn't have Shion, Roxas, or Terra show up anywhere.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
But
you could do the kind of content that they did in Kingdom Hearts 2, where it's like you have the two parts of of the world where you have the two
Yeah.
plots. You go to the world and then you go back to them later. But
Yeah.
like that still wouldn't work, of course, for Shion, Roxas, and Terra, because
Yeah.
that would be post game content. But
Right.
I mean, actually, that would be
Yeah.
really fun if you went through some of the worlds, the initial run with the worlds you went through with one character, and then for your second run
Mhm.
through the worlds or with the other worlds, you switched out to different ones. So you maybe like you could double up on them, like bring Kari to
Kari, what?
sorry, Kyrie. You bring Kyrie to what are the other worlds?
Let's see, in 3 there was Frozen, Hercules, Pirates, Big Hero 6.
Oh my god, Kyrie might be fun in Big Hero 6.
Monsters Inc.
Axel would be good for
She
Monsters
would
Inc.
be, actually.
Axel would be good for
Yes.
Monsters Inc. Riku and King Mickey might have a-
maybe what's the word in Tangled? Maybe
Well,
Tangled.
maybe I'm just thinking like at the very least the ones that we haven't been visited to yet. In my mind, this might make for an interesting stream. Like I know Twi doesn't want to do a fixing Kingdom Hearts, but like a what if, like trying to optimize in terms of like exploring
KH3 AU, yeah.
Well, not even KH3, but like going
Yeah.
because we've talked about it before. It's like how would we better incorporate Kyrie into Kingdom Hearts 2? That sort of thing.
Okay.
Because like
or
we
just
talked about
better
that.
incorporate her into the Kingdom Hearts series in general.
In general.
Would these
I
be
mean,
playable
Dream
characters
Drop-
in each world where they just add it to the party? They would be added to the party periodically on and off.
Yeah.
So it'd just be a fun like discussion. Like it'd be up there with probably like a 7 AO, which I'm not looking forward to.
Yeah.
Or Yu Yu Hakusho.
Oh
We
my
got to do the
God.
Yu Yu Hakusho one sometime soon.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
watching
Victor
Bleach. We're
Yu Yu
watching Bleach. We got to
Hakusho.
get through that first.
Mm.
Ironically, we're currently in the Bount arc, which started weak.
Oh yeah. that's
Actually
so-
got okay. They actually got pretty decent, and then we finally hit this episode where it just went fucking off the walls. But my observation is that it's like we're
The-
going through Yu Yu
The
Hakusho in
reveal
reverse.
that her power was
Maternity.
yeah.
Her power was having a vajayjay.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
There must be sparks. My personal favorite
It was
example
so
of this is
and
the
like it's such a shame too, because like he said before that it was fine. Like it was kind of mediocre, especially coming right off of Soul Society, but it was still okay.
And it
Just
was a
that
good reset of
one
scale.
episode.
It was like it was a decent reset
Yeah.
of scale, and it kind of did the Yu Yu Hakusho thing of like introducing like I commented, but it's like reverse Yu Yu Hakusho where you start with the Genkai Psychics training arc, and then you go backwards
Yes.
to
Yeah.
then it goes down to the what was the Toguro mansion storming
The-
arc.
Dark Torment.
Toguro.
Oh right, Toguro Mansion.
Yeah, and
And
then
then
Not
the
Dark
Saint
Torment.
Beast.
Yeah.
then the Saint Beast, and
Always forget about the Saint Beast.
Now this last episode has introduced the Makai insects. So it's like we're really going in reverse. We just skipped the dark tournament.
Yeah.
The fact that Kingdom Hearts hasn't gotten an animated series yet is crazy. It wasn't there one in production like a year or two ago, or like 3 years
There were
ago?
2 in production.
There was one a way back
Yeah,
that got
there were
canceled.
2 in production. One got scrapped a long time ago, but there has been one that has been in the works for a couple years now, and we just haven't heard about it.
Yeah. It was a lost pilot. That was for the first one.
coming
Yes.
home ad, which is probably the patron saint of Are the Straights Okay?
The coming home ad, Lil?
The Folgers incest ad.
Oh.
Yeah, there we go. In this commercial, a guy comes home for Christmas after being away in Africa for Dark Lady knows how long, but it's implied to have been more
What?
than a year, and his sister clearly missed him and is just glad that he's home. That's it.
Okay.
That's the notorious Folgers incest ad. If you seriously look at this as incestuous, I have to only assume you were literally...
What ad is this? Who the
I
fuck
know what they're
talks about
talking
this?
about. I know what they're talking about. This is actually a very legendary ad where
Okay.
you need to understand, Lily. On set, the two actors had so much fucking chemistry that they struggled to actually make the ad work. but they couldn't pivot out of it because of budget reasons. So they had to go with it and just tone it down as much as possible. But the two actors ended up having just so much romantic chemistry that it completely sent mixed signals because they were supposed to be brother and sister. It's
yeah, I would need to actually watch this thing.
You know what? Let's
because
watch it.
there's no fucking way.
Let's watch it.
Yeah.
Folger's brother and sister commercial.
Yeah, there we go. YouTube knows what we want.
Thank you. This is so old school YouTube.
Yes, this is perfect.
I must have the wrong house.
Sister? Oh, I missed you so much. They waited up all night for you, you know.
It's a long way from West Africa. Oh, real coffee.
He's here.
I brought you something from far away.
Really? Oh.
What are you doing?
You're my present this year.
The best part of waking up is photos in your car.
I'm sorry, Lily.
Like,
they were
sorry, that flick of the eyes. That
they were
flick of the eyes.
It was the fucking bedroom eyes, Lily. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Hey, it was not intentional on their part, but they also knew that was a problem and they couldn't fix it.
I'm sorry, bro. Siblings do not look at each other like that. They don't do the whole flick of the eye shit. That is crazy, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Literally never
Like
hugged
she was so shy. And it really comes off as like, oh, I have a crush on my brother.
I had to blink and check that she wasn't biting her lip half that ad, all right? And like what's great about it is that like his opening line is like, oh, I must have the wrong house. And like it's like that's kind of a flirtatious thing to say. Like it comes off very like, oh wow, there's a pretty lady living here. Like how else am I supposed to take that exactly?
Yeah.
It's like I get that she's grown up, but like how long have you been apart? How old are you actually?
There's also a way that you can make that work, but you would have to change the dialogue entirely. Like say like can't be my house. My sister is so much younger than you. Something like that.
And then she awkwardly says, "Sister," like, oh,
yeah, what?
Who says that? Like, what the fuck? It's like, it's like, guys, this is what leads to incest: is siblings being torn apart for long periods of time. Like, this is one of the catalysts of that. Like, if they are meeting each other to a point where they don't recognize each other,
yeah, that might be a problem.
Silver-haired freak, you couldn't tell they were siblings if she didn't say it aloud. Exactly. Remove the siblings line, and this gets way more like intimate. Who made this commercial? People who really didn't realize like how these actors, I think they went on to star in a drama together where they were like romantically, or maybe that was before. I don't know. I don't remember. It's been a while.
Child, your life is so.
If it was before, that would explain a lot.
I was gonna say, if you want, I'm gonna use the restroom one more time before we head out.
Okay. I think that they could have probably made it work as a romantic thing if they did get rid of the siblings thing. Maybe have it so that his girlfriend decided to stay over at his parents' house because she's so excited for him returning home. Like that's how you could have solved that issue.
Yes. But no, we want to go for something, a little more common, family-friendly type deal, I guess. I don't fucking know, man. I don't fucking know.
It's so funny.
Oh, why y'all do this to yourselves, man? This is crazy.
Man, I've seen some wild commercials in my time. That was just so funny.
Yeah, I didn't like. I wanted to believe. I honestly wanted to believe that, okay, maybe Lily might be right here, but I'm like, okay, come the fuck on, dude.
I was gonna
Like,
say,
okay.
like, another way they could have played it, like, here's a question. What kind of sibling stays up all night waiting for their other sibling to come home? Just set an alarm. Like,
Yeah,
it's
no.
so like, I've never done that unnecessarily, unless there was like an emergency that might have
doesn't happen.
happened.
Was it the sibling? Because I thought that she said that the parents stayed up all night waiting for him to come home.
I'm pretty sure she said that she did, and that's why she was up.
Yeah, she did, yeah.
Oh. Okay, so I was mishearing.
Why did Celtic's bird get so tiny? I stepped away, that's why.
But yeah, Lily is being incredibly disingenuous. I mean, granted,
Well,
she
thinks
she's
that
so
bedroom
fucking
ice is just a form of platonic intimacy.
Yeah, platonically.
Oh, it was the parents?
One of
Oh, my
those
bad.
brass
My bad.
eyes.
Still,
of love that isn't sexually charged that you've forgotten what real human contact feels like, to the point you see sexual.
There's also like how it's shot in close-ups. Like this,
Yes.
It's like there's a lot to the shooting and like the music. It's just like very like evocative of close intimacy that doesn't typically associate with siblings. I'm sorry, Lily. There is something here.
Yeah, there's cinematic language that has to do with this. Like, it's a bit hard to describe, but the way that you shoot things evokes different emotions from people. There's a way that you can shoot this entire scene or have it be in completely different angles. It shifts the entire vibe completely.
It's a good point. Lily, you see sexual stuff between people that are just friends all the time. Yeah.
Yes!
Hell, you see sexual interest in Rey from Star Wars, and that's impressive on its own. Sky Slasher says, what the fuck, you guys are still going? Don't worry, we're close to the end. We'll only be another hour or two.
Is this your first time?
I missed you.
Why am I reminded for the second time of Mamoru subtext in forgotten what real human contact feels like, to the point you see sexual subtext in
I missed you.
I've never seen Maleficent, so I can't attest to that.
Me neither. I don't
Yeah,
care.
neither have I.
Why am I reminded for the second time of Mamoru Hosoda, the director of the original pilots of Digimon, as well as the lone David...
Why would you... That is such a weird way to say his name. I'm sorry.
Lynch episode, who for some reason saw romantic subtext in an 8-year-old girl not wanting her brother to disappear into a terrifying vortex in the sky that had just opened up and swallowed one of their friends.
And
He didn't!
Oh, we're gonna get
Lily,
into it. I think
you misunderstood what he said, because a lot of people misunderstood what he said.
Yeah, it was a metaphor. Like, at least that's how I'm interpreting what it is, because they're talking about how like they're talking about the episode where Tai goes home. Like, he's been in the digital world for what he thinks is weeks, but he realizes that it is the same day. And that time moves differently between the real world and the digital world. And he has spent an entire day just relaxing in his home, and his sister is the only one home, because Japanese families a lot of the times treat their children like they're mini adults, and so they leave them at home all the time, even though that they aren't supposed to be old enough to be left alone.
The Garwinix King, you can just drop cinematography, and that sentence will still make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what is going on here is he was trying to describe the subtext of what was going on between Taichi, Hikari, and Koromon, where somebody who is a child will just see the Hikari and Koromon bonding over watermelon while Tai is in the living room nap on the couch. Whereas he's talking about like the relationship between Taichi and Hikari, or at least the one-sided relationship between the two of them. Whereas Kari is young enough that she feels threatened by this new Digimon who is intimately bonded with her brother, to the point where she feels uncomfortable with the relationship, because she is the one that has always been by his side, and he's trying to describe it by saying it is like a wife
Yeah,
who is
he's not
talking
being
with
literal.
Yeah,
her
it's not a
husband's
literal.
mistress.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not
Yeah,
trying to
it
be
is not
literal
a
when he
literal.
says it's like this. It's more so it's like, oh, it's similar to how it evokes a similar feeling of possessiveness, not the
Yeah.
exact same kind.
Yeah, I was gonna
of
say
thing.
the jealousy kind of thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna give her the
I can
benefit of doubt.
actually
Maybe she said that was people misinterpreting that. Maybe we'll listen to her again.
maybe
Well, we haven't
but
gotten to her explaining it yet, but yeah.
Feels like, to the point you see sexual subtext in
I missed you.
Why am I reminded for the second time of Mamoru Hosoda, the director of the original pilots of Digimon, as well as the Alone
Hosoda.
David Lynch episode, who for some reason saw romantic subtext in an 8-year-old girl not wanting her brother to disappear into a terrifying vortex in the sky that had just opened up and swallowed one of their friends.
And she didn't want her brother to die.
Oh my god, she didn't want her brother to die. The long-held belief that it's impossible to have any degree of real...
Is taking part in
Okay,
the
so
prolonged joke
I
that was-
have the interview here actually.
One of my biggest
Jeremy
regrets
tried to
during my
this
career
one.
is taking part in the prolonged joke that was made out of this film for daring to try and push back against this very status quo. What?
You were making jokes. Who gives a fuck? Like, are you fucking serious?
Lily is just stuck on incest porn mode. She is stuck on... She is in denial of how much she wants incest. That is basically what
Yeah.
is coming. She is in denial of it, and she's making it everyone else's problem.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, Dwight.
And she has the nerve
Um,
to say that like everybody else is having the problem when she's the one who brings it up.
Yeah. So so the interview I have right here on my phone. So they're talking about they're talking about like the episode and what's going on with Hikari. That's why Hikari looks more mature with an ennui feel. There is a weirdly erotic atmosphere in the episode, and he laughs. I remember someone telling me that episode smelled. When Hikari was clinging to Taichi, they'd say she's clearly not caring for her brother, that kind of thing an adult can see. Children would only look at that and say, yeah, she's a really caring little sister. It's almost surrealist when they talk about the time he covered. Yeah. I'm not going to talk about that on stream. It's talking about, you know, what happens when little kids in bathrooms and stuff.
Excuse me? I do not
yeah.
know. What the fuck? No, we're not
Sorry,
going on to
what?
it stream. We'll skim over that, but what the fuck? I have no idea what you're talking about.
We have Taichi laying on the sofa in a languorous summer sunlight. He's acting as a proper hero until then, but once he comes back home, he starts thinking about Home Sweet Home, his summer homework, that kind of stuff. There's a fight between Taichi, who is an elementary schooler in his daily life, and Taichi, who's a hero in the digital world. There's that and Hikari's conflict as well. If you ask me what her conflict is about, I think it's a battle between her and Koromon. There's a scene where Taichi is on the sofa and Hikari and Mon are eating watermelon next to him. He's not having a single bite of the watermelon. That is pretty much a conversation between the husband, between his wife, and his mistress. Like, please leave him. You can eat that watermelon all you want, but please give me my husband back. When you look at her eyes in that moment, you know that she means something. She's not just a cute little sister. She senses that her brother is in danger and tries to bring him back. And she's not straightforward in doing this. She's using all of that female appeal of a second grader to win him on her side. That's a weird... I'm not sure about that translation, but... if it was a parable, Hikari would be past her 30s and Koromon would be an innocent 20-year-old girl. Like, he literally says it's a parable.
Yeah. Although I will say, this is going far beyond what I had thought was described, and it is a little weird.
It is. Like, I'm not denying that, and that's why when this
It's
interview...
a bit unusual!
when this... Yeah, like this is why when this interview was translated, because this is a very old interview, but it was never translated into English. When it finally was, that's why the Digimon community kind of blew up with like, God, are they talking about incest in Digimon? Like it's not a new thing, but that is also not what is being discussed.
Twice getting turned into a robot. The connection to the digital world is just a little bit fluctuating today. It's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
It continues on. I'm just gonna go to the end of this. What Hosoda says. She's still young, but she cannot remain indifferent to the fact that her husband just got chatted up by a younger chick. I would imagine her saying, like, you may get along in the digital. I've been with him for 8 years since I was born. Or I know everything about you two. Don't think you can hide it from me. It's kind of that messed up relationship. And by doing so, even the summer element starts to feel ominous. Humid and hot, and humans' true faces emerge from it. So he is saying that there is like this very heavy, very hostile element to the episode that's in the subtext of the episode that you wouldn't catch at first. It's trying to describe it in a way that would make sense to people by giving the parable of the wife talking to the mistress.
I just I think he just chose poorly, really.
Yeah. Well, also remember this is a translation. We could probably get Noel to find the original.
It would be really
Japanese
interesting
and
if
see
it's
it says
actually
that.
way more accurate than we thought. Oh, that would suck.
Yeah.
Have any of you watched June the King's video on Lily? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I have
We covered
two
it on
whole,
stream.
yeah, I got part 1 and part 2 of that whole thing. So if you ever want to check them out, definitely do so.
Anyway, yeah, before it's just to summarize, Kari is married to Tai, and Elsa and Anna are lesbians together. That's what we learned today.
Feel affection or love that isn't romantic in some way leads to the belief that all affection is romantic in nature, which leads to the demonization of affection between siblings, which feeds into the belief that real sibling relationships are inherently hostile. People are generally fine.
There are times where you can definitely see intimate, like you can perceive ships, like in terms of like, oh, they have such a good chemistry, such a good dynamic, like the Folgers ad. Like you can get those kinds of things where it's like there is something bubbling here, and that's where a lot of really strong ships come from. Anna and Elsa, for example, that's just shippers being shippers. Like it's not really well founded. It's just people looking for the strongest dynamic in the movie and turning it into something that it's not, or gooners looking for a good time. That's typically what you wind up with. So I don't know why we're bringing it into this conversation, which is typically about much more serious contenders, if that makes any sense.
Right.
Yeah.
With you being
more
affectionate with a
meaningful
best friend because
I was gonna say Fallen and Marseille have a lot of show the fucking onsen scene. Like that's a very their dynamic is very intimate, where I don't blame people, including myself, for shipping them. I do consider the show treats them only as close friends, and I fully recognize that, but it's one of those situations where it's like, I recognize that, but I'm allowed my headcanon, and my headcanon says otherwise.
Yeah, but at least you acknowledge that it is headcanon, right?
Yeah,
because
yeah.
It is possible for two friends like them to be this touchy-feely.
Yes, absolutely.
They just assume you're going to end up together anyway. Hell, 90% of your emotions is in how you interpret them. Here's an existential crisis for you. Are you really in love with that person, or is that just how you've been taught to interpret those feelings? Everything's a social construct after all. But you know, I'd like to offer an alternative to amatonormativity. I think everyone craves intimacy in their life in some form. Whether that's a romantic partner, a best friend...
No way!
No!
Oh
I gotta
my God.
I gotta be careful. I can't be as loud. People are going to bed. Talk about loving my sibling. I gotta make sure my sister doesn't wake up, or that she can actually wind down to sleep.
Or family they're very close
to.
Yep.
Weird thing to say, Lily. Not everything is a fucking social construct. Like, you having feelings at all is not a social construct. How you
No.
like no matter what, you having sexual feelings towards somebody is not interpreted socially. It is just a thing.
God, I wish emotions were a social
or
construct.
being sad at something and nah?
I wish emotions were a social construct. My emotions fluctuate every single fucking day, and it sucks.
Yeah. Being sad that somebody that you love died is not a social construct. You don't get taught through being in a society that you should be sad when somebody dies.
Yeah, like, so of course there are some like interpretations of feelings that can be like socially constructed or manipulated or whatever the fuck, but like fundamental feelings are instinctual to us. Like that's how that works.
Everyone craves at least one relationship that has a lot of deep personal affection. You can see this in the language people use.
Yes,
How many
sure.
times have people had a best friend that they adore and then said they love them like siblings? How many times have people called their sibling their best friend? Hell, it's expected of people that their spouse is their best friend in some way, and the best friend is the first person people think of when they're looking for a romantic relationship. There's an old adage.
No.
Wait, hold on.
It's
What did
like
you say?
the best friend is the first type of person that people look for when they're looking for a romantic relationship. I'm gonna roll that back.
Best friend that they adore and then said they love them like siblings. How many times have people called their sibling their best friend? Hell, it's expected of people that their spouse is their best friend in some way, and the best friend is the first person people think of when they're looking for a romantic relationship. There's an
No.
Typically.
I was gonna say there are people
No.
that say I married my best friend. I've always found that to be a little weird because I've typically found that you go to different people in your life for different purposes.
Yes.
Like, and very like it sounds very clinical when you
Like-
put it that way, but emotionally speaking, different people serve different roles in your life. Best friends are different from your significant other.
Yeah, like of course you can meet somebody you end up, getting with seriously through friend groups and things like that. Like that is possible, but in most cases people get together with people who they already had an interest in that way, And at least that's what like most people tend to do.
an old adage of marry your
It's-
best friend. Hell,
what?
Different, but yeah.
What
I was
adage is
sorry.
that?
Yeah, the lag
What's up?
sucks. Okay. All right, we're gonna continue now.
married to someone, their parents become your
Sorry.
parents, and their
It's
siblings become
okay.
your siblings. And what the hell does
I was gonna say that it it's not as simplistic as that.
Yeah, I'm dating my best friend, so I'm not one to talk. No, there's nothing wrong with that. Like the
Yeah.
point is like it's not mutually. It's not always paired
You know
together.
what? Never mind. I already said my piece. I'm just gonna.
when they're looking for a romantic relationship? There's an old adage of marry your best friend. Hell, when you get married to someone, their parents become your parents, and their siblings become your siblings. And what the hell does that say about a spouse?
So you want to sleep
It's not
with
a
your
for sure thing.
wife's friend,
What-
your
what?
wife's siblings then as well? Yeah, is that what you're saying?
I mean, look, you got it's it's like chocolates. You can't just have one.
The language to communicate love takes these three relationships and overlaps them constantly to the point you could make a Venn
It's why we
diagram
call
out of it.
them-
So I don't think it's much of a stretch to
call them
suggest that everyone is
siblings
looking
in
for at
law,
least one of them.
Lily.
In this
I love it. She made this Venn diagram. Is like, so at some point in the center, you can fuck your sibling. It's like, wait, what?
What? Yeah,
Ugh.
why would there be like that close of an intersection between sibling and partner?
Izanagi, dang
I
it,
don't
Lily! Stop
understand.
trying to reinvent society. It's actually really out.
Yeah.
What does the Lily say? Oh, what does it say, Lily? Huh.
theory makes platonic, romantic, and
Twi
familial love
died again.
essentially
And she's back.
We back for the end? We good?
Hello?
Hello? 1 minute. What if I change our region? What if I do
Maybe.
that? Add channel. Where is...
Damn, Lily's trying to shut you down, Twy.
Yeah.
Which make...
give it a moment. Let it load.
Help?
Hello? There we go. All right, we're back. We're back?
We're back.
Twy?
Yeah?
Okay, we're back. All right.
Okay, cool. Didn't this happen the last time? Like, I was having a lot of problems the last time that we did a Lily video, or the first time or something like that.
Probably. Woomy, yeah, sorry. For
maybe.
those that don't know, I have my my Discord to automatically play the Woomy sound effect from Splatoon every time I jump into a server. I just love it. I just think it's cute. Okay, well, we're almost there. We're 2 minutes away.
Equals, and they aren't considered to be equals by most people.
Yeah.
And I think that's the core issue. In the same way that aromantic people are often dismissed when they highlight platonic love as important, and people who don't want to be married are often told, you'll change your mind, it's often expected for siblings to grow apart as they get older because they're supposed to find and prioritize romantic relationships because you gotta. It's kind of like circumcision when you think about it. Nobody really has a reason to do it. It's just done because that's just how it's always been. And like infant genital mutilation, amatonormativity is just very, very silly. And when people don't conform to amatonormativity, it's often completely inconceivable to others. How could someone prefer having a best friend over a partner? They must have.
You can't just throw that in there.
Oh my God! It's foreskin gate all over.
Jesus.
What?
Foreskin?
It's foreskin gate all over again. Having flashbacks to the Silent Hill fandom. Oh no.
Oh boy.
Oh my God! What?
I've talked about this multiple times.
Okay.
I understand what she is talking about here, but at the same time, it's like really stupid. You're expected to grow apart because you have to go and live your own life.
Yeah, because you're an adult with responsibilities.
It's
not going to live your entire life with your sibling. And the only time that I know somebody who says that she is never going to get a significant other because her sister or her sibling, is fulfills that role because they're twins. And they already have like a really close personal relationship being twins. And it's like, okay, that's still really weird, but you know,
I was gonna say
they're both ace, so it doesn't matter.
I dated a girl who was a twin, and like the relationship dynamic just never panned out, unfortunately. Obviously, but like the idea is like not the idea. What I noticed is that her and her sister really were like the nearly joined at the hip twins. To the point that I think they are basically just planning on living together for the rest of their lives. I don't get any like weird vibes from that, for the record. I'm not pushing off a Lily special on them, but the point of the matter is I think people can have a sibling that fills that role, but often it's very in the rare circumstance of twins.
Yeah, sure. It depends on like what that role means to them. If it means just like, okay, having somebody who's able to share the living burdens, of adult life, pay bills, do chores, hang out, stuff like that, then it's like, okay, and they don't really care about the other intimate aspects of it, then it's like, okay, whatever.
It's weird because like I'm just thinking about it, like, yeah, no, I could totally see them just chilling on like cuddling up together to watch a movie, like completely platonically. Like I can envision that in my head, and it's like, yeah, no, that makes sense. Like they're basically one person split into two. It feels that way, and it's like, yeah, I get it. I know that's very simplified.
I think I'm with Periodic Pete in chat right now. Who the fuck ends a conversation like that? I just want to leave.
All right, well, we're almost there.
Could someone still be this close with their sibling and not have a partner? Excuse me while I dig out the banjo. The notion of romantic love being the single most important thing in the universe is ingrained in people to the point they filter everything they see through that lens and then make it your problem to deal with. It's not just
biological
that they're
predisposition
onto you, they're unable to conceive any other way of looking at love. In fact, here's an idea. Try and think of an economic system that doesn't in some way resemble capitalism or socialism.
What is that?
That's what it's like for most people trying to understand love outside of a normativity.
Then tell me what kind of fucking system it is, Lily. Because it is very hard to imagine outside of those two extremes. Like, literally...
Why are you like this?
Like, it's like economic... So one end is complete and utter unfettered freedom. The other is governmental control. Like...
Yeah.
What's the third alternative? Because government typically is going to exist, and like
yeah, and everything else is on a sliding scale.
Everything else is on a sliding scale. Is there some third option where like the Bazorgazorks come down and like completely end all world hunger in one laser ray?
Just take us to Star Trek, I guess.
And even then, you want to get into Star Trek. Star Trek has very complicated politics too, so it's like Lily, I don't know what, like, yeah, we can't imagine it because it's basically those are the two extremes that we can recognize as are you going to open up the realm to the eldritch gods? Are you going to implode in the fucking iron lung when the god is peering through the pinhole? Are you going to show us an eldritch existence beyond our comprehension?
Oh my god. Chet Manley for $5. This entire video could have been a community post. I hate shipping culture. Well, no, that's not the point that she's trying to make. What she's trying to make is that people look at close sibling relationships weirdly, even though they don't. So you shouldn't judge me for my writing, even though we should.
No, I can summarize this like I just want to kiss my sister a little bit. That's not incest, right? That's what this is.
Yo.
Bazorgazorgism, the new social construct.
Bazorgazorgis.
Just a peck. Yeah, just a peck. A little tongue.
Just a peck. A little
a little tongue. You know, hands below the waist.
So
anyway.
if you have a close relationship with your sibling and other people are making you
with
feel
a
weird
ruffian
about
hand,
it,
what?
I think it's important to remember how they're trying to process this kind of information, and maybe don't let it get to you. As the joke says, you know the friendship's real when there's a rumor you're gay for each other.
What do we do about it?
We
judge you
to do about
harshly.
it other than browbeat another theory into people's heads. Given enough time, people will come around to this way of thinking. I know I did. I was a big pusher of romance above all other forms of love because I'd never experienced any other form of love until quite recently. And I have a sibling who abused me horribly, and recovering from that has made me really appreciate siblings who just cherish and adore each other in normal amounts.
You have
So write that story.
siblings who abused you. Plural.
Yeah.
Both of them abused you.
And also, apparently, like, I know nothing about the parent situation, but I would wager neglect at the very minimum.
Yes, that is the dog. You know that.
Lily's take on sibling relationships make me want to Persona 3 myself. Please don't do that. She's not worth dying over.
Yes.
She's not.
Sharing the only bed in a hotel, and it not immediately leading to romance. Write that
wait,
story about best friends sharing the only bed in a hotel, and it not immediately leading to romance. Write that story.
I've done that. Okay? I've done that.
Right.
And hell, I've slept in the bed with a guy who was a relative stranger. Because there were just no beds left in the Airbnb. And we kind of set our barriers, and we were like, yeah, okay. And there was no problem because everyone just communicated properly. And I guarantee you no one was shipping us.
Yeah, no.
Story about siblings being too close where things don't end up boiling over and they're just fine. Sure, some people's brains will snap clean in two, but there will be people who appreciate what you've done. And hey, maybe 15 years later, people will come back after
Pausing because Disney is horrible.
having glued their brains back together and say, actually, that was unique and interesting, and we need more of it, and I regret the jokes I made at its expense. So fuck it.
Oh, yeah, it's like, time will prove me right. You'll see.
Time will call me a genius.
No,
I'll be the Iron Giant of sibling relationships in media.
fiction. Do it.
Wait, what?
Now, because I made it its expense. So fuck it. Write that peak fiction. Do it. Now. Do it
And
faster.
send it to my inbox.
Yeah, send it to my inbox. And if there's a little bit of kissing, that's fine. A little bit of smooching, and a little bit of naked wrestling. I'd be fine with that, right? Right, Lily? That's what you're going to do. That's what you want.
Yep.
Delicious in Dungeon is kind of crap. I forgot that.
Yep, that was a big thing. But we'll cover that another time. But that's the video, ladies and gentlemen. What have we learned today?
Lily doesn't understand siblings or how sibling relationships work, healthy or otherwise. She
Lily is
doesn't
still treating her
understand
sister like
much
that
of it.
one ex that got away.
Yeah.
But you know what? The real sibling, the real.
Oh, don't cover that video. Lily spoils the entire manga.
Oh, yeah, she did do
so
that.
I can't until I don't even know if season 2 is going to be enough to cover it all. But I know it's not that long of a manga. So maybe
Yeah,
we
I
can do it
forgot
after
she
season
did
2.
spoil that. I don't remember if like that was like a small section of the review, or if like that's a huge section that we can't just ignore. I don't know.
Lily gives me the sick like Hikari was.
Ugh, I'm so
Well,
sorry.
the real sickness is the incest we found along the way.
I was gonna say, if any of these relationships ever actually entered into incest, they would be 1,000 times healthier than her and her sister.
Yeah.
16 volumes to the manga, and how far did the anime get? That's the question.
That's a good question.
She pulled a Donkey Xenoblade and just spoiled the whole thing. Oh god, he did that? Donkey went from being entertaining to just being kind of a piece of shit.
You're kind of a dick.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, man. Like he's funny, but it's like, I don't know. He's just fucking
You
weird.
can be funny and still be a piece of shit.
He pulls a bit of a CinemaSins type beat, you know.
Yeah, he has that energy.
Which is so weird because like he comes off as very unserious, but I don't know.
So I made a version that censored the spoiler. Oh, wonderful! I will have to then sign for that. But
yeah,
still,
I'll ask her to send us when she gets the chance, I guess.
Donkey's always been a kind of asshole ever since Xenoblade 2 vid. It's been a while since I've watched any Donkey. I think I unfollowed him actually.
Yeah, same here.
For me personally, I've always thought that he was kind of like that, and then that video came out and it kind of just like proved that I was right about his character.
There was another video that he did that got me pissed off, and it made me realize maybe he's been like, I always stream more like funny, like I always thought he was more of a comedian, just kind of laughing at things. But like, there came a point where it's like, man, this guy's just kind of, he has both cinema, he's like CinemaSins mixed with so this is basically guy. I'm blanking on
Jellopocalypse.
Yeah, he's like Jellopocalypse mixed with CinemaSins.
Jesus Christ.
Like if that makes any sense. I don't know if anyone else sees that.
Like in terms of the ego with Jello?
Is Lily your favorite person to cover? She's a reliable person to cover. We'll say it like that.
Yeah, she's all reliable, you know. Listen, once you jump into a Lily video, it's like nothing else you've ever seen. Okay.
Was it the Last of Us 2 video? No, I stopped following him so long ago, like well before. I remember he cropped back up because Mahler did his review of Yooka-Laylee, and he was bringing in a bunch of the criticisms against it from a bunch of different people. And he was actively refuting it. Like he was actively showing, now you're intentionally like Donkey was intentionally fucking up a thing for a sketch, but it was coming off like genuine criticism. So he was like making sure that kind of stuff. Jello and CinemaSins mixed, yes, it kind of feels that way. Like the more I think about him, and the more I look back on his work, it's like it feels so like I think at one point it was good natured, but it started getting very cynical as time went on. Like I think he was playing the bit just because he felt he needed to. That makes any sense.
Yes.
Yooka-Laylee of all things. Yeah, it was very interesting. Like Mahler did a very good breakdown, and while I still don't personally like the game for a number of different reasons, I found his insight very informative, and I appreciated his thoughts on it. It maybe did, at the very least, appreciate that the game was much more than my mind had made it out to be, even if I feel like it doesn't quite recapture the magic of Banjo-Kazooie. Which it was intending to do. Like, that is actually a point to make, is that it was intending to recapture that magic, and it didn't. He's good at comedy. When reviewing a game he likes, he's okay too, but he's bad at reviewing something he doesn't like. Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
Anyway, that was the Lily vid, and now I feel like I need to take a deep, thorough shower.
Yeah.
And it's gonna make me like look very awkwardly at some of the more depraved things that I have liked in the past. I'm like, I still like you, but I now feel even dirtier for liking you. Like, Lily, you've ruined things for me.
Jesus Christ.
Can you guys cover the downfall of Yahtzee? He went from hard to but fair video critic to someone who can't get out of the way of politics. That's we try. And Twy has bashed me very fairly when it's been brought up. We try very much not to dive into politics here. It's not really our place. We're a media and medium discussion. Celtic, I'm still unclean. I will never.
Yeah.
I am damned spotting this. Lady Macbeth all the way. But no, we try very much not to cover politics here. It's not really our place. I think all of us are actually very opinionated on certain politics, but like, one, we don't want to have those kinds of discussions in public because they can get very heated very fast for any number of reasons. And two, we're all just a bunch of schmucks that are really good talking. We just have fun talking about writing. Any of us would try to hit on political discussion. Unless very, very lightly tangential to a particular point.
Yeah, like for example, if it gets randomly freaking what's the word? Flashbanged into a video the way fucking Lily does.
Yeah, unless like you know the deeper deeper morality in politics of foreskin and circumcision crops up.
Jesus Christ,
I can't.
But yeah, I think a lot of it is just not just because that's not the general vibe that we want to go with, but also because there are so many people on the internet that feel themselves that start feeling themselves way too fucking much. They think they are so goddamn important just because they talk about important subjects, and as if that is enough to make them above anyone who isn't doing that. And I think that's how you create people like Lily, like Shadversity, like all these, culture warrior assholes, like all the fucking woke assholes, is that they all feel themselves too much.
The more I think about it, I don't think he's quite there yet. He hasn't had a major scandal, I don't think, but Shad is very much on a trajectory to become the like mirror opposite of Lily. Like the like, if you understand, like, I'm not saying that like mirror opposite in terms of morality, but like he's very much like opposite side of the fence version of her.
Yes.
Someone said, like, you can say something as innocuous as I don't like taxes and light a damn powder cake. Now, in my defense, I thought you said you didn't like Texas. All right? And Texas is dope. Then someone said, I also played Titanfall 2, and I hate that there is no 3. Dear God. Fucking High Guard. And that reveal for High Guard pissed me off. I'm pretty sure everyone, Jeff Keighley,
that game is trash.
That game may have done better if it had not been if it was announced somewhere in the middle of the show. Jeff Keighley shot that fucking game in the foot hard by saying, "Oh, from former developers of Titanfall comes a brand new experience." Like, we're getting a Titanfall. A Titanfall inspired game? Are we getting Titanfall 3 and just a new coat of paint? Oh my God, Titanfall! It's a hero shooter.
Okay.
And then literally, it was the wettest, loudest fart that you could have ended that entire presentation on. I hate using that kind of analogy, but I can't say that wasn't what it is.
Yeah.
Lily Orchard versus Shadiversity when? Are we talking in hand-to-hand combat? Because I would pay money to see that.
That would be the one. That would actually be the one sword fight that that Shad would win.
I don't know. I still feel like Lily has about a 30-70 shot.
Actually, you know what? With all the shadow boxing that Lily's been doing, she's got to have something under her belt.
Yeah, I was gonna say he got the boxing ring championship. Lily Versity. Oh Christ! It's a match of the ages, folks. The former developers of the game that people actually want. Yes.
Yep.
I've not heard about the Kingsman Marvel Rivals drama. I stay away from hero shooters, man. I hate them.
Okay, I typically do as well, but I have looked into that situation like a hawk. It is the funniest, dumbest shit possible.
And it's Michaela with the steel chair. The irony is,
watch out!
She's coming in on Shad's side.
Wait, what?
I was gonna say, like, that would be the twist, is like Michaela's coming in on Shad's side.
Oh yeah.
Shad will win because he will edit out. Shad will win because he edit the fight to make him look like you won. True. All right. Well, does anyone have anything they want to announce before we head off for the night?
Gonna make a stream highlight of the stream that I recently did on my channel, so stay tuned for that. And that's about it.
I finally have my new computer, so I'm gonna put all my shit on it, and then things should hopefully be back to normal, and I can finally do stuff again. I'm so excited.
Hell yeah.
And on my
I
end,
don't want to use this shit computer anymore.
On my end, of course, Fixing Ruby Volume 7 full is now up on the channel. Please go watch that. Again, a lot of fun added content. A few new errors, unfortunately, that I can't fix because I already premiered it, and somehow they just happened, like music cutoffs, but at least it wasn't any of the original music, so you can still enjoy that. Then, let's see, of course, Bad Fanfiction Night this Friday. Should be good. Then Saturday and Sunday are going to be dedicated to just playing through Resident Evil Requiem. I might even get up early on Saturday because I have like a dinner obligation on Saturday night. So I might split that stream into 2 on Saturday. You know, play early, go to dinner, come back, play late. We'll have to see how things play out. I might exhaust myself from that. We'll have to see.
Also, are we doing Marvon this week or no?
I know, because Twilight has to travel.
Yeah,
right. Yeah.
On Saturday, I am going to be in Vancouver.
Yep.
And running around.
Maybe you can say hi to Saria.
Yeah, that's what I was suggesting, but I know Saria lives like really far away.
Oh, that's right. She's like an hour out at minimum, isn't she? Something like that.
Yeah, but that's why I said it early, like in case if she wanted to come hang out, and then we could make plans, but that would be up to her. But it would be great to hang out with Saria again, because I know that it was kind of like chaotic at the con.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that's that. I'm still working on my Silent Hill F script, which I've mentioned is fucking massive at this point, and it's only growing bigger. This is probably going to be, not counting the fully compiled Fixing Ruby volumes, I mean, even counting that, this might end up being the longest video I have ever produced. Which terrifies the fuck out of me.
Watch it be 5 hours.
I mean, like, I could easily see it hitting 8. If this might eclipse my Fixing Ruby Volume 7 script. I think it's actually on the way there. So, but yeah, no, my friend gave me a copy of RE9 and I can't even play the game, sadly. Oh, that sucks. Or it doesn't suck. I'm very nervous about RE9. And then, let's see, I've got my own personal project finally back underway. Got people like artists and things assigned. So hopefully I get to show off that sometime soon. But thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all had a fun time while we suffered. Thank God YouTube fixed its shit. And
yeah, Jesus.
We'll see you all in the next one. Catch you
See
on the
y'all
flip
around.
side.
Goodbye.